Chapter 751 Elemental Land. Minna was very interested in this person who made Bing Xin worried, so she asked a question. He is a great swordsman in the church. He is here to investigate our teacher. Now some people in the church believe that the blasphemer is still alive, so this is one of the places they are investigating and monitoring. After hearing this, Xuanai couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, those who are coming will always come. Moreover, we are not without allies in the church, but it is not convenient for him to express his position. Bing Xin didn't want to let this potential junior brother grow up in a fearful environment. I will try my best. It's good to have the intention. Bing Xin said, and then took back the Ice and Snow World domain. Okay, I have also seen your strength. This is your training task. After completing it, you have to come back here to make the next application. After taking back the domain, Bing Xin's face immediately froze, and she no longer had the kind look just now. Yes. Xuanai took the recommendation letter that Bing Xin had just written, and found that there was a note under the recommendation letter, but he calmly put the envelope and the note into his backpack. Then I'll take my leave. Xuanai said, bowed, and left after Bing Xin nodded. When he turned around, Xuanai immediately put on the lurking mask again, opened the door and left the office. After leaving, Xuanai had time to check the promotion task on the task panel. This task has 2 stages. One is to find the elemental land with the same attribute as your specialization, obtain the relevant elemental crystal, and then bring the obtained elemental crystal back to the Magic Guild before proceeding to the next step. However, when Xuanai saw this task, his face immediately became bitter. He didn't have any specialization at all, what should he do? However, when he took a look at the note that Bing Xin carefully handed him, he immediately swept away the haze on his face. Because Bing Xin had already pointed out the way he was going to take, but this road was a little difficult to take. The way to promote the elemental mage to the mage, is to collect all 6 element crystals, which means that Xuanai has to repeat the work 5 more times than ordinary mages to complete the task. However, what makes Xuanai feel troublesome is that he has to carefully hide the secret that he is an elemental mage in this process, so as not to let the people of the church find out about him, so as not to implicate the old mage. However, from this reaction, Xuanai also came to a conclusion, that is, elemental mages are probably extremely rare in this world, otherwise Bing Xin would not be so nervous and secretive. According to the recipient specified in the recommendation letter, Xuanai took the envelope directly and came to the 4th floor of the Magic Guild headquarters. Here, there is a teleportation array that allows promoted players to enter the elemental land at the fastest speed. However, generally promoted players can only use the right of this teleportation array once at most, and it is the kind of one-way one. When Xuanai gave this letter to the staff here, the man opened it directly and took a look, and then took a look at Xuanai's face, but the mask on it made him have to look at it a few more times. Ice, thunder, and wind, 3-element specialization. The old clerk who was about to die was just casually looking at the recommendation letter, but when he finished reading it, he asked in shock. Xuanai nodded immediately. This was a lie made by Bing Xin for him, so that Xuanai could get 3 opportunities to use the teleportation magic circle. As for the remaining few times, he had to complete it by himself to avoid being discovered by others. Tisk tisk, it's rare to see a double element specialization these days. Now I didn't expect that I could see a triple element specialization before I die. God is kind to me, haha. The mage in front of Xuanai is a mage level mage, but judging from his appearance, mage is probably his final position. After all, time is too limited. Let's go, take these 2 teleportation scrolls, I'll send you to the ice elemental land first. Although the environment there is a little worse, but the day before yesterday, someone has already entered. If you are lucky, you can cooperate with him, so the success rate will be higher. Okay, thank you very much. Seeing how this magician actually helped him, Xuanai immediately bowed 90 degrees to him, and he was very happy to accept it. It will be your world in the future, you must pass through this elemental land. When Xuanai walked into the teleportation array, he immediately found that 6 small dots with different flashing lights suddenly appeared on his map. These small dots were all in the territory of the human empire, but they were all in the most remote and desolate places. And looking at their coordinates, Xuanai had to say that the subsequent task of collecting elemental crystals would probably be a protracted battle. When a burst of teleportation white light flashed, Xuanai immediately felt a sudden chill, and then he saw a white world of ice and snow around him. Elemental land actually refers to the place where excessive accumulation of elements has affected the environment. Generally speaking, places affected by elemental forbidden spells are basically attributed to elemental land. It's just that these artificial and short-lived elemental lands are not as powerful as this natural elemental land. The ice elemental land under the jurisdiction of the Magic Guild is in the northernmost area of the human empire. It is only separated from the undead empire by a mountain, but this huge mountain called Solong Kiss divides it into two lands. Even sages dare not easily cross this mountain. Because it is said that there are ice dragons in this mountain, so those who trespass will only die. However, even if there is no such mountain, there will be no undead here. After all, the undead have no resistance to this kind of ice and snow environment. Even if this piece of land is given to them, they can't keep it. After reading the map introduction, Mina had to go to the coordinate point flashing with ice blue on the map. No way, it's so cold. The closer he got to that coordinate point, the colder Shui Nai felt. If he hadn't added a flame shield to himself to keep his body warm, his mobility would have been compromised. Afterwards, Shui Nai tried the magic in his hand in this icy environment, but found that most of his fire magic had lost its power. However, the old wizard's elemental bird was not greatly affected by the environment, which made him pay more attention to the growth of this magic. Qin Xi switched the magic on the elemental magic wand to thunder, and then sent an insight spell to an ice bear monster not far away. Tisk Tisk, a level 70 ice storm bear, ice armor defense, thick blood and high defense, and also has long-range ice magic. Fortunately, this guy's speed is not good, and there are not many of them. Shui Nai read the information about the insight spell while checking the surrounding situation. The teleportation array at the Magic Guild headquarters is a random teleportation array. It can only teleport people here, but it cannot accurately locate them. If you are unlucky and are teleported directly to the monster, then you are out of luck. The size of the ice and snow blizzard bears is huge, and you can tell at a glance that they are powerful. It is a monster of quantity. However, once the monster adds magic ability on this basis, it will not be an easy task. After thinking about it, Shui Nai took out the Wraith Shield. After all, there are dangers everywhere here, and it is always right to be careful. After preparing everything, Shui Nai immediately took this ice and snowstorm bear to test the depth of the water here. When a thunderbolt struck the top of the storm bear's head, a critical damage of nearly 4,000 points popped out somewhat weakly. With Shui Nai's attack power, he could not hit higher damage, which shows the strength of his magic defense ability. The ice and snowstorm bear is protected by ice armor all over its body, and only the ice armor on the head is the weakest, and its eyes and nose are the weakest points. However, this monster with high defense and high blood is destined to be a monster with poor mobility. In the distance of less than 20 meters it moved. Shui Nai had already struck nearly 10 thunderbolts and several thunderballs in succession. To be honest, the mobility of this ice and snow bear is only relatively slow. If those low-level mages come, they may not be able to outrun it. However, since the mages have the confidence to advance, their mobility will not be too bad, not to mention players like Shui Na. Although the ice spear and ice bullet of the ice fog bear have been released continuously, none of its magic can hit Shui Na. And when the last thunder spell came down, it just wailed and fell to the ground. To be honest, if you use ice magic here, it will probably be a very painful process. Now Shui Na has understood that this experience is actually a disguised challenge to his own limits. Only by doing this can you find out the advantages and disadvantages of your own magic route, and such an ice mage has the possibility of advancement. However, if an ice mage only learns ice magic, then this mage may find it difficult to survive. Walking all the way to the glowing coordinates, Shui Na just killed a few monsters and ignored them. The monsters here are high level and difficult to kill, but the corresponding experience is also very high. Now Shui Na has to fight 6 maps, and he doesn't want to level up because of killing too many. In addition, the tasks here are mainly to find task props, so it is better not to waste time. With the acceleration spell and the flame shield, Shui Na quickly ran towards the target hill. However, what made Shui Na feel unhappy was that the ice crystal armor and the flame shield could not exist at the same time, and the flame shield, an energy-type defensive magic, could not coexist with the wind coat, which made Shui Na a little uncomfortable. Chapter 752 Magic Fragments. After dodging the ice and snowstorm bears, Shui Na soon came to the foot of the mountain. The monster area of the ice and snowstorm bears is not too dense, and it is easy to run up, but there is a problem that the ice and snow environment here is not easy to walk. The closer he ran to the mountains, the thicker the snow became, almost reaching his calves. Now, Mina had to put down heavy equipment like the wraith shield to prevent himself from sinking into the snow due to the heavy weight. After adding a flame shield to himself again, Mina walked towards the coordinates on the map against the wind and snow blowing down from the mountains. The closer he was to the target mountain range, the greater the impact of ice and snow on Mina, and he could only see less than 10 meters ahead. The flame shield he used for heating was replaced almost once a minute. Roar! Just as Mina was walking against the wind and snow, a loud roar suddenly sounded beside him, and an ice and snowstorm bear that was one size larger than the ordinary one suddenly rushed towards Mina. It seemed that Mina had walked into the territory of this elite ice and snowstorm bear without knowing it. However, Shui Nai didn't want to fight it. In this case, the huge ice and snow bear had an absolute advantage, and Shui Nai, who couldn't even stand steadily, couldn't deal with it. With a flash of green light, Shui Nai was 50 meters ahead in an instant. Level 2 teleportation not only shortened the chanting time by 1 second, but also increased the time by 10 meters on the basis of level 1. With Shui Nai's current 1200 points of mental power, plus the bonus of the True Sky Dragon, it was not too difficult to teleport 100 meters. However, in the case of losing long-range vision, he didn't dare to use teleportation indiscriminately, otherwise if there was a mountain in front, he would have to hit the mountain. Just as he stepped into the foot of the mountain in front, he suddenly felt a thin layer of resistance in front of him. However, before he calmed down and sensed it, he had already passed through this layer of resistance and came to another new environment. When Shui Nai walked into the foot of the mountain, he immediately found that the view ahead was surprisingly good. The wind and snow almost disappeared without a trace with his step. Looking back, he found that one step behind him, the wind and snow were still everywhere. Is this man-made? Shui Nai looked at the environment on both sides with some doubt. However, before he had time to think more, he suddenly received a message from Dao Yiyu Dao. After opening the letter, Shui Nai couldn't help but laugh. Originally, Dao Yiyu Dao had bad luck. He was targeted before he even got home. Now he was starting a new round of race with the people in the church. To be honest, with the enhanced Shadow Killer, it was a question whether those people could keep up with Dao Yiyu Dao. The only problem now was that those people in the church seemed to have the tools to track them. This was not good news. After temporarily putting this question aside, Shui Nai began to look at this new environment. Shui Nai's destination was in a glowing cave in this mountain range, which was about 1,000 meters high. Although it was not comparable to this mountain range that went straight into the sky and could not see the top. However, what made Shui Nai feel a headache was that the road here was full of monsters. An elemental creature that was only the size of a fist but had an ice crystal body. These elemental creatures were often the specialties of this elemental land, but this specialty was not easy to mess with. Looking at the mountain full of these floating monsters, Shui Nai felt his scalp tingling. Shui Nai didn't know if the ice elves here would attack in groups, and he had no knowledge of this kind of elemental creatures. If he acted rashly, he might get into trouble. Carefully approaching an ice elf, the alert range of these ice elves here was less than 3 meters. But as soon as Shui Nai stepped into this 3 meter range, the ice elf closest to Shui Nai immediately launched an attack. I saw an ice spear shot out from the body of the ice elf, and it smashed into Shui Nai's ghost shield with a pop. However, it obviously did not break the defense of the ghost shield. However, what made Shui Nai feel troubled was that all the monsters here actually had a common hatred. After the first ice elf launched an attack, more than a dozen ice elves around almost moved towards Shui Nai, and then ice spears appeared one after another. Seeing this, Shui Nai retreated to avoid the ice spears and counterattacked with wind blades. The ice elves here are almost immune to lightning magic, and the effect is not as effective as that of fire magic, but now Mina's wind blade is stronger than that of fire magic. The health of the ice elves here is not high, and the bodies of the ice elves here are almost all weak points. As long as their bodies are broken, they are finished. However, the number is a problem. The more the number, the larger the area of attack. Even if Mina's ghost shield has increased its area due to absorbing a lot of ghosts before, there are always places that cannot be protected. In the shield-type defensive equipment or magic settings, if the attack is not blocked hidden, it is impossible to get all the defense of this shield, and at most only 30% of the bonus is available. Although Mina's ghost shield has a high defensive ability, it only has 30% of the protection effect, and it can't withstand this bombardment. While retreating and counterattacking, Mina's firepower quickly beat the ice elves that followed into ice crystals. However, this kind of elemental creature obviously won't drop any equipment, and these ice crystal fragments are meaningless to players. However, among these ice crystal fragments, there are suddenly a few ice blue fragments that surprised Shui Nai. This is a fragment of the tip of the ice spear that has been reduced by dozens of times. Generally speaking, ice magic will melt quickly when it is shattered, even in this environment. After all, without the maintenance of magic, elemental magic will dissipate by itself, it's just a matter of time. However, this ice spear fragment remained after all the ice crystals around it melted, which made Shui Nai a little interested. Hey, is this an ice spear fragment? Shui Nai looked at the information fed back by the insight technique and became more curious. This kind of fragment is not equipment, nor is it a material, but magic, belonging to the innate magic fragments of creatures such as ice elves. As long as a set of such fragments is collected, then both mage players and mage NPCs can directly use this innate magic to learn this magic. Shui Na looked at the ice elves all over the mountain, and then looked down to check the experience points of these ice elves, and his eyes lit up. Skill Library. After taking off the flame shield, Shui Na did not care about the cold around him, and directly put on the ice crystal armor and wind clothes. The bonus of using ice magic in this ice and snow environment is very high, directly increasing the strength by 50%. After that, Shui Na rushed into the ice elves without hesitation with the shield of the ghost. Not far away from Shui Na, a mage wearing a blue ice robe, holding an ice blue magic wand in one hand and an ice shield in the other, was doing the same work as Shui Na. However, the two of them were separated by a small hill and did not find each other. As the chief ice mage in the Dark Dragon Guild, Bing Feng Tianxia can reach a high level that the current players have not reached. In addition to the strong support of the guild, his own diligence and hard work are indispensable. His magic attainments were very high, and his ice magic was so amazing that it was almost amazing. However, he had already died once in this promotion mission. The reason was that he was accidentally killed by the ice and snow bear below. Fortunately, he had a resurrection item in his hand, so the system did not judge his mission as failed. Once this promotion mission failed, he had to wait for more than half a month to let the mission cool down, otherwise he would not be able to take the second mission. And this is not to mention the problem of experience. Once he dropped a level at this time, it would probably take several days to rise again. In the next day, Bing Feng Tianxia made every effort to break through the territory of the ice and snowstorm bear below and came to the foot of this mountain range. Moreover, he also cleverly chose a place with relatively few ice elves to break through. Although this reduced his gains, it allowed him to reach the target location with limited resources. On the other side, Shui Na had no worries at all. With the amplified ice crystal armor, the wind coat and a full set of equipment, Shui Na could now withstand all attacks. I saw Shui Na hit a whirlwind blade at the place where the ice elves were most densely packed. After that, when all the ice elves were pulled into the whirlwind by the wind, Shui Na directly hit them with a burst of fire and harvested them. To be honest, Shui Nai's whirlwind blade can only attack targets that are not high from the ground. It has no effect on these floating creatures, but the wind here is different. It can pull these floating creatures to the center and imprison them, making them gather in groups. After running over quickly and collecting the magic fragments on the ground, Shui Na immediately launched a second attack. After killing nearly 1,000 ice elves, Shui Na has received 5 sets of ice spear magic, 3 sets of ice blade magic, 1 set of ice helmet magic and a lot of scattered parts. Shui Na is not very interested in magic such as ice spears and ice blades, but this ice helmet is a good thing, which just happens to be perfectly matched with ice crystal armor to form a set of defensive magic. Ice Helm is a magician-level ice specialized magic, which can only be exploded by elite and boss-level ice elves here. This magic can not only increase a lot of defense, but also the ice gold characteristics of Ice Helm can increase the spiritual value of the recipient, which is one of the necessary magics for ice magic. When Shui Na gets the Ice Dragon Soul, he can learn this magic. However, what makes Shui Na feel that the only flaw is that the ice elves here have no souls, which leads to the decrease in the number of ghosts on the ghost shield. To be honest, the explosion rate of magic fragments of ice elves here is very low. After hitting dozens of them, only one will be exploded, and sometimes it is repeated. After fighting for a while, Shui Na found that there was no more useful magic than Ice Helm, so he ran to a higher place. Chapter 753 Ice Crystal Maze. The higher you stand, the farther you can see. Shui Nai, who left the frozen world that he had carefully crawled into, soon discovered the frozen world below. Although the distance of Mizuna's insight is limited and cannot be used across hundreds of meters, his telescope can clearly see that this is a player, not an NPC. At first, Mizuna was still worried about this problem. If it was an NPC, Mizuna would not worry, but would help the NPC. But if it was a player, it would be troublesome. First, Mizuna didn't want people to know his identity. Second, he was afraid of being entangled. However, he doesn't have to worry now. With the ability of the Ice Mage below, it is not easy to open up his side. If it weren't for the low blood and slow movement of the Ice Elves here, to be honest, Mizuna also doubted whether this was the place for the mage to advance. However, when he saw that the mage below chose the road with the least monsters, he knew that he was too confident just now. After seeing the player below, Mizuna didn't dare to hold such a blatant ghost shield, and directly changed it to a level 10 ice shield. Although the defensive ability is much weaker, as long as he is careful, Mizuna is still confident. The 10th level ice crystal armor is enhanced to full body defense. The ice crystal armor that originally only covered the upper body can now cover all places except the head, hands, and feet, and the defense ability is also much stronger. The ice helmet, which can protect the head and neck and increase the spirit value by 1%, makes Mina feel itchy, but he can't wear this helmet-like thing made of ice crystals. Alas, Dragon Ball! But can I find it? Mina reluctantly put the ice helmet back into the backpack, and then walked towards the road above. After passing the ice elf level, the next one is the half-human ice element. The ice element with environmental bonus is much stronger than the ice elf below. At least the ice elf below can only use single magic, while the ice element here is ice storm and frost nova. Once they get close, they will directly use ice rings to protect themselves. Once, Shui Nai accidentally approached a group of ice elements, and as a result, more than a dozen ice rings cut the surrounding space into pieces from different directions. If Shui Nai's equipment was not good and his speed was fast, these dozen ice rings can definitely kill him. However, the stronger the strength, the less likely there will be too many. After spending nearly an hour to deal with the hundreds of ice elements here, Shui Nai finally had time to pick up the magic fragments that exploded on the ground and piece them together. In this area, Shui Nai got an ice armor magic, and also got a third of the ice storm fragments, as well as a lot of scattered parts. After taking a look at these two specialized magics, Shui Nai shook his head and ran up. To be honest, this ice storm is the magic with the most fragments he has ever seen, and it actually requires a total of 10 different fragments. And this ice armor is not a small number, it actually requires 5, but Shui Nai is lucky, and they all exploded. However, it is a pity that no boss level ice elements have been spawned in Shui Nai's area, not even elite level ones. Shui Nai is not very interested in this ice storm, but Shui Nai is very eager to get this ice armor technique. Ice armor, a passive skill of the specialization class, not only directly increases the defense ability of the mage, but also reduces the damage of the mage to the fire system by 20%, and increases the effect of casting ice defense magic by 50%. This is the most practical skill of an ice mage. After getting such a powerful magic, Shui Nai felt a burst of heat in his heart. At the same time, it also made him more interested in the higher level areas. If he had only half a month to complete the promotion, Shui Nai would have thought of playing all the magic fragments here. Half a month, to be honest, Shui Nai felt that the time might not be enough. After all, several places were too far away. When he came to the front of the glowing cave, Shui Nai took a more cautious attitude this time. According to the previous rules, this place is guarded by monsters of the mage level. At Shui Nai's current level, he only dared to block high-level magic. Once he faced the magic of the wizard level, it would be a bit dangerous, not to mention the current mage level. In front of the cave, Shui Nai saw two humanoid elemental creatures. This elemental creature called the Ice Giant is a meter tall and made of ice crystals. However, looking at its body, Shui Nai now doubts whether his wind blade can cut these guys into pieces. After taking a look at the distance and direction between them, Shui Nai directly threw 3 fire elemental birds over. The elemental birds fused with the chain fireballs soon turned into 15 smaller fire birds, completely covering an ice giant. To be honest, Shui Nai has not been able to control the elemental birds yet, and the attack range of this magic is shorter than that of ordinary magic. If it is a small ice elf ice element like the one just now, Shui Nai is not sure to hit them accurately. The ice giant, who was bombarded by the fire bird, immediately became angry. After that, he roared, and the ice giant next to him immediately became angry. The ice giant, whose body was burned by the fire bird, jumped a few times in place, and his huge body made the ground shake slightly. However, the sharp-eyed Mizuna found that there was a sudden glimmer of ice blue light under her feet, and the cold chill made Mizuna feel infinite danger. Mizuna didn't think much and immediately activated the air suspension, and the whole person jumped directly into the air. When Mizuna just jumped up, a sharp ice pillar as thick as an arm suddenly appeared on the ground, and the sharp tip was just facing Mizuna's feet. And the next moment after the sharp ice pillar appeared, a large number of sharp ice pillars suddenly surged around, and these ice pillars would stab up and down irregularly, as if to stab the target with countless holes. Is this the ice roar? Mizuna thought of this magic after seeing this magic sound and light special effect. This is an ice mage level magic with an effective attack diameter of 10 meters. The most powerful thing about this magic is that it is an instant magic, but it can last for nearly 10 seconds, and its attack is also one of the best in the ice system. Once hit by this magic, there is no suspense at all, and you will definitely be stabbed into a hornet's nest by this magic. Looking at the ground below that has calmed down, Shui Nai's heart is not calm at all. If he hadn't reacted quickly and activated the air suspension in time, his body would have been completely stabbed into pieces or even powder like the broken ice on the ground. However, Shui Nai later figured it out. It was not that the system deliberately made things difficult for the player, but that he was too unlucky to encounter this ice giant who could only use the big killer weapon of Ice Roar as soon as he came out. Take the magic of another ice giant for example. The ice magic it used should be Ice Thorns. It is a magic that is mainly auxiliary and supplemented by attack. I saw a group of energy balls flashing with the halo of ice blue magic array. In the process of moving forward, it continuously threw out ice thorns. As long as these ice thorns hit the target, they will produce a freezing effect, and the attack distance is also amazingly far. The extended ice thorns can attack places 30 meters away. The most troublesome thing is that after this magic is used, the direction of its attack is random, and no one knows where it will attack next. In one direction, only people with extremely fast speed and reaction can escape from its attack. However, this ice spike, Mina has already found its weakness. It turns out that this ice spike has no way to attack the target directly above it, and Mina is just above it now. Mina, who was stagnant there, suddenly got excited and shot a thunder directly at the magic circle of the ice spike. After that, the magic circle was broken like glass, and the ice power contained in the entire magic circle was directly released in the most reasonable way. Looking at the ice fog that was about 1 meter thick, Mina could feel from the temperature under his feet that its coldness would definitely freeze Mina into an ice stick. After seeing these two ice giants use their own innate magic, Mina did not dare to let them use it a second time, and directly used a large number of elemental birds with the flame wall to bomb. Even if the target was off, Shui Nai didn't care, as long as he could interrupt the rhythm of its attack. As for those who couldn't break it, Shui Nai could only run away first. The ice giants, whose health was not too much, were soon killed by Shui Nai, and Shui Nai also got the corresponding fragments from them. The magic fragments of the mage level were no longer the kind of shrunken version, but pieces of broken magic arrays. Shui Nai checked the magic of the ice mage level and found that in the column of conventional magic, there were only ice roar, ice thorns, and an ice armor. These so-called conventional magics are actually some of the most used magics. To be honest, these materials can only play a certain guiding role. However, you can't just believe that there are only 3 magics of the mage level, otherwise, you will die miserably. Shui Nai walked into the cave, and before he took a few steps, he found that there were actually 3 passages waiting for him in front of him. No way, the ice crystal maze, they actually made such a map here. Shui Nai listened to the system's prompts in silence, and then looked at the maze made of extremely solid ice crystals. If the entrance to the cave can be broken through with a little trick, then now this ice crystal maze can only be forced through with strength. For a mage, the most troublesome problem is naturally supply. The strength of a mage's magic is almost proportional to its consumption. However, without space-type equipment, the mage's endurance becomes a very serious problem. However, Shui Nai did not have this worry. After lowering his head to check the medicine and arranging it, Shui Nai directly chose the road on the far left and went in without looking back. Chapter 754 The Magic of Breaking Armor. The ice crystal walls of this ice crystal maze are towering to the top, like mirrors, which can reflect the appearance of the player. Under some unknown ice blue light, the light reflected by the ice crystals was bright and dazzling, but this ice crystal maze was unusually cold. However, Shui Na also knew that this was the reason why he did not get the Ice Dragon Ball Dragon Soul. Generally speaking, such low temperatures are not a problem for ice magic, but rather a bonus of the environment. Before taking a few steps in this maze, Shui Na found a roar coming from the corner, and an ice giant was showing its head. Startled, Shui Na immediately retreated, and at the same time, the firebird on the elemental magic wand kept flying out, almost at the same time, pulling into a red stream of light. When dealing with these ice giants, Shui Na's ghost shield was already a little behind. After all, for this kind of group attack skill, a single shield can't fully defend. Without thinking too much, Shui Na put away the ghost shield again, and directly replaced it with an ice shield and began to attack with all his strength. The continuous burning effect of the flame wall has a strong interrupting effect on the magic of the ice giant, but the continuous burning effect of this flame wall has weakened a little. While maintaining the flame wall and using the elemental bird, Shui Na almost didn't have time to breathe. Looking at the melted ice giant, Shui Na just stared at the magic circle fragments on the ground, a little absent-minded. In this environment, it stands to reason that the ice mage has no chance to survive. After all, the ice mage's strongest ice magic doesn't seem to have much effect. Am I wrong? Should I use ice magic here? Shui Na began to recall the attack method of the ice mage he saw outside just now, and found that he seemed to use ice and fire to attack the ice elves below. Picking up the magic circle fragments on the ground, Shui Na decided to find an ice giant to try. Shui Na, who turned left whenever he saw a road, soon found the next ice giant after turning a few corners. Mina took the initiative to attack this time, and the ice cone on the magic wand shot into the eyes of the ice giant almost instantly. With a pop, Mina found that the forehead of the ice giant, which was originally as smooth as crystal, actually cracked under this attack, and a moderate amount of damage followed. No way, the armor-breaking special effect of the ice cone can be activated. Mina after that, he immediately fired an ice spear with a higher armor-breaking effect and attack power, and saw that this ice spear was thrown directly into the body of the ice giant. Although it did not cause much damage, the armor-breaking effect was clearly triggered. What made Mina very happy was that the ice spear inserted into the ice giant's body actually solidified, as if it had become a part of the ice giant's body. However, this extra part of the body affected the ice giant's movements. The friction and collision between the ice spear and the ice crystal maze always made it unstable, and sometimes interrupted the release of its magic. The armor-breaking effect of this ice system is also very strong. The ice giant, who was pierced into a hedgehog by Mina's ice spear, finally disintegrated and died because the ice crystals on his body were too severely broken. Haha, skill library, here I come. Mina picked up the magic circle fragments on the ground and rushed into the maze with cheers. Outside, the frozen world looked at the ice elements in front of him with frustration. Although he already knew that the ice armor-breaking special effects had a miraculous effect on ice crystal armor, he had to face the fact that his survivability was not strong enough. Under the tyranny of several frost novas, he quickly retreated to the territory of the ice elves. Although his ice specialization allowed him to reduce 30% of the damage when attacked by ice magic, and there was a high probability that he would be immune to the freezing special effects of the ice system, his health value could not hold on. However, what made him feel good was that the number of ice elements was not large. As long as he was careful every time, he could slowly lead the ice elements down, but the time issue was a little unimaginable. When he thought of the order his president gave him, he sighed a little. Now he couldn't imagine whether he could complete this promotion task in 2 days. Although he also wanted to complete his president's task, after all, he would be able to go down in history, but the gap between his willingness and the facts was too big. To become the first person in the game, this difficulty itself is not small. But if it succeeds, this celebrity effect can also make his guild go further in popularity and other aspects. However, after he saw the man just entering the cave, he knew that his idea was a bit too simple. He had seen Shui Nai. Although he didn't know Shui Nai's identity, he knew that this person was not an NPC. Now he also regretted why he didn't take the risk and rush up just now, otherwise he could use the passage left by the mage above, and even work with him. However, the armor-breaking special effects of the ice spears of these ice elves here are also excellent, and his defense can hardly withstand their bombardment. And now, the ice elements above have been refreshed. Alas, why are the elemental creatures here refreshed so quickly? Bing Fengqian Li reported the situation to the guild while using magic to attack the ice elements at the farthest distance to avoid the attack distance. In a volcanic area at the southernmost tip of the human empire, Shenlong, who was resting, frowned after looking at the information of Bing Fengqian Li. At the same time, he also checked the information reported by the guild. In order to complete this plan of the first person in history, Shenlong sent a lot of thieves to lurk in the promotion mission sites of various professions, monitor all players who want to be promoted in real time, and record their entry and exit time for comparison. Although this cannot fully understand the situation of all players, it can let people in the guild know the general situation. Among all professions, the upgrade speed of the mage is naturally the fastest, but this does not exclude those abnormal players who cannot be measured by normal people. Let's compare the Taifeng from a while ago. His level was reset to 0 some time ago. But in less than half a month, he returned to level 60. This upgrade speed is many times stronger than those so-called strongest training studios outside. However, what made him most angry was that Taifeng actually changed his job to the legendary dragon race and became the patriarch of this race. In fact, this did not make him feel hostile. After all, no matter how strong the player was, he could not be stronger than his own guild. But this player happened to be a brother of the player Shui Nai, which forced him to take it seriously. For now, the strength of Shui Nai can already affect his own guild. If he adds such a patriarch brother of a mysterious race, then the power he possesses will be even greater. If there is a heated conflict, the loss of his own guild will definitely be the greatest. Although he did not want to admit this, both the analyst in the guild and his father told him to be careful of this player and never to have a conflict unless necessary. A player can be so strong, Shenlong only feels that he is too useless as the president. His guild, which claims to be the strongest, dares not to conflict with a player. How can it be the strongest? However, he couldn't give up everything he had now just because of a momentary indignation. No, he would work harder to keep it all. Red Dragon, what do you think about this issue? Shenlong asked his companion, who was invited back to open up the land of fire elements. You think the player in the land of ice elements is that Shui Nai? Well, those of us who have fought with him all think that the person who disappeared in the headquarters of the Magic Guild is Shui Nai. To be honest, with his strength, such elemental creatures are not his opponents at all. He is too strong. Shenlong said with gritted teeth. For Shenlong, such elemental creatures basically can't stop Shui Nai. After all, he has seen a lot of ghost-like extreme speed. However, Shui Nai in the ice crystal maze completely forgot his speed and instead fought monster after monster like a mage. Maybe, but there's nothing we can do about it, right? Try your best, but our progress is much slower than that of the ice world. I know that, but I always feel uncomfortable if I do nothing. How difficult are you to trip up those places? Ilong said lazily while lying on a hot stone. That's a good idea. Shenlong's eyes lit up. After completing the collection task in the element land, although you can use the directional teleportation array set in the core position to leave the element land, and then find a way to return to the element city with your own strength. The fastest way is naturally to teleport directly to the nearest village main city after leaving the element land. Don't think about it, can't that guy fly? If he flies directly, can he ambush him? Instead of finding someone to ambush him, it's better to find someone to open up these roads directly, so that it will be easier for us to leave. Ilong closed his eyes and said, looking indifferent. I thought about this, but didn't the old man say that he only knew the location of the teleportation array in the land of thunder elements, and he didn't know the specific coordinates? Shenlong suddenly remembered the words of the chief thunder master in his guild. Shenlong now envies those players who have special teachers, who can not only get stronger and more advanced specializations, but also can make internal promotions. Then you can only pray that there is no danger in our teleportation array, otherwise, our efforts will definitely be in vain. After saying this, Ilong turned around and seemed to be planning to sleep for a while. We are also a guild after all, can you have some guild awareness? Don't mess with me, you can just worry about this kind of thing yourself. I don't want to spend time and brain cells thinking about these boring and meaningless things. After Ilong said this, he really fell asleep. Having your members and companions is a sin I committed in my previous life. After saying this, Shenlong began to calculate the gains and losses of Mina. As for the title of the best player in the game, he seemed to have let it go. To be honest, he really didn't have the desire to compete with Shui Nai. Chapter 755 Invincible. Shui Nai, who kept advancing in the ice crystal maze, had knocked down countless ice giants. Although he was not satisfied with the progress, he was slightly satisfied with the explosion rate of the magic fragments. However, this explosion rate was a bit biased. Xuanai had collected half of the ice roar and ice thorn, and only the last few corners were missing, but he didn't have any fragments of defensive magic like ice armor. It seems that these ice giants are elemental creatures that mainly attack. However, apart from this conventional magic, Xuanai didn't seem to have exploded a piece of unconventional magic fragments. However, he had already discovered the two smallest magics of the mage level that were not recorded on the official website. One was the Ice Blade Assault, where 10 ice blades nearly a meter long suddenly came from all directions, with amazing attack power. The ice shield in Xuanai's hand could not even block an ice blade and broke. The other one is Ice Dragon Assault. Although it can only attack targets in a line, this magic has freezing and knockback effects, and it can also directly make an ice explosion at the end to blow the enemy upside down. When facing these two ice giants, Xuanai almost died. The attack power of Ice Blade Assault is strong and concentrated, and the lethality to a single target is amazing. Although this Ice Dragon Assault is somewhat lacking in attack, the knockback and freezing effects make people feel helpless, especially in this kind of maze that is not wide. Xuanai is very jealous of these two magics, but he is helpless because the system setting is too stingy and refuses to give him even a fragment. Looking at the time, Xuanai found that he had been in this maze for 3 hours, but this maze seemed to have no end. The most troublesome thing is that there are many forks in this maze, and there are many dead ends, which makes people more and more upset. After a crash sound continued. Mina took an ordinary boss-level ice giant in a dead end. When he was solved, he had to sit aside and rest. Just now, the ice giant used an ice dragon attack to push Mina back more than 10 meters away, and stopped when he hit the ice wall directly. However, Mina, who stopped, felt as if he was hit head-on by a train, and all the bones in his body felt like they were about to break all over the ground. After that, Mina dragged his seriously injured body and was chased by the ice giant for several streets. In the end, Mina still used the dead end here, combined with teleportation and vine magic, to complete the revenge. After seeing that the magic value had recovered to half of the level, Mina went to clean up the battlefield. This dead end affected by the ignition has changed a lot. Under the baptism of Mina's ice spear and explosive bomb, the innermost wall was actually cracked. After seeing the crack, Mina's eyes immediately lit up. Because he knew that here, all the ice crystal walls were indestructible, and this destructible ice wall was obviously not the original ice crystal wall, which meant that something was hidden behind it. Seeing this, Xuanai didn't care about the 3 pieces of debris that exploded on the ground at the same time, and directly swung the magic wand, and the ice spear and explosive bombs flew out continuously. Under the armor-breaking effect of the ice spear technique, coupled with the high temperature and explosion effect of the explosive bomb, this ice wall was quickly broken into pieces. I saw that the space behind this ice wall was not large, only less than 4 square meters, and all the ice walls around it were indestructible ice crystal walls. However, in the center of this small secret room, a golden treasure chest appeared. Xuanai first checked whether there were any traps around, but found that no one had done anything in this small secret room, but when he thought that he had accidentally discovered this fake ice wall, he was relieved. The chance of finding this small secret room is surprisingly low. Even if there are no traps, it is probably only the destined person who can find it. However, even if it is found, it depends on whether there is a key. Mina took out a bunch of long unused keys from her backpack and started trying. After trying 5 golden keys in a row, Mina finally opened the treasure chest. Reaching out, Mina quickly took out an icy sapphire from it. As soon as the insight technique was activated, Dragon Blood Ice Ray appeared in Mina's eyes. Dragon Blood Stone, Yudeo is blessed. After putting away the Dragon Blood Ice Ray, Mina explored again and found another Ice Blue Wizard robe. The level of this robe is not low, it is actually dark gold level. After taking a look at the attribute, Xuanai changed his robe directly. Although he lost the suit effect of the elemental battle suit, he found that the cold air here disappeared in an instant after putting on the robe. Moreover, a thin layer of ice blue light appeared on his body, which was the ice armor effect attached to the robe. He explored further, but did not find anything, and the treasure chest also completed its historical mission and slowly disappeared on the ground. In the subsequent maze, Xuanai would directly shoot a few ice spears as long as he found a dead end. If there were suddenly some ice crystal walls that were different, he would not let it go. In this way of shooting almost every 10 steps, Xuanai did find 3 treasure chests. If Shuai had not accumulated a lot of keys, he would have been staring. However, to be honest, there was no surprise in the things in the next few treasure chests. They were all some low-level equipment and the like, which seemed to be a waste of keys. Hey, there's a door here. Shuai, who had been walking in this ice crystal maze for almost a day, had walked through almost half of the space of this maze. This was mainly because of his bad luck. The left road he chose at the beginning turned out to be a dead end. However, in this process, he gained a lot. For example, the two magic arrays of Ice Roar and Ice Thorn had been completely pieced together, and the Ice Dragon Impact was only missing the last corner. After thinking about it, Shuai decided to push open this ice door first. Anyway, at most, he could come here later and explode the Ice Dragon Impact. However, it was just what Shuai didn't want to see the most. After he walked into this door, he found that the ice door behind him closed with a click in an instant, and then it was frozen. Looking at the almost foggy cold air on the ice door, Shuai's outstretched hand quickly stopped. Turning around, Shuai looked back, and then he officially looked at this place. The exit of the ice crystal maze is a huge cave, an ice cave that has been frozen for who knows how many years. In the innermost part of this cave, a giant ice giant with a body size of more than 5 meters is suspended there, waiting to be harassed by those who are promoted like Mina. Tisk tisk, Black Boss, is this task so perverted? Mina looked at this level 100 Black Boss and began to repeatedly check the information of this promotion task. Black the boss is the strongest and hardest to see among all the bosses. Take the demon wolf king that Shuai saw in the woods of Lan Luo village. At that time, Shuai didn't even know what death was, and he died. However, this demon wolf king seems to have never been discovered until now, and has been living very comfortably in that forest. And now this elemental creature named Ice Spirit Messenger is obviously the strongest boss in this elemental land. Do I have to defeat this boss to pass the level? Shuai was dreaming. If it was that demon wolf king, Shuai would have a little confidence, but now he didn't dare to dream about this one. This is an invincible creature. It seems that this boss is not meant to be killed. Shuai carefully looked at the surrounding environment and layout, and found that the space here is particularly large, and there are some icicles and protruding rocks and other things. It seems that this is a place to escape attacks. However, to be honest, Shuai was confident that he could pass this level, but what made him a little afraid to move was that he saw a crystal bead, a dragon bead that made his heart beat. This dragon bead was on the ice crown of the Ice Spirit Messenger. Looking at this ice crown, Shuai had to calculate his chances of winning the battle with it. I wonder if I can knock this ice crown down. Shuai had to change his target. Behind this Ice Spirit Messenger, Shuai could already see the magic circle there. This was a small instant teleportation magic circle that could only accommodate one person, and next to this magic circle was a stone pillar covered with crystals. And the crystals on these stone pillars were Shuai's mission target ice element crystals. Pulling out the magic cannon, Shuai summoned another ghost. After completing the charging, Shuai looked at the Ice Spirit Messenger who was standing within the 200 meter shooting line and fired directly. However, what surprised Shuai the next second was that a layer of ice blue light wall suddenly appeared in front of this black boss, and the magic cannon beam that was invincible was blocked by someone for the first time. The Ice Spirit Messenger, who was attacked by Shuai, opened his eyes that were originally closed. Shuai, who was stared at by this look, felt as if he was drenched in ice water in the cold winter, and his whole body suddenly stiffened a lot. The worst thing was the ghost in front of Shuai, and now it was slowly frozen with a layer of frost. No way, incomplete domain. Shuai looked at the environment around where the temperature was obviously dropping rapidly, and became a little confused. This feeling was the same as when Bing Xin used the domain. Although the Ice Spirit Messenger here obviously did not practice the domain to the home, in this world of ice and snow, this incomplete domain has already had a great impact on Shuai. This is invincible. Shuai immediately put away the magic cannon and summoned an ice spear. Although the ice spear in his hand became icy cold under the dual effects of the ice and snow environment and the field, his eyes became more and more focused and brighter, looking at the Ice Spirit Messenger who was flying over. Chapter 756 Frozen Crown. As the Ice Spirit Messenger approached, Shuai felt that the cold air around him was almost becoming substantial, and the air around him was also undergoing great changes under the influence of this cold air, making his movements more and more difficult. When the Ice Spirit Messenger was less than 20 meters away from Shuai, Shuai moved. He threw the ice spear in his hand with the greatest force, and then the elemental magic wand moved, and a green vine appeared under the feet of the ice spirit messenger. The ice spirit messenger, whose feet were entangled by the vines, was immediately forced to stop, but the vines only worked for 1 second. Because in the next second, the vines turned into ice debris on the ground. However, this second has already worked. The light wall that could block the magic cannon was not activated by the arrival of the ice spear. It seems that this light wall cannot defend against this kind of physical attack. The ice spear easily hit the ice crown on its head. The ice crown hit by Mina's ice spear flew more than 10 meters away with a ding. Mina saw that his plan was successful, and immediately put away his excitement and activated the teleportation on the magic wand. The next second, he appeared at the place where the ice crown fell, and before the ice crown fell, he picked it up in his backpack. After that, he activated the teleportation in the magic wand again and moved to the farthest place. After losing the effect of the elemental battle suit, Mina's teleportation ability has weakened, but fortunately, although this cave is large, it only has a space of several hundred meters. After 2 consecutive teleportations, Mina almost arrived at the stone pillar covered with ice element crystals. The ghost abandoned by Mina loyally rushed to the raging ice spirit messenger. However, Mina did not expect that this ice spirit messenger was completely instead of clearing hatred due to the characteristics of teleportation, he directly abandoned this dirty ghost and turned to Shui Nai's side. Generally speaking, the teleportation of a mage has the effect of clearing hatred and attracting hatred. In the team, the teleportation of a mage is very unpopular. First, players don't like teammates who run away, and second, players don't like to make things chaotic and disorderly. At the same time, the ice spirit messenger waved his hands at Shui Nai, and a group of ice mist immediately appeared around Shui Nai. No way, he can cast spells hundreds of meters away. Shui Nai looked at the ice spirit messenger who was still 100 meters away, and dodged to the side in fear, not daring to rush into the ice mist. To be honest, Shui Nai is a little skeptical now. If all the mages who come to advance have to face this ice spirit messenger, then can anyone pass? However, what he didn't know was that, generally speaking, the ice spirit messenger who had been here for many years would not really get angry. At most, he would play with those mages who came to advance. As long as they were strong enough, they would not be killed by him. With an ice spirit heart, he generally had no emotional fluctuations except for some things that made him particularly angry. However, what Shui Nai did now had already angered him. If he hadn't been able to speak yet, Shui Nai might have heard this sentence in his heart: "Shameless thief, you dare to come back." Yes, after seeing Shui Nai's method of taking away his ice crown, the ice spirit messenger immediately thought of the incident hundreds of years ago, in which he also lost a frozen crown. And now this mage was holding a magic wand, just like the guy before, so he, who rarely came into contact with other creatures, naturally thought that he was the hateful and despicable mage hundreds of years ago. "I can't teleport, I need to practice more when I have a chance." Shui Na looked at the ice fog that was almost connected, and said with a headache. If his teleportation has been practiced to instant, then these ice fogs are just a matter of distance. Now he is only a few meters away from the stone pillar. Shui Na had to activate the flying technique and immediately crossed the ice fog at the fastest speed. Shui Na stretched out his hand and quickly pulled one of the crystals on the stone pillar into his hand. There are only 10 elemental crystals on this stone pillar. It seems that at most 10 crystals can be provided at a time. Shui Na, who got the crystal, immediately flew to the instant teleportation array not far away. When his feet touched the teleportation array that was in operation at the moment, he felt a flash in front of his eyes and found himself in a new environment. After looking at the teleportation array under his feet, Shui Na flew directly to a height of 100 meters without thinking, as if he was afraid that the ice spirit messenger would suddenly rush out from the teleportation. After opening his backpack, Shui Na took out the ice crown as soon as possible. A dazzling red light made Shui Nai's mind sway for a while, and he didn't even notice that his palms were frozen with frost. Legendary. Although Shui Na already had the artifact in his hand, he still had a strong desire for this legendary equipment. However, to be honest, the artifact in Shui Nai's hand either had some defects or was incomplete. Except for some special properties, the role it could play was not as useful as a piece of dark gold equipment. Item: Frozen Crown, Legendary Equipment. Occupational Restriction: Ice Mage. Usage Level: 100. Durability: Weight: 30. Item Description: this is a crown made of millennium black ice, with a strong icy aura. Only ice mages can withstand this cold aura. Basic item effects: physical defense plus 1000, magic defense plus 1500, ice resistance plus 100, ice magic chanting time halved, 50% damage reduction from ice skills, can produce strong resistance to fire. Item bonus effect: magic defense plus 1000, mental power plus 200, ice magic level plus 10, ice magic cooling time reduced by 20%, skill effect increased by 30%. Item special skills: Ice Spirit, the extremely cold breath contained in the frozen crown can make the wearer have a more sober and calm spirit, making the magic less likely to be interrupted during the release process, and immune to dizziness and some mental magic. Frost Breath, the frozen crown can autonomously form a layer of cold air. All novice magicians who come into contact with this cold air will be affected by its breath and suffer frostbite, freezing or freezing effects. Ice Armor, the ice breath of the frozen crown can passively increase the wearer's protective ability, making the wearer have the ice armor effect, and the amplification effect is times that of the ice armor. Note, it cannot coexist with the skill Ice Armor. Ice Spirit Helmet, the ice breath of the frozen crown can passively increase the wearer's protective ability, making the wearer have the ice helmet effect, and the amplification effect is times that of the ice helmet. Note, it cannot coexist with the skill Ice Spirit Helmet. Ice Helmet coexists. Super Ice Ring, the ice breath of the frozen crown can amplify the effect of the wearer's ice ring, giving the wearer a chain ice ring resonance effect when using the ice ring. Super Frost Nova, the ice breath of the frozen crown can amplify the effect of the wearer's Frost Nova, giving the wearer a chain explosion effect when using Frost Nova. Ice Mist, pay 1500 points of magic power to release a 15x4 Ice Mist, causing 1000 points of damage per second to all personnel in the target area for 5 seconds. At the same time, novice magicians who come into contact with this ice mist will be severely frozen, and their mobility will be reduced by 400 points. The cooling time is 5 minutes. Mina looked at the ice crown from left to right for several times, but found that the dragon ball on it did not seem to be embedded in it, that is, this dragon ball is actually just a decorative toy. However, for safety reasons, Mina did not touch it and put it directly into the backpack. When Shuai put the ice crown in, he immediately cast a hydrotherapy on himself. In the few hits just now, Shuai was frozen by the frost breath and lost hundreds of health points. It is worthy of being a legendary top-grade equipment. This time, it has killed hundreds of my health points. With Shuai's ice resistance ability, hundreds of health points disappeared in a few seconds. This effect is definitely not something that those melee professions can withstand. Although most of the equipment skills of this ice crown are passive, these passive skills are very real, plus it has a good bonus itself, and it is a very rare headdress, which undoubtedly adds to its value. After seeing this, Shuai immediately threw the ice armor and ice helmet in his backpack aside, intending to find an opportunity to give them to Xiaowen, the ice mage. Okay, the ice element crystal is completed, and the next step should be to go to the earth element land in the northwest. Shuai glanced at the elemental crystals in his backpack, and then at the player map. This plan was set for him by Bing Xin. In order to maximize the utilization rate of his 3 teleportation opportunities, Bing Xin specially planned his itinerary. The 6 elemental lands of the human empire exist according to the ranking of the hexagram. In the southwest of the ice elemental land, that is, the northwest region of the human empire, there is an earth elemental land. It's just that the distance to this place is very far. If you don't take the teleportation array, it will take several days to fly. Now, every time Shuai completes the collection of elemental crystals twice, he has to use the special return scroll to go back to the headquarters of the Magic Guild and then teleport. This kind of return scroll is prepared for multi-specialized mages like Shuai, and ordinary mages don't have this treatment. However, what Shuai is most worried about now is those elemental crystals. These elemental crystals have a soul connection with the collector. Once the collector dies, the crystal will automatically disappear. Moreover, it cannot be stored or discarded. It can only be stored with special props when returning to the headquarters of the Magic Guild. Although Mina can use the flying technique to cross these obstacles and collect them again in these elemental lands, the problem of time cannot be made up. This is a problem that belongs only to Mina, a very serious problem. Chapter 757, Meet the Fox Fairy Guild again. To be honest, Mina doesn't want to face the furious ice spirit messenger again. However, if his ice crown is robbed by someone like this, he will definitely fall into a rage. This is a top-grade equipment, and it is also very practical. If the attributes of this ice crown are posted, Mina will probably attract a lot of enemies. I don't know if this earth elemental land is difficult to fight. Shui Na looked at the special scroll back to the city in his hand and hesitated. However, in the end, Shui Na still put away the scroll back to the city and started to go to the nearest main city. In this border area bordering the Undead Empire, the villages here have long been destroyed. Except for those strategic main cities and fortresses, there are no other places with teleportation arrays. Flying all the way to the northwest, the scenery that comes into view is almost mainly desolate. In some places, there are piles of white bones and rusty weapons and armor. You can tell at a glance that this is a battlefield. I hope I don't encounter any high-level undead NPCs, otherwise it will be troublesome. Shui Na looked at the land polluted by darkness below and was a little worried. However, the more you don't want to encounter something, you will often encounter it. Soon, Shui Na saw a small black dot appear in the sky in the distance. Seeing that this small dot came from the side of the Undead Empire, Shui Na would not believe that it was a member of the Human Empire. Damn it! Without thinking, Shui Na went straight to the nearest small fortress on the map. Shui Na's flying skill is much faster than creatures running on the ground, but if it is to compete with flying abilities of creatures with wings like thunder eagles or bone dragons, then Shui Na can only bow his head and admit defeat. Looking at this distance, the shadow was getting closer and closer, and Mina had to go into a small forest on the ground. If he really wanted to fly back to the fortress, even if he drove at the fastest speed, it would take half an hour, and this was the territory of the dark camp. Although his physique allowed him to adapt to the environment here, his clothes could not hide him from the people of the dark forces. After entering the woods, Mina quickly found a small crack and went in, then cast the water hiding technique and entered the stealth state. For Mina, this was the maximum he could do. If he went further, he would have to log off and leave. Less than 2 minutes later, Mina immediately found that there was suddenly a black cloud in the sky. When he looked up, he found that it was a very large bird. Although it might not be as huge as the bone dragon in Mina's hand, it was not small either, with a wingspan of almost 15 meters. And most importantly, its transportation capacity was much stronger than that of the bone dragon. The bone dragon in Shui Nai's hand can only accommodate a few players with good strength. Others, such as weak mages, should not sit on it, otherwise they will fall down directly. Looking at the figures on it, Shui Nai dared not do anything this time. He closed his eyes directly and did not even dare to look at them. Because he found that there was not only one strange bird in the sky, but nearly 10, and there were 5 people standing on each big strange bird. Facing this group of people who were obviously from the dark camp, Shui Nai simply clicked on the offline option and was ready to log off at any time. 50 enemies, and it seemed that there were NPCs. This was definitely not something Shui Nai could face. And now with these strange birds, he couldn't run away. Hey, why is this happening? Didn't I see a person flying over here just now? Why did he disappear all of a sudden? After the 10 strange birds circled around the grove for several times, a voice suddenly sounded. Never mind, let's go first. The transportation fee of this black-winged giant eagle is too high. If we delay any longer, we will go bankrupt. At this time, a player who was obviously their leader suddenly said something, and then all the black-winged giant eagles flew away. Black-winged giant eagle? Isn't this a monster after level 100? Shui Na looked at these strange birds and looked at these black spots with a headache. Because the direction they were going was exactly where Shui Na was going. Shui Na flew up to the sky again, took a look at the direction, and still flew down with a stiff upper lip. Because his medicine was a little insufficient, he was afraid that he would have to replenish it after this flight. Although he conquered the ice elemental land in less than 2 days, he would not think that other elemental lands were too simple. Not to mention that his tasks were several times more than those of ordinary people, and they were also several times more difficult. While flying, Shui Na suddenly found a flash of light in front of him. This white holy light was very obvious and dazzling on this dark land. It's more important to save people. Shui Na hesitated for only a few seconds, then turned around and flew towards the bottom of the black cliff. Xiao Mei, don't attack, and go all out with Yayaniadi to heal. Brilliance, side attack, hold on. The beautiful fox looked at the skeleton soldiers outside. Although she was very desperate, her command was very accurate and steady. To be honest, She didn't expect that the hunting operation that was originally foolproof would suddenly appear and force her people into a dead end. Hold on, I'll go out and get rid of the undead warlock. As long as the warlock who can control the undead creatures around him is solved, then these people can be regarded as gaining something. Don't go out, let's guard first, I have notified others, and someone should come soon. Holding a huge shield, looking at the players around the undead warlock, he didn't believe that any player could take down this NPC among these people. This is a mage-level necromancer. Even if he may be the weakest, he is not someone that players can face now, not to mention the beautiful fox that has just been resurrected. However, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard a very sudden scream. Then, the necromancer in the grey mage robe slowly fell down. And a mage holding a silver broadsword slowly appeared behind him. Before Mina could retreat, he had to set up the mage killer and block the two daggers after throwing off the red and black blood on the mage killer. Fanfiction. The dark thief opposite Mina looked at the silver shining broadsword, and remembered the stealth ability of the mage just now, and only this name flashed in his mind. Exactly. Mina said, raised his right foot, and kicked the dark thief. However, after seeing this light kick, the thief suddenly smiled contemptuously, and raised his left foot to block it. However, his smile did not last until the next second, and he suddenly felt that the raised foot seemed to be hit by a hammer, and it felt sore and tingling. Under the huge force, he could not keep his balance. This is impossible. The thief only thought of this, and he found a flash of silver light in front of his eyes, his throat felt cold and painful, and he turned into a soul and returned to the resurrection point. He didn't see how Shui Nai drew his knife and how he picked up his two daggers. After getting rid of the thief, Shui Nai immediately pulled away, then changed out the elemental wand, and a few frost novas came down, and a large area of undead creatures around were completely frozen. And several undead players who wanted to fight back couldn't get close to Shui Nai at all, and were sent back to their hometown to recuperate. The undead creatures that lost the control of NPCs and players immediately turned into a pile of loose sand and acted according to their instincts. Long time no see, everyone. Shui Nai looked at the battlefield that had been controlled and said happily. He didn't expect that he would meet these old friends under such circumstances. However, he was very glad in his heart. If he had chosen to turn a blind eye just now, then... Tisk tisk. Level 99, it threw us all to Mars. The beautiful fox circled around Shui Nai twice, as if looking at animals in a zoo. I encountered a few abnormal tasks and I got promoted all of a sudden. Shui Nai said very modestly, especially when he saw that the average level of the people in the Fox Fairy Guild was less than 85, he knew that he had to be modest. By the way, you are here to advance, right? Did you choose the ice system? The beautiful fox had the best brain and immediately compared and checked the situation of Shui Nai's appearance here with the latest news on the official website. I guess so, but I'm not an ice system, but a full system. Shui Nai said proudly this time. Full, what's that? The beautiful fox couldn't react for a while and said with some confusion. To be honest, they only knew that Shui Nai had the special state of the elemental heart, but they didn't know Shui Nai's specific abilities. But, what made them all not have that kind of curiosity? And Mina couldn't just brag about her adventures to everyone she met. All series, that is, I can learn all elemental magic. Oh, and now I can learn dark magic. Mina saw that Hudi, who was responsible for cleaning the battlefield, was holding a skill book with a black cover, and immediately knew that it was dark magic. Here, only the NPC just now would drop a skill book, and there are probably not many players who would put a skill book in their backpacks and wait for it to be dropped. The probability is too low. Then it's for you. Hudi threw the skill book directly to Mina. Mina looked down and saw that it was a high-level magic called Dark Amplification, a good auxiliary skill. After that, Mina slapped the Dark Amplification into her left hand in front of everyone. Damn, you are telling the truth. Xiaomei rubbed her eyes, shocked. Is he still a member of the Holy Light Camp now? I have a dark physique. As long as it is not the magic of the undead, I can learn it, but I can't learn too much. Seeing everyone like this, Shui Nai's tiny vanity was already very full. By the way, these two are for you. I don't need them now. Xiao Wen looked at the two exquisite ice crystal toys handed over by Shui Nai, and looked at Shui Nai with some confusion. When she saw the system prompt that learning option, she was even more confused. Hehe, the specialty of the elemental land, I just came out from there, these two are very fresh. Shui Nai said jokingly. Chapter 758. Do you dare to be stronger? When Yan and several priests resurrected all the dead companions, Shui Nai followed them and left the scene. Shui Nai had never thought that the Sword of Glory Hanjian and the others would walk with the girls of the Fox Fairy Guild and join the Fox Fairy Guild. After that, Shui Nai was pulled by Xiao Wen and several other mage players to teach the experience of the elemental land. So, other elemental lands will also explode this kind of magic fragments. Hanjian's eyes immediately brightened up. For players like them who are independent of those big guilds, if they want to get good skills, they can only buy them with money, except for relying on themselves. However, on the one hand, they are not rich people, and on the other hand, they can't compete with the guilds occupying various resource points, so they have a great demand for skills. To be honest, the Sword of Glory actually wants to find a guild to join, and with their skills, they are also enough to serve as an elite member of some medium-sized guilds. However, due to their past conflicts with the Dark Dragon Guild, these small and medium-sized guilds naturally dare not stroke the tiger's whiskers, and they don't want to be the younger brothers of a giant beast like the Holy Flame of Light. It is for this reason that the 5 of them have been living in this border area. In these days of fighting and killing, they have lived a fulfilling life and their skills have been significantly improved. Not long ago, at the invitation of the beautiful fox, they joined this guild that basically didn't look like a guild. There will definitely be, but now, apart from my understanding of the ice system, the rest will have to wait. Shui Nai naturally would not be stingy with her experience in clearing the level, and readily agreed to pass on the experience of all the elemental lands to them in the future. Are there any holy light priests? Xiao Mei said with a pout. It shouldn't be difficult for priests to advance, you can rest assured. Shui Nai thought about it. The main ability of priests is to assist and restrain dark creatures. It is unlikely to use dark creatures for trials, and if it is just to assess the auxiliary ability, there will not be much danger. Hopefully. Xiao Mei didn't have much confidence in herself. To be honest, their operating ability has indeed improved, but in terms of skills and equipment, they are far behind. In this dangerous battlefield, none of these girls have not died several times, and this is exactly why their levels can't keep up. Be careful, the enemy is coming. At this moment, the radiant sword, which had been prepared, suddenly pointed at the small black dot in the sky. Just now, they were almost killed by a player dropped by such a small black dot. One strange bird, 5 people, one of whom is an NPC, tut, it seems that we have to make it. Mina took out the telescope, and this time, he looked at them arrogantly. Because there were more people on their side than them. Aren't you almost level 99? You dare to kill again, be careful of explosion. The beautiful fox said viciously. It's not that easy, the elemental creatures in the elemental land are not worth much. I have killed hundreds of magician-level monsters, and it has only increased by less than 2%, and the NPC just now gave 3% experience, and there are also a lot of gold coins and honors. Then don't rob it, it would be better to give it to us. The beautiful fox licked her lips and her figure slowly disappeared. Seeing this, Shui Nai, who was standing next to Yan, shook his head helplessly and disappeared. After that, everyone found a shelter and began to prepare for the battle. Captain, we found the players mentioned by Team 10. Where? As the thief in charge of reconnaissance raised his hand and pointed, the beautiful fox and the others had completed the final arrangement. They simply formed a defensive formation and protected the 3 priests at the back. Xiao Wen gave Yan the ice helmet she had just learned. The ice helmet has good defensive capabilities and also has the effect of increasing spirit value. It is a very good auxiliary skill. After that, Xiao Wen gave everyone defensive magic such as ice crystal armor and ice shield. Under the added effect of ice armor, the effect of these ice defense magics soared straight up, which made the mages such as Hong Yan and Xiao Mei very jealous. Lord Luojiu. A player on the black-winged giant eagle suddenly said to the undead warlock standing in the front. How are the other teams completing their tasks? Luojiu didn't look at the little guy below. To him, those people below were just a group of ants that could be easily crushed to death. It has already started, but because the action was leaked by these people below, we are now in a passive position. Then use them for blood sacrifice. After Luojiu finished speaking, he took a step to the left and came to the midair, but did not fall. Luojiu, who was suspended in the air, took a look at the black land, and suddenly his clothes swelled up, and a grey energy emerged from his body, forming a grey magic circle with a diameter of almost 10 meters under his feet. As the magic circle formed, a large amount of grey mist sprinkled from the magic circle to the ground, covering nearly 100 square meters of land. Be careful, he is summoning undead creatures. This magic can summon hundreds of the lowest level skeletons at a time, and these skeletons are of a high level and difficult to deal with. The beautiful fox has been here for so long, but she is very familiar with these dark magics, and she can almost tell what magic it is at a glance. Hundreds, doesn't this exceed the limit of the summoning space? Shui Na was a little shocked. If every undead mage uses this magic, then what about the people in the Holy Light Camp? It's okay, after using this magic, he will become a waste, otherwise you think he was standing there for you to kill just now, it's just that he can't run. The beautiful fox knows that the undead warlock who uses this magic has basically removed all defenses, and in the process of using this magic, the undead warlock can't move? Give him to me, and you can handle the rest yourself. Seeing Shui Na here, the beautiful fox was not polite, and directly threw Shui Na aside, and carefully sneaked towards the undead warlock. While watching the magic, Mina discovered that the necromancer who had just used the magic seemed to have used up all his magic power and began to gasp for breath. However, at this time, the 4 players in the sky had also come down and guarded around the necromancer. Be careful, I'll go over to help. Shui Na saw that the beautiful fox had stopped moving, and knew that she didn't dare to go in. Well, be careful yourself. Yan looked at Shui Na's background and said with a gloomy look. It's a piece of cake. Shui Na said, and waved an ice magic wand, and several mists were generated. After that, a frost nova directly froze nearly 20% of the large group of skeleton soldiers who had not yet come, and another 20% were affected by the frozen state. Tisk tisk, it's really professional equipment, the effect is good. Shui Na looked at the ice magic wand in his hand, which Shui Na got from opening a treasure chest in the land of ice elements. Although it is not as good as Shui Na's elemental wand in general, this ice wand is incomparable to the elemental wand in terms of the bonus of ice magic, and this wand is also a general-purpose wand. Don't be so scary. Although Xiao Wen has not learned Frost Nova, he has seen it countless times, but none of them can have the power of Shui Na. When Shui Na's second Frost Nova was played, all the remaining skeleton soldiers were directly affected. The power of the core explosion area of Frost Nova is still very lethal to these lowest-level skeleton soldiers. Some skeleton soldiers were directly shattered like this. Damn, what's going on? An undead warlock player on the opposite side was still preparing to add a group state to these skeleton soldiers so that they could break through the defense of these people in one fell swoop. But the magic had just been completed, and all the skeleton soldiers below were covered with ice crystals. And the amplification magic in his hand is now useless. Afterwards, the necromancer and several of his fellow players saw a mage holding an ice blue wand stepping on the heads of the frozen skeletons and casting ice magic at them. Too arrogant. A dark thief immediately raised his crossbow and shot wildly at Shui Na. However, on these uneven ice blocks, Shui Na walked as if on flat ground, easily dodging the crossbow shots. And his counterattack began to focus on the thief. Heal. The thief, who had been stunned by Shui Na's machine gun-like shooting speed, naturally shouted this sentence, but when he thought that there was no doctor in his team, he could only leave unwillingly. The players who were beaten by Shui Na were immediately in chaos, and at this time, the beautiful fox seized the opportunity and directly threw her 2 strongest skills, Broken Spine and Sealed Throat, over. Both skills are aimed at the fatal parts, and there is a high probability of triggering the instant death effect. Moreover, the lethality of these 2 skills is also very strong. Even if they cannot trigger the instant death, it is not difficult to cripple those non-boss mage professional creatures. Only a click that makes people itch all over the body was heard, and the 2-finger dagger in the hand of the beautiful fox pierced the spine and throat of the necromancer respectively. The necromancer, who was not even an elite, fell down easily. There is a thief. The remaining 3 dark players who had reacted immediately wanted to rescue, but the necromancer who had triggered the instant death effect could never come back alive. At first, they naively thought that these people would not be the hands and feet of this necromancer. After all, the gap in level can crush people to death, but they did not expect that this necromancer would be defeated so quickly that they did not even have the opportunity to run away in advance. Damn, do you dare to be stronger? The beautiful fox looked at the skeleton soldiers frozen there by Shui Na. She couldn't eat any of them. Otherwise, it would take too long to break the ice. She might break the dagger and couldn't eat many skeleton soldiers. Hee hee. Shui Na chuckled and said happily. Chapter 759 Yayan. Shui Nai and the others didn't let go of any skeleton soldiers. Each skeleton soldier was under the three priests, and turned into experience and fed back to them. Okay, now we have to speed up. If there are a few more batches, we may not be able to eat them. The beautiful fox glanced at Shui Nai, who was bored and looking around, and then said with some concern. We have to go. To be honest, now they dare to send people out to attack us, we have to go back to assist in defense. When the Sword of Glory thought of the information he had just received, he immediately wanted to go back and fight those sneak attackers. This time, the Undead Empire sent hundreds of people in a row, divided into hundreds of mobile teams to attack. With the black-winged giant eagle, they can come and go freely. It's a pity for that giant eagle. It flew away when it saw that the situation was not right. Otherwise, it would be great to shoot it down. Big Shield saw this giant eagle and was very interested in adopting one. By the way, I want to ask a question, how did you get to this place? It seems that this place is a little deeper. Mina flew directly along the shortest route. This cannot be changed, but they don't seem to have the ability to go deeper. We came out by teleportation, but this is a one-way teleportation, and the location is also random. We were too lucky this time, and we went deeper. If we had known, we wouldn't have wasted money. Random teleportation array, you dare to sit in it. Shui Na had to say that these guys were not afraid of death. If the random teleportation array teleport them to the side of the Undead Empire, wouldn't it be like sending food? Tisk, what do you know? This random teleportation is basically in a fixed area, and it just gets angry sometimes and makes a breakthrough. The beautiful fox is naturally not a fool. If there is no reliable guarantee, she will not want it. Occasionally, it's not bad enough. Shui Na dare not compliment, sometimes a wrong move, but never turn over. No, it's just that this accidental outburst has a high chance of getting some adventure. We've already tasted the sweetness, so, hee. Teleport to the adventure cave. Shui Na suddenly thought of a game experience, which seemed to say that someone got a hidden profession because of a mistake in a teleport, just like the cave adventures in those martial arts novels before. It's almost the same, but we were teleported to a dragon tomb, and we died in the end. Dragon tomb? We died. Well, we were burned on the outside and tender on the inside by several lightning elements, but Yayan finally got the thing. Where is the dragon tomb? I'll go dig it up. When Shui Na heard about the dragon tomb, he immediately thought of the dragon ball, and now he can't wait to take a hoe and shovel to rob the tomb. No need to go, how many hundreds of meters underground? When you dig until you are old, you should be able to dig through it. Oh, forget it. Shui Na gave up immediately after hearing this. It is better not to do thankless things. Why don't you ask Yayan what she got? Seeing that he was only concerned with robbing other people's tombs, but ignored Yayan's gains, the beautiful fox wanted to whet his appetite, but it didn't work at all. You don't need to know this, as long as you can use it. Shui Na said with a smile. To be honest, although the game world is more real than reality, it is not necessary to share all secrets with friends. Tisk, our Yayan is fighting for you. Xiao Mei said hatefully in the private chat. Me? Shui Na asked puzzledly, and then suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. Don't say it's a dragon ball. I don't know if there is a dragon ball, but it should be a dragon crystal. Anyway, we know nothing about this thing. You can ask Yayan to go to the warehouse to show it to you later. Xiao Mei heard that his tone seemed to be only shocked, and basically no emotions. Thinking of Shui Na and Xiao Yu, she couldn't hate him anymore. I understand. But now it's time to fight again. Shui Na looked at the two small black dots in the distance and said nervously. This time, for the sake of safety, Shui Na had to summon the flame fantasy dragon lizard. And when the beautiful foxes saw that this huge lizard could actually sneak, their eyes almost popped out. Top notch, this top notch. Jianzhou Pianfeng said absent-mindedly. With such a pet, killing and arson are not what they want. I'll go up to stop them, you guys be careful. It has been almost an hour since the use of the magic killer, and it's time to use magic without scruples. This time, the supplies brought by the beautiful foxes were sufficient, so Shui Nai's backpack was full again. If two undead mage masters came, Shui Nai would not be afraid, but he could not guarantee the people of the Fox Fairy Guild. Damn, this kid really treats us as weaklings. The beautiful fox looked at Shui Nai and rushed directly into the sky, and couldn't help but said with some displeasure. No, you should say that he is used to fighting alone. Besides, can any of us fly? The Sword of Glory said sincerely. When Shui Nai and the others returned to the nearest fortress, it was already 4 hours later. Although the people of the Fox Fairy Guild all had mounts, not all mounts were speed-oriented, so they did not walk fast. When they were about to join the fortress, Yayan suddenly returned the small magic cannon that Shui Nai had given her at the beginning to Shui Nai. This was the one Shui Nai lent her when she was in danger just now. To be honest, although Yayan has the holy flame magic, this magic is not very suitable for that kind of intense battle. Therefore, when fighting against hostile players, she will only serve as an excellent healing priest. Why don't you lend it to me to play with? Seeing this, Xiaomei was naturally a little angry. Your magic effect is good, it's just a waste to give it to you. To be honest, this magic cannon has begun to fail to keep up with the development. Shui Na had to look at the magic cannon in his hand. Their power could no longer meet Shui Na's requirements. However, if used to sneak up on people, one sneak up on Onite's accurate. And this is exactly why he gave it to Yayan. If that blind guy bypassed them to bully Yayan, and saw this thing, his expression would be very interesting. Unfortunately, due to the existence of Shui Nai, this kind of thing can't happen. By the way, Lao Fan, you are the one who buys bones and dark gems, right? The beautiful fox asked when entering the city. Well, they are ours, do you have them? Yes, but not many. I originally thought it was strange. People in the Holy Light camp don't need these things, but when I saw your demon left hand, I understood. Demon left hand, this is a bit exaggerated. Shui Nai looked at the left hand tightly covered by the glove and said a little unnaturally. This is not the Elf Empire. If that saint finds him, I'm afraid it will be another situation of life and death. Yayan, take him to the warehouse. We'll go hand over the task first. The beautiful fox looked at Yayan, who had been silent all the way, shook her head gently, and led the people away. Shui Nai followed Yayan for a while, frowning and looking at her. Along the way, he naturally found that something was wrong with Yayan. Although the current Yayan seemed to be more beautiful and mature than the previous one, she always made people feel that she was a little cold and didn't seem to be very angry. Well, how are you doing recently? You also have to prepare for the college entrance examination. Shui Nai couldn't find a topic for a while, so he could only start from here. Yet. Yayan nodded, obviously not interested in replying. Are you worried? If you don't mind me being gossipy, you can tell me. Shui Nai had to bite the bullet and asked. Yayan just glanced at Shui Nai, shook her head and said nothing. Arriving at the warehouse, Yayan quickly took out the Thunder Dragon crystal inside. It's a real dragon crystal, but if there is a dragon ball inside, we have to find someone to break it open to know. Shui Na looked at the fist-sized dragon crystal. With his insight, he was sure that this was a dragon crystal. Thank you. Although Shui Na was not used to Yayan's cold expression, he still thanked her happily. After that, Yayan took out a small batch of bone materials and dark gems from the warehouse of the beautiful fox. These things were all exploded from players or NPCs of the Undead Empire. However, what disappointed Shui Na was that he still couldn't use these low-level gems. It seemed that the growth of his dark mark was a long way to go. Shui Na. Yayan suddenly called out. Well, is there something? Shui Na responded immediately, but when he looked up, he found that Yayan suddenly smiled at him, and Shui Na's eyes lit up for a while. It was the first time he found that Yayan looked so beautiful when she smiled, but Shui Na, who saw this smile, felt a little bitter in his heart. Are you okay? Shui Na asked worriedly. A person who was cold and didn't seem to have much emotion just now suddenly smiled at him. If Shui Na said that there was no problem with this change, Shui Na would not believe it. Especially when he was relatively familiar with Yayan, he would not think that Yayan would be okay. No, I just figured out something suddenly, so I felt relieved. Yayan did not hide it this time. To be honest, after she saw Shui Na happy because of the dragon crystal, and saw him lost because he couldn't absorb the energy of the dark gem, she seemed to suddenly understand a truth, that is, she liked to see Shui Na happy more. When Yayan thought of this, she suddenly woke up. If you like someone, you don't necessarily have to have them. Yayan said in her heart. Well, I heard that you and Sister Xiao you are. I wish you all the best. Haha, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Goodbye. After Ye Yan finished speaking, she suddenly turned around and walked towards the crowd. When Shui Nai raised her hand to ask about the situation, she suddenly found that her finger was cold. A drop of crystal water fell on it at some point. She stopped for a moment and looked at the water drop, not knowing what to do. Chapter 760 Finding the Entrance, Part 1. Although Shui Nai didn't know about Ye Yan's feelings, he was not a fool and could feel something. However, feelings are either there or not. He has always treated her and Xiao Mei as his younger sisters, and he didn't know when she would develop a good impression of him. However, Shui Nai didn't have time to think about this now. Because on his map, there were 2 blue light spots coming towards him, and they were divided into 2 groups, and it seemed that they were going to attack from both sides. Shui Nai, who was held in a bar by the beautiful fox and Xiao Mei, looked at them helplessly as they interrogated the prisoner. When Ye Yan suddenly went offline early, the 2 of them reacted, and then they went directly to Shui Nai and asked about what happened just now. So, Xiao is fine now. After listening to Shui Nai's recollection, the fox asked Xiao Mei beside her. She should be fine, because she has figured it out. As soon as Xiao Mei finished speaking, Shui Nai nodded quickly like a chicken pecking at rice. That's good, you dead boy, why do you come to provoke our Xiao for no reason? You are really a heartless man. The beautiful fox was relieved when she heard Xiao Mei say this. It's unfair, I didn't. Shui Nai cried bitterly in her heart, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. Is she really fine? Shui Nai asked uncertainly at this time. Do you really want her to be fine? Xiao Mei asked softly, and her smile was very gentle, but the more this happened, the colder Shui Nai felt. Shui Nai didn't dare to reply this time, and shook her head directly. Alas, it's really not that you are good. Xiao Mei looked at Shui Nai and said with some dissatisfaction. And Shui Na could only smile awkwardly. She didn't dare to be presumptuous to these 2 girls. Take the 3 drinks on their table, and they ate half of the gold coins in Shui Na's backpack at once. Poor Shui Na, this is the money Shui Na used to buy potions. Dream Angel for 100 gold coins a cup, although this is a taste that can't appear in the real world, it doesn't need to be so expensive. Shui Na's heart is already bleeding. By the way, what are your plans after that? The beautiful fox didn't want to make the scene awkward, so she asked. When it comes to business, Shui Na immediately put away the awkward expression just now. I must complete this promotion task within half a month, so I have to travel around various elemental lands during this period of time. This shouldn't be too difficult for you. The beautiful fox already knows the true meaning of Shui Na, the elemental mage. Don't say that, if it was really simple, there wouldn't be no one promoted now. Shui Na glanced at the dozen or so players who stayed at level 99 on the level ranking list. In addition to these known people, he didn't know how many players like Shui Nai were not on the list, but he believed that there would be many. For now, Shui Nai found that the most troublesome thing for players to advance is that there is no guidance and experience from predecessors. As players have no master and rely entirely on themselves, the most troublesome thing is that they have to rely on themselves for everything. Just like the ice element land, when Shui Nai went there, no one reminded him to bring a few more warm clothes, and no one reminded him to use the ice element's armor-breaking special effects. Maybe they all thought Shui Nai already knew and was ready, otherwise, Shui Nai would not be so confident to advance. All of these must be explored by oneself. And when exploring, you often have to pay a sufficient price. But it's good this way, it can give her some time to calm down. Xiao Mei also spoke at this time, but the look she gave Shui Nai was not very kind. By the way, there will be a large mission in the Elf Empire in half a month. If you have time, come and help. Shui Nai actually wanted them to go there a long time ago, but this happened suddenly, and he didn't know if it was appropriate. It depends on the situation. I'll give you information then. Xiao Mei said, and suddenly called the waiter. Please give me another cup of Dream Angel, and take the other cup away. Xiao Mei continued happily under Shui Nai's expression that was about to collapse. Wait, me too. The beautiful fox also intervened, it's rare that someone invites you, so I can't let it go. You have money, right? You are so cruel. Shui Nai fiercely attacked the cup of Dream Angel in his hand. Haha, it's enough to have money. I'm afraid I'll have to pay for it myself. Before leaving, Shui Nai was warned by the two to keep his mouth shut. If he heard any rumors, they would patronize Shui Nai's wallet again. Even if they didn't say it, he wouldn't say anything. He didn't want to make things awkward with everyone. Fortunately, not many people knew about this matter, and only a few sharp-minded girls from the original Fox Fairy Guild knew about it. After 2 teleportation arrays and flying for nearly 4 hours, Shui Nai finally arrived above the elemental land in the southwest. But when he looked down, Shui Nai, who was exhausted, was immediately dumbfounded. Directly below him, there was a vast and undulating mountain range. However, before Shui Nai had time to think about it, a group of raptors left behind had already chased him with screams. "Damn, are you sick? You have been chasing for hundreds of kilometers, and you are still chasing." Shui Nai didn't even look back and went to the forest below. Just now, he just accidentally crossed the boundary, but the Eagle King brought a group of brothers to chase Shui Nai for dozens of streets. Shui Nai was not interested in fighting these birds in the sky. It seems that the elemental Magi's not easy to advance. Shui Nai, who came down to the ground, looked at the endless mountains and said with a headache. If he didn't know that the earth element land was underground, then Shui Nai would not need to advance and could just go home and take a shower. It turns out that you have to pay as much as you want to get. After taking a look at the map, Shui Nai shook his head helplessly and broke into this mountain range. This is a very primitive mountain range. It is called primitive because there are no players here to develop it, and there are not many NPCs. And it is precisely because of his primitiveness that Shui Nai dares to use the bone dragon as a vehicle unscrupulously. However, what makes Shui Nai feel headache is that he has been wandering in this forest for 2 days, but he has not even found the door to the elemental land, let alone going in. Shui Nai does not believe that there is no way to get in. After all, this game will not design such an impossible task, and Bing Xin also clearly stated that there is a way to get in. If it is normal, Shui Nai does not care, just treat it as a wild survival. But now what he lacks most is time. He is not sure whether he can complete this promotion at the agreed time. Taking the coordinates of the elemental land on the map as the center of the circle, Shui Nai has walked through the surrounding area of dozens of kilometers. Although it may not be too thorough, it is impossible to miss anything obvious. However, at this moment, Shui Nai, who was riding a bone dragon in the sky, suddenly found someone fighting below. Through the telescope, Shui Nai found that this was a warrior holding a rough giant axe, and an NPC. And his opponent was a dozen earthy yellow rock tigers, some special creatures here. After finally meeting a living person, Shui Nai immediately went to help. When Shui Nai drilled out from one side, the giant axe warrior had already solved the third rock tiger. As soon as Shui Nai came out, he directly threw an ice crystal armor and a wind coat to the giant axe warrior as a token to show that he came to help. The rock tiger is a monster with thick skin and flesh. If the warrior attacks them with a slender sword, it is unlikely to achieve much effect. Only heavy blunt weapons such as long sticks and giant axes can cause serious damage to them. The combat power of this giant axe warrior is amazing, but no matter how amazing the NPC is, he will be injured. If Shui Nai hadn't taken action, he would have had to run for his life in the end, but the things on the ground would not be taken. Now that Shui Nai is here, there is no need to run. Shui Nai played a few hydrotherapy spells before taking action. However, this time, Shui Nai did not mess around. Earth-type monsters are notoriously difficult to deal with, and mages usually don't have a good time against them. Earth-type monsters have high defensive capabilities. Except for being a little slow, they have no fatal weaknesses. Armor breaking like ice spears has little effect on them, and the Earth system itself also has the effect of restraining ice system, so its effect is even worse. The only magic that can restrain this Earth-type monster is wood magic, but this wood magic is more auxiliary than ice magic. After performing a few vine spells and controlling a few rock tigers, he assisted the giant axe warrior full-time. With the efforts of the giant axe warrior, all the dozen rock tigers were eventually killed. "Thank you, little brother." The giant axe warrior put the axe back on his back and came over to thank him immediately. "It's a small matter, don't worry about it." As a guy who needs help, Shui Nai naturally can't be too arrogant. In addition, he is not the kind of arrogant guy, so he and the big man soon got to know each other. This giant axe warrior is called Ned, a local born and raised in the country. After refusing the rare crystal core that Ned wanted to give him, Shui Nai finally got Ned's most sincere friendship. Shui Nai knew that the output of crystal cores was not high. For an NPC family, it is definitely a considerable income. But for the players, this is not as good as the friendship of a powerful NPC. After summoning the Flame Fantasy Dragon Lizard and the Wind Chaser to help, Shui Nai and Ned were able to drag the bodies of the dozen rock tigers back to Ned's small village at once. Chapter 761 Finding the Entrance Part 2. The small village where Ned is located is a natural village that has not yet been included in the map of the human empire. In this village, all the people live a self-sufficient life, not relying on the country, nor being managed and dispatched by the country's main city. Only when some special supplies are needed will they go to the nearest town. After helping Ned bring all the prey back, Shui Nai did not stay for long, and left as soon as he got the entrance to the Earth Element Land. For these native residents, the entrance to the Elemental Land is not a secret place, but the best place for them to hunt. After all, there are many monsters there. Originally Ned had thought about I came to help Shui Nai to repay this favor, but Shui Nai refused on the grounds that he was injured. When I came to a huge crack according to the simple map, I have to say that this crack is huge. The location of this crack has not been included in Shui Nai's search range, but it will be discovered tomorrow at most. However, Shui Nai still feels very lucky to be able to find it one day earlier, so that he doesn't have to be bored for another day. The area of this crack is several hundred square meters. Looking from one side, it looks like a huge mouth, ready to choose someone to eat. In order to save time, Shui Nai didn't plan to go down. He found a place casually, and Shui Nai jumped down directly. There was also a lighting fireball hanging on his staff, but in this case of rapid descent, the lighting ability of the lighting fireball could not keep up. Often before he could see the surrounding situation clearly, Shui Nai had already passed that place. With the phantom ring, he was not afraid of falling and getting hurt, but he was afraid of those unknown dangers. However, the place he chose to fall was far away from the surrounding rock walls. Even if there were monsters guarding around, they could not attack him. After landing safely on the ground, Shui Na immediately shot a few lighting fireballs, moved his position, and then went into stealth mode. When he adapted to the light here, Shui Na immediately took a breath of cold air. I saw that there were suddenly more than a dozen black holes of several dozen centimeters in size where he had just fallen, and in several of the newly appeared black holes, there was still a section of the insect body stretched straight and did not retract. After seeing these monsters, Shui Na immediately flew up and dared not stand on the ground anymore. After taking a look at the environment here, Shui Na felt that this should not be the land of earth elements, otherwise, no matter which mage came here, he would probably have to shed a layer of skin before leaving. When he raised his hand and shot an ice spear down, Shui Na immediately saw the disgusting earth yellow giant insect body just now. With an insight spell, he knew the details of these monsters. This is a kind of earth-type half-demon beast sandworm. It does not have much combat power, but it has the ability to petrify and corrode. Therefore, the creatures attacked by it will be petrified. At the same time, the mucus on its body also has a strong corrosive ability, which can not only corrode equipment, but also corrode creatures. This is a very difficult creature. First, the attack comes from underground, which is difficult to guard against and difficult to counterattack. Second, their vitality is very strong and their movements are very agile. After flying, Mina had time to look at the surrounding terrain and environment. This crack that goes directly underground for hundreds of meters connects to this underground passage, which runs north-south. After taking a look at the map, Mina finally chose the passage on the north side. After all, only this road leads to the elemental land. Along this huge underground passage, Mina saw a light in front of her before she got far. Finally found the entrance. Mina, who saw the light in the originally dark underground, thought directly of the elemental land. After all, according to human ability, they have no night vision, which means that this earth element land deep underground must have light to be effective. After rushing in, Shui Na immediately discovered that there were a lot of glowing crystals here. It was these large amounts of glowing stones that gave the place bright light. Fluorescent stone, unfortunately it is useless for players. Shui Na threw away the glowing stone in his hand. This fluorescent stone is pretty good for NPCs and can be used as a lighting prop. But for players, this cheap ore is too worthless. With the guarantee of light, Shui Na was really sure that this was the starting point of the earth element land, and it was the starting point for those who were teleported in. This element land with light is a huge cave, and its area is so huge that even the main city of the element city cannot compare with it. But this place is too desolate. Except for a large cocky lizard, there are no other creatures, not to mention buildings. What surprised Shui Nai the most was that the desertification in this giant cave was very serious. The whole cave was full of sand, and there were gusts of sand and dust blowing from time to time. The sand lizards here are the same as the ice and snowstorm bears in the ice element land. Shui Nai didn't want to waste time. However, as he went deeper, the dust in this cave became stronger and stronger. Although he didn't know why the sandstorm blew here, Shui Nai, who had experience, was determined to rush to the opposite side. The sandstorm here is very different from the sandstorm in the real world. At least the sandstorm in the real world will not produce this kind of petrification effect. Shui Nai, who was in the sandstorm, didn't expect the sandstorm here to have this effect. Although the petrification effect was not too strong, in order to keep himself at the best level, he still took some anti-petrification potions. These he bought the potion before coming here. Although the efficacy is average, it can still work. After breaking through the not too difficult sandstorm outside, Shui Na immediately came to another environment. Although there is still yellow sand everywhere here, there is no sandstorm that blows people unclearly, but there are more floating earth elves. The earth elves here are actually pieces of flying and deformable sand, but these stones have two eyes. After taking a look at the surrounding environment, Shui Na found that there was a yellowish-brown energy barrier one step behind him. It was it that blocked the violent sandstorm outside and gave this place a quiet environment. But when Shui Na stepped here, the earth elves around him could not calm down. Just when Shui Na was considering whether to kill a few earth elves or rush in directly, several earth elves who had discovered Shui Na immediately launched an attack. The yellow sand at the foot of Mina suddenly shook, and then a yellowish-brown spear emerged from the sand, pointing directly at her throat. So cruel! Mina, who came to her senses, immediately blocked it with an ice shield. Mina, whose hands were numb from the recoil, did not care that her health had dropped a little, and immediately counterattacked with a wind blade. However, this wind blade was like hitting a ball of water, and it actually cut the earth elf in half, but it did not cause any damage. And then the two halves of the earth elf quickly merged into one in the air, as if they were not attacked by the wind blade. For this earth element that can change into various forms and is immune to physical attacks, Mina's first thought is the petrification of the earth system. The petrification special effect of the earth system should be able to restrain them, but Mina does not have the earth magic with the petrification effect. But he has a substitute magic. I saw Shui Na replace the elemental wand, and while retreating, he cast a frost nova. After the first frost nova was cast, 3 earth elves were immediately frozen and lost the ability to float. Then Shui Na shot an ice spear at one of the frozen earth elves. There was a click sound, and the earth elf hit by the ice spear immediately cracked and shattered. Very good, that's it. After seeing this, Shui Na immediately cast ice magic to cool down and shape these earth elves. To be honest, the earth magic used by the earth elves here is very lethal. First, the earth magic is physical, which restrains the cloth armor of the mage. Second, this is where the earth element energy accumulates, and the earth magic is strongly strengthened here. However, it is a pity that Shui Na does not know the earth stone armor technique, otherwise he can rush in alone and kill like in the ice element land. After taking a look at the magic fragments on hand and finding that none of them could arouse his interest, Mina didn't want to waste time and drove in directly at the shortest distance. When he came to the second level here, he saw a half-human earth element with sand as joints and stone limbs. Seeing this, Mina immediately attracted an earth element 10 meters away, intending to test its details. Mina attacked the joints of the earth element at the first time, intending to freeze it, but the attack method of these earth elements was very strange. After Mina's ice bullet hit the joint of one of its arms, its other normal arm immediately swung at Mina, and then the whole arm suddenly flew over. Seeing the thin sand line behind the flying stone arm, Mina also clearly saw their weakness. After ducking his head to dodge this arm like a stone sword, Mina counterattacked with an ice ring. Suddenly, an ice ring appeared near the sand line. The exploding ice ring quickly froze the joints of the earth element. The earth element, who temporarily lost both arms, saw the elemental halo on his body flickering, and the thick sand under Mina's feet suddenly became restless. Finally, I have to use magic. Mina thought to herself. Chapter 762 Gravity Quicksand Maze. Mina immediately stepped back several steps when she saw the sand under her feet shaking abnormally. More than a dozen stone spears emerged from the sand, pointing at Mina, who had left its attack range like rocks piercing the air. If Mina had not dodged the attack of the earth spear just now, she would probably have a few more holes in her body. The attack area of the Earth Wizard level magic is not as large as that of other elemental magic, but in terms of lethality, it is not small, especially in terms of siege. Earth magic is a necessary magic in war. However, this system of magic is a niche magic for players, a niche magic that does not have much room for development in the early stages. First, its chanting time is long, second, its attack speed is slow, and third, it consumes a lot of mana. It is for these reasons that earth magic has always been popular among players. It has not received much recognition, and not many people are willing to learn such magic. However, in this place where the earth element has sufficient energy, the effect of earth magic has been greatly enhanced. Not only is the activation time short, but the attack power is also very high. If these elemental creatures had not had to emit light when they activated magic, giving people time to react, otherwise, this would be a very serious problem. After using the wind blade to cut off the sand line between the arms of the earth element, Mina immediately used the same method to deal with its neck. However, what surprised Mina was that even though he dismembered the body of the earth element, it did not die yet, but was still trying to use the sand on the ground to reorganize its body. So tenacious vitality. Mina looked at the earth element that had lost half of its health due to the loss of its limbs, and had to be surprised by its tenacious vitality. It seems that this petrification effect does not restrain them. Is it that the earth system has other special effects? Mina thought while using explosive bombs and vines to attack the earth element on the ground. The explosive bombs are used to deal with the trunk of the earth element, where the earth element energy is the strongest and is naturally the weak point. As long as the trunk is broken, it will be finished. The vine technique is used to fix its scattered limbs so that it will not return to the trunk and complete the repair. After firing more than a dozen explosive bombs, Mina finally broke the earth element that was resisting stubbornly into rubble. Too strong, it seems that if an elemental summoner uses this earth element, it will probably be the harvester on the battlefield. Mina thought to herself while picking up the magic fragments on the ground. People who have not seen it can't imagine the combat power of these powerful earth elements. Stone melting technique? Does the earth system have this magic? Mina, who is not interested in earth magic, immediately looked up the information on the official website. But she found that this magic is the magic of the earth magician. The main effect is to corrode the enemy's armor and petrify it, and it has a certain lethality. Armor cutting and petrification. Shui Nai now understands why earth magicians can survive. Without this magic, the death rate would probably increase several times. However, Shui Nai has no way to learn this magic at this stage, because it is a specialized magic. The principle of stone melting is to summon a gust of wind and sand with corrosive ability. All targets attacked by the wind and sand will have their armor eroded by the wind and sand. It is said that if this magic is used on ordinary rocks, the rocks will melt automatically and turn into sand directly, so this magic is called stone melting. This magic is specially used to restrain earth defense magic, but only earth specialized mages can learn it. Because he did not learn stone melting, Shui Nai walked very slowly along the way. However, along the way, as long as Shui Nai found the earth element, he would not let it go. There is no way, this kind of high-level magic is something that can only be encountered by chance. As for the time problem, Shui Nai has forgotten it. After collecting 3 stone melting techniques, Mina also collected a magician-level rock guarding magic. Once this magic is activated, it can increase the user's physical defense by 50% and magic defense by 20%, and the damage received is also reduced by 10%. The activation time is short and the duration is ideal. In addition to the longer cooling time, there are no side effects. The only drawback is that this magic can only be used by the user himself and cannot be blessed to others. Mina kept walking towards the cursor of the map. Although he chose the shortest path, it still took him half a day to reach the next level. In front of him, there was still a huge desert, but there were 3 bridges made of rocks on this desert. These bridges that extend in all directions formed a huge maze. And around, there was a layer of wind and sand, which made it impossible for people to see through the layout of the entire maze. Seeing these bridges on the sand, Mina naturally set his sights on the sand under these bridges. Summoning an ice spear, Mina stood on the bridge and threw the ice spear out. But he found that the light ice spear sank slowly and soon disappeared. Gravity magic, and quicksand. Mina looked at this scene that was obviously a maze and thought with a headache. This gravity quicksand maze is much more difficult than the ice crystal maze. At least there are maze walls in the ice crystal maze to resist attacks, but here, as long as you take one more step, you will fall. Mina squatted down and stretched out her hand, but found that there was a sudden suction force below, which attracted her hand downward. This force is not too strong, but if Mina uses the flying magic, it may not be as easy as walking on these sand bridges. The gravity special effect of the Earth system is the most useful and the most difficult to crack among all the special effects. First, there is no potion that can remove this magic, and second, this gravity special effect lasts for a long time. However, the more powerful the magic, the fewer its number. At present, there are Earth magicians who can use gravity magic. Mizuna had only found one on the official website. And it was because he wrote a post on the official website to share his experience after obtaining gravity magic that most players knew that the special effects of the Earth system, in addition to petrification, also had gravity. Taking out the Wraith Shield, Mizuna carefully chose one of the sand bridges and walked over fully armed. In this quicksand maze, the monsters that appear are all magician level, and must be dealt with carefully. Not long after walking, Mizuna suddenly saw a small vortex suddenly appear in the quicksand on one side, and then the vortex was rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the diameter of the vortex reached 2 meters, a huge humanoid rock giant slowly emerged from the vortex and floated directly on the gravity quicksand. Anti-gravity magic. Mizuna looked at the rock giant that floated strangely from the quicksand and immediately thought of this magic. Anti-gravity and levitation are magics of the same level, but anti-gravity is the only magic that can deal with gravity magic, but no one has learned this magic yet. The rock giant attacked Mina before he even stood on the sand bridge. Several small magic circles suddenly appeared on the quicksand, and after a yellow flash of these small magic circles, a long chain made of sand extended from the center. These chains seemed to have eyes and automatically shot towards Mina. So fast! At first, Mina thought that this rock giant would attack physically first and then attack magically like the earth elements outside. She didn't react for a while and was entangled by a chain on her arm. Although Mina later used the magic wand and the ghost shield to knock off the other chains that were entangled, there was no way to deal with the one that was already entangled on her arm, because the chain had turned into a stone handcuff, firmly fixed on her arm. As for this kind of earth-based control magic, Mina had never encountered it before, and had only heard about it from the players on the official website. The magic used by the rock giant just now was earth binding, which can be used on a group or a single player. The more chains are wrapped around the player, the more restricted their ability to move, until they are unable to move. However, this earth binding has its shortcomings, that is, these chains made of sand can only attack once, and then they cannot be wrapped around again, whether they hit the target or miss. And this is exactly why Mina was only entangled by one chain, because the others, under Mina's resistance and dodge, all failed. In return, Mina cast several vine spells when the rock giant was about to reach the sand bridge, and also summoned several poisonous thorns. Those summoned vines and poisonous thorns completely ignored the effect of gravity quicksand, grew directly from the quicksand, and entangled the rock giant. The movement of the rock giant itself is very slow, much worse than that of the ice giant. It is not known whether it is due to the influence of the gravity quicksand or the problem of its own lack of mobility. And now the rock giant entangled by several vines has no way to move. Wood magic can restrain earth creatures, and the earth environment can also stimulate the effect of wood magic. To be honest, if a wood mage player comes here, I am afraid his level will soar. The rock giant who is constantly whipped by poisonous thorns basically has no way to use magic, and on the other side, Mina is very leisurely watching the rock giant with less and less health, waiting for the end of the earth binding. Earth magic is famous for its durability, so once it is entangled by those control magics of the earth system, it is often very troublesome. However, the solidity of this earth magic makes people feel helpless. However, the rock giant on the opposite side did not last long, and was soon whipped into a pile of gravel by the dozen poisonous thorns. However, more than half of the dozen poisonous thorns summoned by Mina were also consumed, which shows the strong defensibility of this rock giant. Chapter 763 Gravity Magic. With experience, it is much easier for Mina to deal with these rock giants. Often, before the rock giants come out of the quicksand, they are frozen by Mina's ice magic, and then they directly enter the circle of vines and poisonous thorns, and never have a chance to come out. After walking in this gravity quicksand maze for a long time, Mina didn't know if he was on the right path. Although this maze without walls allows people to see the space of more than 10 meters around, it is still difficult to determine whether the path he is taking is right without an overall understanding. Hey, there is no way again. Mina looked at the end of the sand bridge he was going to take, and there was no way to go, so he was ready to turn back. For him, this dead end has been walked countless times. However, when he turned back, he noticed a dark shadow on the other side of the bridge, but it was hard to see in the wind and sand. Out of curiosity, Mina walked towards the end of the sand bridge. There's a sand bridge behind. When Mina saw that the black shadow opposite was actually a sand bridge, Mina immediately became alert. He stretched out one foot first, but found that the gravity effect was still there, so he couldn't get into the sand. But Mina had learned several magics that could solve this problem. In order to save time, Mina directly shot out several water mists. Although the effect of these water mists was surprisingly weak in this dry desert environment, it still appeared. While the water mist had not dissipated, Mina shot a frost nova at the quicksand between the two bridges. A huge ice block with a diameter of nearly 3 meters appeared in the center, and the surrounding wet yellow sand was also covered with a thin layer of frost. Seeing that the effect was not good, Mina repeated it several times again until the quicksand was directly frozen. Seeing that the preparations were completed, Mina leaped and stepped lightly on the frozen yellow sand. As soon as he stepped on it, Mina found that the gravity on his body had increased a lot, and the frost under his feet also made a crisp crackling sound. Without much hesitation, Mina jumped up directly, and flew to the opposite side on the huge ice block. The sand bridge on the opposite side was not long, only less than 20 meters, but at the end of these 20 meters, as Mina thought, there was a treasure chest waiting for Mina to open. Taking 2 steps at a time, Mina quickly took out the bunch of keys and began to try to unlock it. This was a dark golden treasure chest. With the keys in Mina's hand, the chance was not high, but if he didn't try it, he would never give up. After Mina failed 4 or 5 times, he heard a click and some mechanism was opened. Mina, who was still taking out the key, immediately raised his head and looked at the treasure chest that was slowly opening in front of him. When the treasure chest was fully opened, Mina hurriedly reached in. To be honest, nothing is more exciting than opening a treasure chest. Moreover, this treasure chest is in this elemental land, and most of the things opened are suitable for mages. The first thing that caught my eye was a gem, a crystal clear earthy yellow gem. Dragon Bloodstone, see Dragon Bloodstone again. Mina looked at the Earth Dragon Essence Stone in her hand with joy. As a high-level gem, Dragon Bloodstone contains the energy of gem skills. Gem skills can be divided into 2 types. One is offensive, which must be inlaid on weapons to play the greatest effect, and the other is defensive, which must be inlaid on armor. However, if it is inlaid on jewelry or placed directly on the jewelry column, it cannot play its greatest effect. This Earth Dragon Essence Stone gem is a defensive gem, which has a good defensive ability itself, and can also add a defensive ability called Earth Dragon Guardian. However, this Earth Dragon Essence Stone is obviously much more advanced than Dragon Blood Flame Stone and Dragon Blood Ice Mang, and it actually needs to reach level 130 to use it. Shui Na remembered that the Flame Stone and Ice Blade were just gems of level 100. The skills they attached were not very powerful. One was an explosive shock, and the other was an ice piercing. Although the attack area was not large, they were 2 magics that did not appear in the player's memory. And now this gem that needs to be inlaid at level 130, how powerful is it? After a moment of distraction, Shui Na immediately put away the Earth Dragon Essence Stone and reached in again. This time, a skill book and related experience came out. Sure enough, these treasure chests are the same as those in the Trial Forest. They are transformed from dead NPCs. Shui Na checked these 2 books a few times and became more certain of this idea. The skill book is Gravity, a wizard-level magic that can increase the gravity of the affected area by 30%. All creatures entering this area will be slowed down by 30%, but physical attacks will increase slightly. In this area, the failure rate of the mage's magic will increase significantly, the archer's accuracy will also be affected, and the thief's stealth will be directly invalidated. Although it sounds like this magic is purely auxiliary, if you know how large the area of influence of this magic is, I am afraid that this magic will rise to a strategic skill. The area of effect of gravity is related to mental power, and the diameter of the influence is mental power x 2%, meters. Although this ability cannot increase with the skill level, once the player's mental value reaches several thousand points, the range of influence of this magic will be very large. The most abnormal thing is the growth potential of this magic. The first level of gravity can increase gravity by 30%, and then increase by 2% per level. After reaching level 10, its effect directly reaches 50%. If you specialize it more, once this magic is activated, even the best thief may not be able to escape. Gravity is not a specialized magic. Mina is also very jealous of this skill, but considering its long chanting time and cooling time, Mina can only focus on that experience. Mina was not unfamiliar with this kind of experience. This is a prop that can greatly increase the player's skill proficiency, and it is worth a lot of money in the market outside. After taking a closer look at this experience, Mina knew that this experience could directly increase the proficiency of gravity magic by 10,000 points, and could make the level 1 gravity magic soar to more than level 6. After calculating the chanting time of this magic, Mina found that even so, he had to spend nearly 20 seconds to chant and use it. It's okay, 20 seconds is acceptable. Mina thought of the benefits of using this magic to ambush people. The cooling time of gravity magic is very long, but its magic existence time is also very long, which can exist for 10 minutes. Although it takes 30 minutes to cool down, if this magic is used well, it is definitely a good thing for ambush. The most important thing is that once this magic is set up, there is no big sign, and once you go in, you don't have to come out. After using up the gravity magic and the experience, Mina also returned along the way with satisfaction. After carefully drawing the map of the gravity quicksand maze and saving it, Mina pushed the stone door in front of him. After walking in the gravity quicksand maze for nearly a day, Mina finally opened the maze. At the end of the maze is a cave with a huge stone door. Mina, who already has experience, immediately thought that there is a black boss waiting for his arrival. Mina has no idea about this invincible existence. If there are good things, she will naturally find a way to take them away. If not, then just complete the task here. During this day, Mina did get a lot of things left by the predecessors, but there were not many suitable for Mina to use. As for those magic fragments, Mina was not very interested, but the unscrupulous profiteers outside took it very seriously and asked Mina to prepare more. If he hadn't known that Mina was in a hurry, he would have asked Mina to open up the passage between here and the main city so that he could send people to collect it. But for now, the elemental land is not an easy place to enter. It is impossible to enter without any special abilities. After entering the stone gate, Mina saw the rock messenger a few hundred meters away. This rock messenger is much bigger than the rock giants outside. The sand lines on the joints of the body are almost all protected by a layer of protruding stone armor, and these sand lines are basically invisible from the outside. However, with this powerful and majestic stone armor, its mobility must not be too outstanding. Mina looked around the rock messenger with a telescope, but did not find any equipment like the ice crown, nor anything else worth his risk. If there is another Earth Dragon Ball, it will be perfect. For now, Mina's Dragon Ball is only missing this Earth Dragon Ball. As long as he collected the Earth Dragon Balls and asked a swordsman to help, Mizuna's elemental heart would be complete. However, for this elemental heart, Mizuna had to find a few priests to come over, otherwise if something went wrong, he would lose a lot. The only trouble now was the dark seal on his left hand. The existence of this thing seemed to make him resist the holy light magic, making the magic less effective. After taking a clear look at this place, Mizuna also began to prepare to grab the elemental crystal. The location of this rock messenger was very close to the stone pillar with the elemental crystal, and it must be led away. The only thing that had such a long-range shooting ability was the magic cannon. However, this time, Mizuna first created a gravity area in front of him, wanting to try the effect of this new magic on the boss. After completing all the arrangements, Mizuna took advantage of the charging time to think about the actions to be taken later. When the beam of the magic cannon flickered, a roar was heard in the distance. After a while, the ground shook, and Shui Na suddenly felt that he had been too arrogant. Chapter 764, Traveling Together. When Shui Na saw that the rock messenger was actually carrying a yellowish-brown light wall and rushing over like a heavy tank, he knew that he had overestimated himself and underestimated the enemy. The rock messenger's mobility was not as good as it appeared on the surface. Moreover, its mobility was not like the ice spirit messenger, who moved with his feet, because it flew directly in the air. This way of moving, except that it was not as fast as others in terms of turning, was very fast in terms of straight lines. Looking at the light wall, Shui Na was wondering if all black bosses could use their own life energy to transform into energy walls? If so, then his magic cannon really didn't have much room for growth. Maybe after reaching a certain level, all monsters could use this energy wall. However, now is not the time for Mina to think about the future. The rock messenger, who has transformed into an invincible tank, completely ignores the magic cannon, and went upstream against the current. In less than 10 seconds, it had already arrived in front of Mina. After it stepped into the gravity area, it sank suddenly, and there was no other reaction. The speed was still the same as before, but the height of the suspension dropped a little. Sure enough, I was too arrogant. Mina had just put away the magic cannon, and the rock messenger standing in the center of the gravity area was ready to cast magic. I saw that the large area of soil under Mina's feet seemed to be liquefied by something, and a long spear as thick as an arm pointed directly at Mina's feet, as if to pierce it. Is this an opponent that ordinary mages can face? Mina looked at the earth spear below, which covered an area of several hundred square meters, and her face was very pale. I don't know whether it was because I used the magic cannon to make it overly excited, or because of the special care of myself as an elemental mage. In short, Mina didn't think that the rock messenger in this state was something that players and even NPCs could deal with. Jumping up and down in the sky, Mina dodged the stone spears and the earth spears that pierced down from the top of her head, and tried hard to go to the target. However, when the rock messenger began to use the earth walls that fell from the sky, Mina had to stop. In this cave environment, the combat power of this rock messenger almost reached 200%, and there was no blind spot in the attack method. Moreover, the attack from the ceiling of the cave was much stronger than that from the ground. In addition, Mina had no eyes on her head, so it was difficult to detect these dangerous attacks. However, fortunately, this rock messenger did not use that destructive big move, otherwise Mina would not know if she could resist it. Fight! Mina glanced at the position of the stone pillar, took out the elemental magic wand directly, and disappeared into the earth wall that was about to fall down with a flash of green light. Since Mina activated the teleportation in the elemental magic wand, the activation effect of the true sky dragon possession could not be triggered in this state. However, 3 teleportations were thrown down in a row, and even if the degree was weak, it was still effective. Directly pulling off a piece of cocky elemental crystal, Shuai rushed into the limited time teleportation array without thinking. Before Shuai disappeared, he saw that the rock messenger had rushed to him, but for some reason, he did not dare to cross the stone pillar. He was angry but could not act rashly. He could only stomp his feet continuously, shaking the cave left and right. Next time, try not to use the magic cannon. Before leaving, Shuai thought of this. Shuai, who was teleported outside, found through the map that he was still in the large mountainous area of the elemental land. However, this place is not too far from the nearest fortress. If you walk, it will be reached in about a day. In order to save time to do more things, Shuai directly tore off one of the special return scrolls. As the white light on this special return scroll became stronger and stronger, Shuai's figure was slowly surrounded by the white light. Then, with a whoosh, the white light quickly collapsed inward and disappeared. It's really a powerful type, it actually has this effect. Mina shook her dizzy head. Mina remembered that when she first used the teleportation prop, she also suffered this kind of pain, but she quickly adapted to it, and now this special scroll has a terrifying effect. In the past, it would only get better in less than 1 second, but now after using this ultra-long distance teleportation, he was dizzy for a full 5 seconds, so that he could see the surrounding situation clearly. When Mina opened his eyes, he saw a mage player. The reason why he knew he was a player, not an NPC, was because he was too young. In this game world, it seems that there has never been a wizard who is less than a teenager. I'm back, not bad, I passed it in just a few days, and my strength is not bad. The old mage who was responsible for teleportation nodded and said. Although many people have come to enter the teleportation in the past few days, no one has successfully returned to report. As a person who has been there, he knows that the elemental land is not something that ordinary mages can break into. In fact, countless mages have fallen in those places. Haha, it's just luck. Shuai said with a smile, and immediately exited the teleportation array so that people outside can use it. By the way, the president is looking for you. Go and take a look first, then take a rest, and come back tomorrow. Tomorrow? No, I'll come over later. Some things are better as soon as possible. Shuai didn't want to wait until tomorrow. After completing the supply, he continued. Haha, that's right. If you don't finish it early, you won't be in the mood to rest. However, don't overwork yourself. We mages are different from warriors. The old mage can understand the mood of a mage when he is about to be promoted to a mage. Thinking back to the past, in order to complete this task early, he also rushed back from the elemental land without sleep, and he didn't even have time to rest on the way. And the young player on the side, he carefully looked at Shui Nai's appearance. As a player who can reach level 99 at this stage, he is naturally not an ordinary player. He also has some player information on hand, but there is no record of this person. However, he knows that the person in front of him is the first player to return from the elemental land. After watching Shui Nai steadily go down, he immediately knew that he had no hope of competing with the first player this time. He knew that he was not the first player to enter the elemental land, but he had not heard of anyone's promotion, so he couldn't help but maliciously guess that those who rushed the fastest died, and because of face problems, they didn't dare to announce it. This gave him hope, but this hope was ruthlessly shattered when he was about to enter the elemental land. For a boy like him who is full of blood, the heroic glory has the most fatal attraction to him, but now he has lost it and his mood is too hit. Boy, are you ready? This time, you are going to the land of thunder elements. It is a very dangerous place. If you are not ready, it is best not to force it. No need, just teleport there. The somewhat frustrated boy ignored the old man's concern and stood on the teleportation array, ready to teleport. After going down to find Bingzhen, the temporary president, Shui Nai put the ice and earth element crystals into a mithril box under Bingzhen's gratified eyes. Try hard. Bingzhen did not persuade him to rest, but just said this and asked him to prepare. After replenishing the potion and other things, Shui Nai immediately came to the teleportation array on the 4th floor. This time, Shui Nai was teleported directly to the land of thunder elements. When leaving, the old magician also gave the same explanation, so that Shui Nai had a preliminary understanding of this land of thunder elements. Knowing that the ice element needs to use armor breaking and the earth element needs to use stone melting, Shui Nai naturally began to look for the answer he wanted in the thunder element magic. However, so far, he has not found the answer to this one. To be honest, among all the elemental magics, he still likes the fire element and the ice element the most, followed by the wind element. As for the others, although he has touched upon them, they are not comprehensive. However, even so, Shui Nai still thought of using non-elemental methods to deal with this elemental land. In his backpack, he prepared some metals and planned to use them to pass this level. It's still more comfortable to sit in the teleportation array. As soon as Shui Nai arrived at the elemental land, he immediately made such a comparison between the teleportation array and the scroll in his hand. Shui Nai, who is already very familiar with the layout of the elemental land, was very calm when he saw the electric foxes in front of him, and began to look around the surrounding environment. This is a plateau in the southwest of the human empire, a place called Thunder Plateau. Looking up, Shui Nai only saw the huge thundercloud in the sky that was about to press down. The Thunder Plateau is a very peculiar place. There is a huge thundercloud floating here all day long, and from time to time there will be a lightning as thick as a person striking down. Once hit, if you are wearing a Blood Bowl type shield armor, as long as you are wearing a set of lightning protection equipment, you can still have a little chance of survival. As for other professions, I am afraid they will all die. This elemental land of the Thunder system is in the deepest part of the Thunder Plateau. At the same time, it is also the highest piece on this plateau. And it is the highest one that is very sudden, with no connection to the terrain at all, as if this place was deliberately pushed up by someone. Take the cliff that is only 10 meters away from Mina. There is also a gap of 100 meters between here and the highest place below. Let alone climbing up, I am afraid that if you want to fly, you have to fly carefully for a while. It's you. Just when Mina was still comparing the map, a surprised cry suddenly came from the side of another rock, and a familiar person walked out. Afterwards, Shui Nai smiled bitterly and thought of the young player who had just teleported to the Magic Guild headquarters. A player who might travel with him. Chapter 765 Electric Energy Shield. To be honest, Shui Nai didn't want to travel with such a stranger whose background he didn't know. First, it was unsafe, and second, he didn't want people to know his background. A superscript 3, A superscript 1. A asterisk. After hearing his greeting, Shui Nai just nodded and ignored him. And the Thunder Mage player who saw the white light of teleportation here, although he didn't like Shui Nai's reaction of not taking people seriously, he had to get close to him. Hello, my name is Lei Xing, the president of the Thunder Guild. The player named Lei Xing immediately brought out his own guild. Generally speaking, as long as he brought out this name, those timid guys would treat him in a flattering way. Although the Thunder Guild is not as powerful as guilds such as the Dark Dragon and the Holy Flame of Light that were inherited from the previous game, it is still a relatively famous guild among second-rate guilds. Oh, I've heard a lot about you. Shui Nai's tone didn't have any long-admired elements at all. You. Lei Xing was choked by Shui Nai's appearance. He didn't expect that this player would be so disrespectful to him. However, Shui Nai wanted to use this to provoke him away. After all, fists don't hit smiling people. You can't just throw him off the cliff. If there's nothing, then I'll leave first. Goodbye. Shui Nai didn't want to stay and get close to this guy. If he made a friend request, his lurking mask would be invalid. Friend, I say, can't we cooperate? In this strange and dangerous place, it's a win-win situation. Seeing Shui Nai so anxious to leave, Lei Xing immediately thought that this guy must have props to pass the level. Combined with the fact that he could use the teleportation array in the Magic Guild headquarters, he suspected that this guy was the apprentice of a high-level NPC in the Magic Guild headquarters. Only people with this identity would allow him to have such great power and get things that other players can't get. No, I'm used to walking alone. Goodbye. After saying that, Shui Nai used an acceleration spell, put on ice crystal armor and ice shield, and rushed directly into the territory of these electric foxes. When Shui Nai walked, he stepped on the warning circle of these electric foxes and was careful not to fight with them. Wait. I have a question to ask. How did you teleport back to the headquarters of the Magic Guild? Teleportation scroll, obtained from the mission. Shui Nai replied kindly, but her tone was obviously a little impatient. Do you have any more? I want to buy one at a high price. Although Lei Xing didn't know why this guy appeared in this elemental land again, he knew that if he could get that kind of teleportation scroll, he would be a big step closer to the first person. Sorry, I have a use for it and can't sell it. Shui Nai didn't expect that this guy was actually trying to trick him, and left directly after saying this. The lightning fox here is a very difficult monster. Although its attack power is not strong, once it fights with the player, it will often torture the player to death. The speed like lightning, coupled with the paralyzing thunder magic, is definitely a nightmare for solo players. Often, after killing one, they will be exhausted. Wait. Lei Xing naturally refused to let Shui Nai go. He had already determined that he had the props to pass the level, but it was necessary for him to form an alliance with him. After all, this was a matter of his own promotion. Lei Xing's skills were good. He could actually follow the path that Shui Nai had walked, carefully get out of the alert range of all the lightning foxes, and quickly catch up. Moreover, the acceleration magic on his body was not the wind acceleration magic like Shui Nai. It was the thunder rush magic of the thunder system, which was a thunder wizard level magic, much stronger than the mainland goods such as the acceleration magic. However, this thunder rush magic has a shortcoming, that is, its durability is not as good as the acceleration magic. Looking at this guy who refused to give up, Shui Nai had no choice. He couldn't kill him for such a small matter. However, the most important thing was that Shui Nai had several ways to get rid of this guy, without using such rude and extreme methods. Shui Nai was standing in a safe place, and the next second, Shui Nai's figure disappeared in a burst of green light. Teleport, damn! Lei Xing looked at Shui Nai who had disappeared, and couldn't help cursing fiercely. He didn't learn this magic. This magic has always been hyped up in the market, and its sales volume is very rare, so rare that sometimes you can't buy it even if you have money. There must be something wrong. Lei Xing said hatefully in his heart. He was very disdainful of Shui Nai's guilty behavior. Just when Lei Xing began to move carefully, Shui Nai had already arrived at the territory of the Thunder Elves. As Shui Nai walked closer to the core of the elemental land, the lightning strikes here became more and more serious. However, this kind of lightning strike has a precursor. For example, in the place where the lightning strikes, there will often be a flash of lightning coming out from the ground in advance, which is very conspicuous. It takes about 3 seconds from the appearance of the lightning to the lightning strike, which is basically enough for a mage to dodge. Looking at the Thunder Elves floating in the air in front of him, Shui Na began to think about how to attack them. The Thunder Elf is a thundercloud the size of a football, but this thundercloud is very violent and can easily generate light and electricity. Shui Na looked at the surrounding environment, first took out a metal javelin and threw it directly. I saw that the metal javelin easily penetrated one of the thunderclouds without causing any damage. However, the thunder elf that was attacked did not attack Shui Na because of this. Instead, it drifted towards the metal javelin and finally circled around the metal javelin and refused to leave. Afterwards, Mina fired a frost nova at the lightning elf. Although it caused some damage, the frost nova was unable to freeze it. Afterwards, Mina tried the explosive bomb and other commonly used elemental magic, even the lightning one. But she found that only the explosive bomb was the most effective. I wonder if the water system has any effect. After saying this, Shui Na glanced around, then took out the water chapter and cast a water dragon technique directly. Instant kill. Unfortunately, the cooling time is too long, it's not worth it. Shui Na reluctantly put away the water chapter. As for other water magic, Shui Na felt that it would be better to use the explosive bomb directly. First, you can practice skills, and second, you don't have to waste skill positions. Using the explosive bomb to open the way, Shui Na almost blew up these thunder elves one by one at the fastest speed. The violent explosion effect is the only way that the explosive bomb can cause damage to these thunder elves. Walking all the way up, Shui Na suddenly found a wave of elemental fluctuations coming from behind him. Looking back, Shui Na saw that the mage named Lei Xing had already arrived at the edge of the thunder elf's territory. Behind him, there were several lightning foxes staring at him from a distance. It seemed that they were a little afraid of the territory of the thunder elves. Lei Xing, who had already rushed in, took a look at where Shui Na was, and he immediately knew that this guy must not know the secret of this thunder element land. When Shui Na saw Lei Xing for the first time, he was immediately attracted by the layer of lightning magic on his body. Because he saw a thunder elf not far away from Lei Xing, a chain lightning struck down, but was actually absorbed by this layer of lightning, and the effect that was finally fed back to Lei Xing was only 1/10 of the damage. Is this thunder magic? Shui Na had to feel lost for her ignorance again. This magic, like the stone melting technique, is obviously a necessary skill to deal with the same magic. I saw that Lei Xing was so comfortable with such a defensive magic and walked towards Shui Na under the attack of these thunder elves. This guy. After watching the dozens of newly refreshed thunder elves around being attracted by him, Shui Na was already a little unhappy. His behavior was obviously attracting monsters randomly. If he was attacked by these thunder elves, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Humph, I can't provoke you, I'm leaving. Shui Na took a look at the surrounding environment and immediately took out the teleportation that had been cooled down. There is no need to fight with this guy here now. If he gets involved with the guys from the church, he will be in trouble. Damn, he ran away again. Lei Xing looked at the dozens of thunder elves around him and couldn't help but feel a little numb. To be honest, the reason why he pulled such a group of monsters was, firstly, to dampen the spirit of this mage, and secondly, to use this momentum to build a relationship with this guy. After all, a strong companion is easy for people to communicate. And the best thing is to get a teleportation scroll in the end, which is naturally the best. However, when this mage saw him, he ran away without thinking. This was definitely because he was guilty. This made him feel very crazy, and he wanted to kill him directly. However, in order to transfer the scroll and pass this promotion task as quickly as possible, he had to cooperate with this player. Even if it didn't work, he could let him step on the mines in front to reduce the danger he was exposed to. However, now there are more and more thunder elves around him. Even if his electric shield can absorb the energy of this thunder magic, it is not invincible. Once these injuries accumulate, even if the electric shield is not broken, his own health will be exhausted. Chapter 766, Reencountering Piao Ling. This time, Mina teleported to a safe place without any danger. To be honest, this was the first time Mina used teleportation in a group of monsters. Although the activation time of teleportation is very short, if it is attacked or disturbed during the teleportation process, the consequences are often very serious. After teleportation ends, it often attracts the attention of most of the surrounding monsters, and this attention is direct hatred that ignores the warning range. If you can't get away from the monster group at the last moment of teleportation, you will be besieged by the group of monsters. Therefore, mages who usually use teleportation will use this skill carefully to prevent death due to negligence. However, there is no way to do this. Who said that the defensibility of the mage's cloth armor is so poor? The effect of cloth armor and armor of the same level and value is more than 3 times different. If it weren't for the amazing magic attack of the mage profession would probably be extinct. Fortunately, I'm not far from the safe zone, otherwise, these hundreds of meters would be enough. Although Shui Nai can teleport hundreds of meters in a row, in this group of monsters, he has a very short time to choose a destination, and sometimes he has to teleport horizontally and avoid the attacks of the swarming monsters. Looking back at Lei Xing, who was fighting with the Thunder Elf behind him, Shui Nai smiled. Although Mina didn't recognize the electric shield, based on his understanding of the game, there was no skill that had an invincible attribute for the time being. Take Mina's visual observation for example, the magic on Lei Xing was obviously a weakening magic. Defensive magic, maybe one attack won't do much. But if you are surrounded by dozens of monsters, the accumulated damage can only be compensated by potions. Putting his sights back on the road ahead, Shui Nai took a look at the situation below. With the metal javelin tactics, Shui Nai easily fixed a lightning element in one position this time, but this time he used nearly 5 javelins to make it settle down. The ability of the lightning element is much stronger than that of the lightning elves, and the attraction to metal is relatively less, and their attack power is also amazing. If it weren't for Shui Nai's elemental battle suit that can be immune to lightning damage from the top of the head. Otherwise, Shui Nai would have been struck down by the continuous lightning. Without relevant magic, Shui Nai just used his attribute values that were far higher than those of ordinary players to support it. However, even so, his medicine was still consumed like water. That won't do. Just one is enough to cause trouble, Mizuna said as she gave herself a few hydrotherapy treatments. The current medicines must be used with caution. However, just as Mizuna retreated and was about to move to another place before moving forward, she suddenly found several lightning flashes behind a group of rocks on the other side. It was obvious that it was the lightning flash of the lightning element. Although the wizard-level lightning flash is somewhat similar to the falling thunder, this magic is a very real group magic, and this magic also has a strong locking effect. In addition, its speed is extremely fast, and ordinary people can't dodge it at all. This lightning flash is a very practical and powerful magic in the wizard-level magic of the lightning system. It is much more powerful than the auxiliary-based thunder sound bullet and lightning electric grid. Is it that guy Lei Xing? It's impossible. He dares to run all the way here from such a long distance. The area of the elemental land is very large. Even Mizuna dare not say that he can use teleportation to pass through one of the levels in one breath. Therefore, Mizuna was very surprised that Lei Xing could come here. After all, the health of the mage is a fatal weakness, which is a difficult problem to solve. Out of curiosity, Shui Nai went to take a look. After bypassing the pile of rocks, Shui Nai soon saw a figure, a very rhythmic and slender figure. However, this figure is now surrounded by more than a dozen lightning elements, which is a bit dangerous. It looks familiar, as if I have seen it there. Shui Nai became more curious after seeing this back. If I meet a friend here, I will naturally have to cooperate well, but in his friend panel, no one is practicing lightning magic. As Shui Nai threw out the insight spell, Shui Nai suddenly screamed and hurried over to help. The female lightning magician on the other side blinked her big and moving eyes in confusion after seeing the ice crystal armor and hydrotherapy that Shui Nai cast. You are Miss Piaoling, it's me, Fan Chen. Shui Nai said while attracting several lightning elements around Piaoling to share her pressure. Is it you? Thank you. After getting a reply from Mina, Piaoling immediately shifted his attention to the monsters around him, leaving the safety of his back to Mina. With Mina's participation, Piaoling's attack quickly became rhythmic. The 10 lightning elements fighting with her were always controlled by her magic, and only less than 5 of them could attack her. Coupled with the lightning shield on Piaoling's body, it did not pose any danger to her. Although Mina was a little embarrassed, she used her own attributes and skills to tie with the surrounding lightning elements. When Mina had some spare time, she glanced at Piaoling beside her. Although he didn't know Piaoling much, he learned a lot from her, which was also one of Mina's goals to surpass. As a former game master, Piaoling's magic control skills were so strong that they had reached a peak level. As long as she was given equal conditions, Mina would probably have to admit defeat. Piaoling is very familiar with every magic on the opponent. Her fighting skills are not like the violent mode of Shui Nai, who directly wins with a large number of magics, but she reasonably uses the special effects between various magics to cooperate. Each magic seems to have been calculated, delicate and efficient. Shui Nai can do this operation ability, but this will prevent him from exerting the advantages of his attributes. After all, Shui Nai believes in one-hit kill. This mode of breaking cleverness with force is the biggest advantage of the party with high attributes. Thanks, I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. After solving all the thunder elements, Piao Ling came over to thank him. You're polite, but why would you be surrounded? Shui Nai doesn't believe that with Piao Ling's skills, he will attract too many monsters. Just online, I found that the monsters were refreshed here as soon as I went online. I couldn't run away for a while, so I started to fight. Just online. Shui Nai was a little surprised. Yes, there was a cocktail party today. I went there to drink a few glasses. I was a little sleepy, so I slept for a while. Piao Ling stretched lazily. She looked like a lazy kitten, but this lazy look was very charming. Although she had a beautiful figure, Shui Nai's concentration was not bad, and there was no embarrassing scene. Hehe, I usually don't dare to log off early, the monsters here refresh too fast. Shui Nai replied. Yeah, I almost got into trouble just now. Although Piao Ling said this, Shui Nai felt that with her strength, if she didn't have the ability to save her life, she would have chosen to escape long ago, and she would not be here to fight monsters slowly. By the way, what kind of magic was that on you just now? I can't find it on the official website. There was no name or information. Shui Nai couldn't find the information of this magic on the official website at all. She couldn't spend time flipping through the pages one by one. Electric shield, what, didn't your teacher tell you? My teacher? No, I can't find him. Shui Nai smiled bitterly. Then I'll give this to you. Piao Ling said, and took out a toy model from his backpack. It was similar to the ice armor that Shui Na had made before, but this one was flashing with electric light, which was very beautiful. I can't learn this. Shui Na looked at this wizard-level magic with specialization requirements, and didn't know how to explain it. I can't learn it. This time, even Piao Ling couldn't help but be shocked. This magic is just a wizard-level specialization magic. Anyone who specializes in thunder can definitely learn it. You are not a thunder specialist. Piao Ling quickly pointed out the problem. Not yet. Shui Na nodded with a smile. Aren't you here to get the elemental crystal? Seeing Shui Na shook her head, she asked again, did you trigger a hidden task or a hidden profession? This. Shui Na saw that she had thought about it, so he explained his identity as an elemental mage to her. He believed that Piao Ling would not be his enemy. Elemental mage, haha, it looks like a good hidden profession, but everyone has their own specialties. I'm afraid you won't go far this way. Piao Ling thought for a while and said, according to her experience, only by focusing on one thing can you reach the highest peak. I know this, so I don't plan to go the pure mage route. Shui Na nodded and said, although her elemental heart has the ability comparable to the specialization ability, this is only in general. If she faces a high-level specialization, her elemental heart will be a little powerless. Shui Na knows that if she doesn't have much advantage in equipment, she can't compare with a high-level specialization mage no matter which system she is in when facing players of the same level. But this world is very unfair. At least some of the things Shui Na gets are things that outside players will never get in their lifetime. And it is this unfairness that created Shui Na, a mage who doesn't follow common sense. That's right. I'm afraid your survivability is the strongest among all mages, and if you really fight, your opponent will be the one who gets hurt. But, I suggest that you focus on practicing a few systems, don't be greedy, some too much is a trouble. Piao Ling analyzed for a moment and said seriously. To be honest, she saw her past shadow in Shui Na. I think so too. Shui Na didn't have much aversion to Piao Ling's mature tone. After all, she had more game experience than herself and was older than Shui Na. Although he couldn't see through the age of such a beautiful woman, he would not be deceived by her young beauty. After all, a woman's appearance can sometimes be very deceptive. Chapter 767 Self-Righteous People. By the way, how many days have you been here? Shui Na, wearing an electric shield, attacked another lightning element desperately. Although the electric shield is a defensive magic, its main defense target is lightning magic. It can absorb 50% of the energy of the lightning magic and convert it into its own energy to maintain the existence of the electric shield. This is a very practical magic in the land of lightning elements. Basically, it will not disappear as long as it is used once a day. With Mina's own magic defense, the remaining 50% of energy basically has no possibility of breaking the defense. However, the paralysis effect of this lightning system is still effective for Mina. Mina looked at Piao Ling on the other side. Her defense ability was not as good as Mina, but the effect brought by her lightning expertise made her live better than Mina. Although her health value was steadily decreasing, at least she would not be electrocuted like Mina, with her hair like an afro. It's been almost a week. Business has been busy these days, so the time to go online is a bit unstable. Piaoling retreated, drank a bottle of potion, and continued to fight back. Business? I thought you were a full-time player. Mina said in surprise. Full-time? In the past, it was. After all, virtual online games at that time were all-day action, not like now with fixed time to go online and offline. But now I like this, after all, it will not affect real life. Piaoling said while shooting a lightning column. I saw these as soon as the lightning column appeared, the dust around it was immediately pulled by its force and slowly moved towards it. And the lightning elements suspended around it also flew over uncontrollably one by one. This magic was known to Shui Nai, called Thunder Pull. Under the effect of this magic, the surrounding objects would be affected by the force field and move towards the lightning column. This magic was somewhat similar to gravity magic, but it had an additional continuous damage compared to gravity magic. All targets that came into contact with the lightning column would be damaged by the electric current. Although this damage was not too high, it was very practical. By the way, why did you stay here for a week? This place should not be too difficult for you. This was what Shui Nai was most puzzled about. Magic, I have a magic that I really want, but I can't cast it, so I stayed here. What kind of magic? Shui Nai was also curious for a moment. Thunder Dragon Strike. Piaoling said lazily, but her fighting rhythm did not stop because of this. Thunder Dragon Strike. This is not a magician-level magic, why are you fighting here? Shui Nai immediately understood why Piaoling stayed so long. It turned out that she didn't know that there were higher-level enemies behind. Not fighting here? Piaoling asked in confusion. Mage-level magic will only appear in the deeper part. You are mainly here to explode wizard-level magic. If you encounter a boss or elite, there is a low chance of explosion, but it is not as high as the back. Shui Nai explained. I haven't seen the back yet. Piaoling heard this and immediately set his sights on the deeper place. Let's go in. Shui Nai said, and started to prepare to walk inside. Okay, I'm tired of staying here too. Piaoling chose to stay here at first just because she thought it was more convenient to go online and offline, and now she knows that the back is the place where magician-level magic fragments are produced, so she doesn't need to waste time here. Just when the two were about to accelerate with all their strength, Lei Xing behind finally got rid of the thunder elves around him and saw Shui Nai and the others. Lei Xing's eyes lit up immediately when he saw Piaoling's beautiful appearance and proud figure. Sister, what a top-notch lady! Lei Xing made a small calculation in his mind and followed as fast as he could. Wait a minute. Lei Xing stopped the two and ran over in a hurry. Is there something wrong? Piaoling saw that Shui Nai obviously didn't want to reply to the player, so he asked kindly. It's like this. It's rare for us to meet here. I think we can cooperate and pass this level together, so that we can pass the level as quickly as possible. What do you think? This. Piaoling looked at Shui Nai, who had replaced the magic wand just now, and said hesitantly. Is it not possible? Lei Xing looked at Shui Nai with a smile, and his tone was a little unhappy. It's not that it's not possible, but that we are not aiming to pass the level as the main goal. Shui Nai used Piaoling's reason as an excuse. After all, he knew that Lei Xing was thinking about passing the level as quickly as possible. If you don't want to clear the level, then what are you doing here? There is no experience here, and no equipment here. It's better to leave here early. Our guild has prepared a lot of high-level equipment. If you are interested, I can give you a few pieces. Lei Xing saw Shui Nai's eyes on the beauty, so he also set his eyes there. And his words and eyes also clearly wanted to express a very deep meaning to Piaoling. Skills? Piaoling said very concisely. She didn't like the look of this man. That look made her feel very uncomfortable. She almost killed him with a lightning bolt. Skills? What skills? Lei Xing said with some confusion. The elemental creatures here will only explode with skills. You won't have seen it. Shui Nai reminded. No, I haven't seen anything explode yet. Lei Xing said with some doubts. Oh, it seems that your luck is too bad. Shui Nai nodded. It seems that this guy is the legendary Black Hand. However, there is nothing good here. Wouldn't it be better if we cleared the task and left earlier? After we get out, I'll ask someone to give you some top quality items. Lei Xing said seriously. Outside, he often used this method to pick up girls, and it worked every time. Although it is a bit unrealistic to pick up girls in this virtual world, as long as you like them and are happy, that's it. After all, isn't the purpose of playing games to make yourself happy? No, we don't like to owe people things. Piaoling said, which was equivalent to rejecting Lei Xing's invitation. Well. Okay, you name a price. How much do you want to help me clear this task? Seeing them like this, Lei Xing was more certain that Shui Nai must have some secrets, otherwise he would not refuse such a good thing. There are top quality equipment to give, and you can also get reputation and system rewards. This is a rare opportunity, but the two people in front of him actually refused so directly. If it weren't for if you have something to hide, what else can you use to explain it? Sorry, we really have something to do, goodbye. Shui Nai hates this kind of self-righteous people the most. These people are often the most difficult to communicate with, and it is easy for them to get stuck in a dead end. I will offer you 10,000 gold coins. If you are willing to tell me the secret of this elemental land, I will not bother you anymore. Lei Xing saw that Shui Nai was so self-centered, so he didn't want to talk anymore and directly tore the face. Secret? What secret? Shui Nai asked in confusion. No need to hide it anymore. I know that the teleportation array on the 4th floor of the Magic Guild headquarters is only connected to the elemental land, which means that you must have been to other elemental lands before. Moreover, I also know that you have a relationship with the top leaders of the Magic Guild headquarters. If you don't get any secrets in advance, this is hard to believe. The more Lei Xing analyzed, the more possible it seemed. Based on this, you think I have mastered the secrets of the elemental land? Also, what secrets do you think the elemental land has? Such as secret passages or props that lead directly to the elemental crystal, and whether there is any way to safely obtain the elemental crystal, etc., these are things you should know. I don't know. I know people from the Magic Guild, but this doesn't mean that I can definitely get such things. The Magic Guild is not as casual as you say. Moreover, the things you said are not here at all. Shui Na said very clearly. I have been to both elemental lands, and they are basically the same routine. It is impossible for there to be such things as he said. Humph, you are shameless. Don't think I am so easy to deceive. If there is no such thing, you will be willing to stay here. Lei Xing has never exploded magic fragments, so he naturally doesn't know the importance of magic fragments here. The innate magic of elemental creatures in the elemental land is the dream of all mages. The chance of these magics popping out outside is too small, and it is basically incomparable with here. If you don't work hard to accumulate them here, you will have to spend more money if you want them in the future. This is a temptation that is hard to resist for those players who only value strength. Don't tell people like him, let's teleport directly. Piaoling said with some annoyance, and then she took out a green magic wand. She walked to Shui Nai, holding Shui Nai's arm with one hand, and the other hand directly hit the magic wand, and the two of them were wrapped in a green light and disappeared. Don't go. Lei Xing was afraid that the two would kill and silence them at first, so he didn't dare to get close, but now he saw that they were going to leave, and he went over immediately, but he was still a step slower. The figures of the two quickly disappeared in the green light, and then Lei Xing saw a green light flashing in the front. This pair of dogs and bitches, they still say there is nothing, isn't this a prop to pass the level? Lei Xing said fiercely. Piaoling's teleportation item is indeed terrifyingly powerful. It can teleport hundreds of meters away in an instant. This is not comparable to ordinary items. Chapter 768 Electric Current Maze. Fan Chen, why don't you want to make friends with that guy? It's just a little bit longer. It can be useful when something happens. Piaoling asked curiously while looking at the maze in front of him. There is no way. There are some things I don't want outsiders to know. People like him are always untrustworthy. And you also know that I am not doing well in the human empire. I will be hunted down by people at any time. I am annoyed just thinking about it. Haha, this shows that you are strong and have the potential to threaten them, so people will keep an eye on you. Otherwise, who would care who you are? Shui Na smiled and did not respond. Thank you very much for your trust in me, the new star of the game. I am honored. Piaoling suddenly stretched out her white right hand. You are my senior, of course I have to trust you. Shuai held it, but did not stay for long. Don't talk about seniors, we are just ordinary players now. This time, we don't plan to attract attention, let's just play quietly. You guys? Shuai asked curiously when he heard this, because he thought of the flying knife death god in his mind. Well, we are old and no longer plan to live in the game. It is better to be realistic. At least that is the foundation. Now I regret wasting my youth in the past. Shuai did not respond. As a person who was new to this kind of game, he had no experience and naturally could not express his opinions randomly. By the way, how to pass this maze? It feels a bit difficult. Piaoling looked at the maze with electric grids as walls in front of him and said with some embarrassment. These electric grids look like decorations. You have to find the way yourself. If you don't stay in this maze for a day or two, you can't pass it. Do you have enough potions? Mina knew that this maze was not a small maze. If you don't have a strategy and spend a lot of time, you basically can't pass it. Enough, without this thing that wizard dares to come over? Piaoling showed the fingers of his left hand, where there was a ring, a space ring. I don't have it. Shuai said in his heart. For a wizard, if he doesn't have this thing, it would be difficult to move forward just by relying on a backpack to carry medicine. However, to be honest, using this kind of space equipment is not as convenient as a backpack, and you still have to rely on a backpack at a critical moment. Then let's go, shall we go together or separately? Shuai pointed to the 3 roads ahead. Let's go separately, it will be faster this way. Piaoling is not a weak woman. Okay, I think so too. By the way, these things are for you. If you see a treasure chest, you can try it. Shuai had already said some things about this kind of maze before, so he directly gave her some of his keys. Thank you. Piaoling didn't say anything polite, he just chose the middle path and went in. After thinking about it, Shuai chose the leftmost path. As soon as Shuai entered the maze, he immediately felt a weak attraction from the electric current walls on both sides. This force was very weak, but Shuai had to deal with it carefully. In order to test the power of these electric current walls, Shuai also summoned a zombie with high defense to act as a guinea pig. There was only a burst of sizzling noises, and the skin of the zombie summoned by Shuai was immediately charred by electricity, and 1/5 of its health points were gone. Fortunately, it's not too strong. However, Mina knew that if he accidentally touched it, he would probably be electrocuted. If a small monster came at this time, he would be in big trouble. The passage of this electric maze is relatively wide, apparently considering the factor of the electric wall. As for the sky above his head, Mina had no interest at all. When he was still outside the maze just now, he had already released a vampire, but this guy was directly struck by a natural lightning and turned into charcoal before he rose to 10 meters. He was dead. Natural lightning strikes are basically not comparable to small gadgets like players. This has fully demonstrated that the elemental land of the thunder system is a no-fly zone. Let the zombies take the lead, and Mina walked very carefully. Without knowing the details of the monsters here, any sober-minded player will not mess around. The unknown is the most terrifying opponent. Roar! The zombie 10 meters ahead was suddenly hit by a lightning bolt, and its entire body was bounced several meters away, almost hitting the electric current wall. Seeing this, Shuai immediately grabbed the water chapter in his hand and began to prepare to use the water dragon technique. A huge black thundercloud with flashing lightning appeared in Shuai's field of vision, and the flashing lightning on this thundercloud either struck the zombie, burning its body black and emitting a foul odor. However, the zombie's hard skin and flesh gave it a good ability to resist electricity. The electric shock could not only make it retreat continuously, but also had no way to harvest its health. At this time, Shuai, who had already completed the water dragon technique chant, threw a water dragon technique directly over. With just one water dragon technique, he directly knocked down 1/3 of its health, but this also angered it. The thunder giant abandoned the zombie and directly struck Mina with a beam of lightning. Although the powerful electric current was blocked by the electric shield, half of the power, the remaining half of the damage still had to be digested by Mina herself. After seeing that nearly 100 points of her health had been lost, Mina had to worry about Piaoling. Piaoling's defense ability was obviously not as strong as Mina's in normal state. Without the Wrath Shield, Mina's magic defense had already reached the 10,000 point mark with the addition of the Wind Chapter and the Wind Dragon Ball. However, even so, nearly 100 points of health were still knocked down, which shows the powerful attack power of these thunder giants. However, what Shui Nai didn't know was that Piaoling, who was specialized in thunder, had a high extra defense against the damage of thunder magic. Here, she had the same survivability as Shui Nai, and she lived much better than him. At least, she was not affected by the electric current paralysis. After replacing the water chapter, Shui Nai immediately used the explosive bomb to attack the monster of the magician level. Although it was not very powerful under the dual suppression of the level and grade, it was better in number. Shui Nai glanced at the skill bar, and suddenly found that she seemed to have forgotten the magic of elemental bird. Thinking of Bing Xin's envy of this magic, Shui Nai immediately became interested. The magic of elemental bird must be fused with a level 10 skill to use, but Shui Nai, who has the water chapter, can make a newly learned water magic soar to level 10 directly. After learning the advanced water gun on the spot, Shui Nai immediately fused the elemental bird with the water gun. With Mina's current 1200 spiritual points, more than 8000 magic damage, and a level 2 elemental birds can deal 3200 damage, and Mizuna can now release 8 elemental birds at a time, which means that a single attack can deal more than 20,000 total damage. However, if it is in normal times, this total damage is a bit difficult to achieve. First, the elemental birds are difficult to control, and the larger the target, the more effective it is. Second, the attack power of a single elemental bird is low, and the damage is calculated independently, so once it encounters a monster with high magic defense, it has no chance to work. However, it is different here now. The thunder giant is huge. As long as the accuracy is higher, it is no problem to hit 6 at the same time. And most importantly, this thunder giant is afraid of water magic. No matter how high its magic defense is, it will be useless as long as it is restrained. If I had thought of this problem earlier, the previous 2 elemental lands would not have been so troublesome. Mizuna had to sigh. When 8 aqua-blue elemental birds rushed towards the body of the thunder giant, 1200 damages immediately appeared on its head, and the remaining 3 that missed were directly vaporized into water mist by the electric current wall and disappeared. Unfortunately, the magic of Mina, which was enhanced by the Book of Elements, could not get the 10th level magic enhancement effect. Otherwise, the enhanced water gun bird should be more powerful. Mina, who thought of a countermeasure, would naturally not let his opponent go. He kept releasing elemental birds, and each elemental bird was almost free, constantly shooting at the thunder giant. Mina was not having a good time either. He was electrocuted and burnt outside and tender inside, and he was completely exchanging blood for blood. After getting rid of a thunder giant, Mina had to pick up the Wraith Shield, holding a bottle of thunder resistance potion in his mouth, ready to attack the next thunder giant at any time. As for the zombie that was half dead from the electric shock, Shui Nai left it behind and asked it to be responsible for the intelligence behind. Now he was not worried about his own safety, but was just worried that Lei Xing would suddenly break in. Shui Nai, who was advancing all the way, harvested the surrounding thunder giants at a very fast speed. Although the explosion rate of magic fragments here was not high, he still harvested a lot of fragments. For example, the Thunder Dragon Strike in Piaoling's hand had been collected, and he could only learn it after the promotion. Shui Nai also collected half of the Thunder Dragon Strike and a quarter of the Thunder Dragon Shield. However, this kind of defensive magic was not in Shui Nai's eyes. After all, this kind of defensive magic that exchanged blood for blood was already a little bit unable to keep up with Shui Nai's needs. It was still more suitable for Shui Nai to hide magic like ice. The 2 people who stayed in the maze for almost a day walked nearly 2/3 of the maze, but still did not find the door to the next level. On the contrary, Piaoling opened a dragon bloodstone treasure chest and obtained a thunder stone. This is a gem with a passive skill. When embedded in a magic wand, it can increase the level of ordinary thunder magic by 3 levels, and the power and effect are also greatly increased. For this kind of top quality and beautiful gem, Shui Nai was very straightforward to give it to Piaoling. Anyway, no one on his side could use it. Thank you. Piaoling replied happily, but at this moment, Shui Nai received a system message. The zombies he arranged not far from the entrance of the maze were dealt with by a player named Lei Xing. No way, you also chose the left channel. Chapter 769 Conflict and Gain. After opening the player map and taking a look, Shui Nai had to say that his luck was too bad. In these few trips to the maze, he had never succeeded once when he chose the left maze path. However, Piaoling obviously did not gain anything. The two people who have turned on the team sharing mode can share the maps they have scouted, and they will be automatically displayed on the map. This is a very convenient function. For this kind of maze map, it is simply a magical existence. After checking the last branch road clearly, Shui Nai began to return along the road. The reason why a lot of time is spent here is exactly this reason, and when you exit, you have to fight the monsters along the way again. This is a very troublesome but helpless thing. After carefully marking the most direct passage on the map, Shui Nai began to retreat. As for Lei Xing, Shui Nai didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, there are so many branches here that it's a headache. It can be said that it's a fate against the sky to meet him again. However, less than an hour after walking, Shui Nai heard the sound of fighting on this side. No way, our fate is so high. Shui Nai had to say that Lei Xing's luck was also terrible. I have already explored this part of the maze clearly, but Lei Xing can directly infer the conclusion that the road here is blocked based on my current state. This means that Mina's efforts for the day were stolen for free. For now, the unscrupulous profiteers have estimated a price for the mazes in these elemental lands. If they release the maze guide of the elemental land, they may earn nearly 10,000 gold coins at a time. But there is only one chance to earn this income, and the sooner the better. Because after that, even if they give it away for free, people will no longer be interested. Shui Nai naturally has no opinion on the operation of the unscrupulous profiteers. After all, in this wave of promotion, if they don't release these map guides, someone will release them sooner or later. If it weren't for the money, he would have found a brick to kill himself without the unscrupulous profiteers coming to kill him. Afterwards, Shui Nai carefully checked the map, but found that the section of the road he was on was actually a single section without branches, which made Shui Nai have to say that Lei Xing's luck was so good that it was against the sky. Is this fate? Shui Nai looked at Lei Xing, who had already discovered him. Now there are some problems if he goes on again. However, what puzzled Shui Nai was that in addition to Lei Xing, he actually saw two other figures this time, two Thunder Wizard players. Book Bar. It's you. Lei Xing quickly pointed at Shui Nai and said in a not very friendly tone. Who is he? A Lei Fa next to Lei Xing saw that his face was not right, and immediately thought Shui Nai was the kind of player who killed and robbed. It's the guy I mentioned yesterday who has the secret information of the elemental land. Lei Xing, has your brain been pinched by something? If I had the information, would I still be hanging around here? Shui Nai didn't understand why Lei Xing was targeting him so much, why this person couldn't believe what others said. Shui Nai's words immediately aroused the speculation of the two players behind Lei Xing, because they knew that if he had the information here, he would not be standing still after a day. My friend, you look familiar, I wonder how to call you. The silent Lei Fa on the other side looked at Shui Nai with some doubts, holding the magic wand in his hand tightly. Is there something wrong? Shui Nai smiled bitterly. These guys from the Dark Dragon Guild really hated him so much that they wanted revenge first in such a dangerous place. If he had known about these guys, he would have hidden himself. Is there something wrong? Another player also asked this question, but in a private chat. He looks like Fan Chen. The player said this and then stopped talking. No matter, let's kill him first. Anyway, this is a good place to kill people and rob goods. When he heard the previous player say that he might be Fan Chen, he was immediately moved. Although he had no feud with Shui Nai, since he was an enemy of the guild, he didn't need to be polite. It would be meaningful to send him out and let him wait for another half a month. At that time, as long as he reported it to the guild, he would naturally get the reward and reputation. And the best thing is that here, they still have the advantage over humans? Don't. The player who recognized Shui Nai's identity actually played a dungeon with Shui Nai. In that tree demon dungeon, he had a very intuitive understanding of Shui Nai's strength, that is, he could not be defeated by more people. However, his impulsive teammate had already taken action. A lightning net and a thunder sound bomb were launched almost at the same time. Looking at the sudden attack, Shui Nai was not too surprised. After all, their flirting just now could not escape Shui Nai's eyes. However, what made Shui Nai feel regretful was that the player who wanted to stop it just now and Lei Xing actually stood beside the player who took action in the next second, ready to launch an attack. That's good, we can't kill one and let two go. Shui Nai mourned in his heart, and then a flaming bomb went over, bursting the net and detonating the thunder sound bomb. In the harsh sound waves of the thunder sound bomb, people on both sides looked at the lightning and red fire that exploded in the center. Before the flames and lightning in the center disappeared, Lei Xing and his people had already attacked first, casting magic spells one by one as if they were asking for money. However, when the things that affected their vision disappeared, they did not find any trace of Shui Nai. Behind. Lei Xing reacted the fastest, because he knew that this guy had the magic weapon of teleportation. However, his reaction and reminder were still a step slower. Shui Nai, who had teleported not far behind them, threw 3 wind blades directly. With a whistling sound, these 3 wind blades hit the target almost as soon as they appeared. The 3 wind blades easily cut through their thin wizard robes and then cut into their bodies. Ah! Lei Xing, a guy who was usually spoiled, soon cried out in pain. But it hurts, which means they are not dead yet. The health value is quite high. Shui Nai looked at the 3 guys who were not dead and said with some regret. Anyone who dares to come here will not be able to pass if their numerical value is not up to standard. However, they have not yet arrived before they could fight back or escape. Shui Nai, who was already close at hand, threw 2 explosive bombs directly. In the flames, 3 white lights stood up. Fight! When Shui Nai and Piao Ling met at the entrance, Piao Ling asked. Yes. However, our luck is not ordinary bad. We didn't even find the gate. Shui Nai said as he went to the rightmost road. It's okay. If we didn't form a team, it would take at least 2 or 3 days to solve this maze. Piao Ling followed Shui Nai and added an electric shield for him. Shui Nai, who was in front, kept taking out some things from his backpack, and then disappeared in his palm. On his finger, a newly obtained ring was constantly flashing. This was what Shui Nai exploded from the player's hand. As Piao Ling said, if the mage didn't have this kind of equipment, he basically couldn't go deep into this elemental land. Although the space ring in Shui Nai's hand is not as advanced as Dao Yi Yu Dao's, it also has more than 300 spaces, which can hold a lot of things, and it will not affect the weight problem. As for this space ring, it is the best thing he has gained in this elemental land. The gate is in front. Once you go in, you can't turn back. Are you ready? Shui Nai pointed to the gate of the cave in front. There were lightning flashes on the gate, but it was very restrained. Ready, by the way, these fragments are for you. I have collected enough. Seeing that the gate to pass the customs is in front, Piao Ling also began to sort out the things on his body. Okay. Shui Nai didn't say much. Anyway, he had an unscrupulous profiteer with him, so he could digest as many fragments as possible. Wait, if we can avoid fighting, we won't fight. The guys inside are invincible to us. The only way is to go around. After Shui Nai said that, he pushed open the gate, carried the ghost shield, and walked in first. When the two passed through the gate, it immediately closed with a snap sound, and then it was covered with violently jumping arcs. Black Boss. Piao Ling's eyes narrowed obviously when she saw the huge boss in front of her. Now she finally understood what invincibility meant. Originally, she was still interested in competing with the so-called invincible boss, but when she saw that this was a black boss of level 100, she directly chose the arrangement of the old bird Shui Nai. Piao Ling, wait a minute, I will lead it over, you first find a way to go over, it is best to use the previous teleportation suit, this is the safest way. What about you? Don't worry, I have a way. Shui Nai raised her elemental magic wand. With it, even Piao Ling's teleportation suit can't beat it. It's just that the maximum teleportation capacity of her suit is 2 people, while his is only himself. Then how are you going to lure it over here? Let's use the undead. It won't hurt to die anyway. This time, Shui Na wanted to try the consequences of not using the magic cannon, so he directly summoned a vampire. You have so many interesting equipment. No wonder the players and NPCs on the side of the human empire want to take advantage of you. A player from the Holy Light Camp has props that can summon dark creatures. This behavior is extremely attractive to players, but for conservative NPCs, it is a betrayal of faith. Hehe, this ring is about to expire. It can't be used until level 100. Shui Na looked at the undead shadow with some heartache. As long as he passed this promotion, the ring would have to be put in the warehouse again. Chapter 770 City of Fire. What is its effective warning range? Piao Ling looked at Shui Nai calmly. In front, the vampire was flying carefully, and the trajectory of its movement was also under Shui Nai's control, constantly moving left and right. I don't know. I used magic cannons to lure them several times before, but I always feel that using magic cannons will anger them. Shui Na explained while staring at the distance between the vampire and the thunder messenger. So, when they get angry, they are very scary. A mage without teleportation will die. Shui Na said very clearly. But this also shows that this boss is not used to fight, but to be used as a vase for decoration, provided that they are not angered. When the distance between the vampire and the thunder messenger was close to 100 meters, the huge thundercloud began to flash with thick lightning arcs, but did not launch an attack. It seems that its sensing range is 100 meters. Piaoling looked at the stone pillar in the distance. There was the elemental crystal they wanted on it, and this stone pillar was within this sensing range. Sensing range and warning range are two different things. The larger the sensing range, the more sensitive the monster is, and it is difficult to deal with them by surprise. The larger the warning range, the more sensitive the monster is. Very aggressive. Shui Na nodded, and then controlled the vampire to fly closer again. As the gatekeeper who stayed here, the Thunder Messenger's mission was to protect the safety of the elemental crystal on the stone pillar. Therefore, although it had discovered that other creatures were approaching, it did not attack. However, when the vampire approached the Thunder Messenger less than 50 meters, the lightning on the Thunder Messenger immediately became intense. The thundercloud, which was originally very calm, seemed to suddenly explode and began to brew huge energy. 50 meters, it seems that we can't get close to it 50 meters, otherwise we will be attacked. This thought flashed through Shui Na and Piaoling's minds. But Shui Na's vampire still rushed into the 50 meter distance and threw the ice spear in his hand. At first, the still Thunder Messenger was still watching the little guy's actions with some interest, but when the vampire launched an attack, it became angry. As a superior, it would never allow its dignity to be challenged. The lightning on the Thunder Messenger covered the entire body in an instant, as if it was covered with a layer of lightning skin. AE superscript 3A superscript 1A, I 1/4 per thousand. Afterwards, a series of lightning shot out from the thundercloud, constantly attacking the vampire in the sky. Under the lightning, the vampire's figure was very embarrassed, like the tip of the slender batwing, which was hit by the lightning and burned black. However, after seeing the Thunder Messenger's attack, Shui Na and Piaoling felt a little relaxed. Although the Thunder Messenger's attack was fierce and visually impactful, its attack strength was not as strong as the Thunder Giant outside. It seems that anyone who can come here can definitely get this elemental crystal as long as they are not killed by it. Piaoling looked at the Thunder Messenger who was slowly being led away. Combined with the terrifyingly large maze outside and the Thunder Giants, it would be really unfair if an invincible big boss was placed here. It's the same as what I thought. Otherwise, there is basically no way to get through here. Okay, let's get ready. At first, Shui Na did not expect that this Thunder Messenger would be so easy to lead away, and from the looks of it, it was just playing. Ready? Piaoling said, and then he started to walk forward a few steps and calculated the maximum distance of teleportation. The destination of teleportation is based on the user's visual observation, but of course, if you are familiar with the terrain, you can also use the memory in your mind to teleport directly. Piaoling's teleportation suit consists of a magic wand and a pair of bracelets. As long as you equip these three pieces of equipment, you can directly initiate teleportation, and the maximum distance of this teleportation is 4 times that of your own teleportation, but it can only be used once a day. This means that this set can only work in the hands of a player who can teleport. When Piaoling began to be covered with green light, Shui Na directly ordered the vampire to run away at full speed. At the same time, green light began to appear on his body. In this teleportation, Shui Na must let Piaoling leave first. After all, she can only teleport once. Once something goes wrong, Shui Na will have to lead the Thunder Messenger. After seeing the Thunder Messenger's attack that was obviously playful, he immediately felt that this task might not be too difficult. However, Piaoling did not disappoint Shui Na. After changing into a full set of spiritual equipment, the ability of her teleportation set directly reached 300 meters. Shui Na quickly calculated and immediately concluded that Piaoling's spiritual value reached 1,500 points. Piaoling, who teleported 300 meters, appeared directly beside the stone pillar. As soon as her little hand touched the elemental crystal, the crystal automatically broke from the base and fell into her palm. The moment Piaoling appeared under the stone pillar, Shui Na had already activated the teleportation. However, at the same time, the Thunder Messenger who found Piaoling appeared on the side of the stone pillar was immediately angry. He sent a lightning as thick as an arm towards Piao Ling. The speed of the lightning was very fast and it hit him in almost a flash. However, at this time, the stone pillar next to Piao Ling flashed an arc of electricity. Under the effect of this arc, the lightning of the thunder strike was attracted and absorbed by the stone pillar. After taking a look at the green light mixed with blurred figures on the open space, Piao Ling did not hesitate and ran directly to the teleportation array, and his figure began to blur. Shui Nai teleported several times and soon arrived at the stone pillar. When he found that the stone pillar could protect the player, Shui Nai immediately thought of the situation in the land of ice elements. There, the ice spirit messenger did not dare to approach this kind of stone pillar at all. Shui Nai, who pulled down the element crystal, almost teleported directly into the teleportation array. Fan Chen, do you still have this thing? Piao Ling stood on Xuana's storm lightning shuttle, holding up her long hair and talking with interest. No, it's the only equipment. The old dwarf refused to make it any more. Xuana naturally knew the importance of this shuttle to the mage. Piao Ling nodded, thank you for this time. I didn't plan to hit that reward originally, but now I have a chance. Is it the reward for the top 3? Shui Nai thought of the event on the official website. The top 3 players in each empire who reach level 100 and complete the promotion can get the system reward, which is the same as the reward Shui Nai got when he was at the magician level before. Yes, I didn't plan to do it originally, but now it seems that there is a chance. Piao Ling originally planned to play more magic in the elemental land, but because of Shui Nai's reminder, he completed the task early, and now with his escort, this time he really has a chance to hit the top 3. As far as I know, I have a thief friend who is also hitting this, and it seems that he is about to be promoted. Shui Nai thought of the previous message from Dao Yiyu Dao. Dao Yiyu Dao, who got rid of the impact of the church, quickly used the special effects of various suits to easily complete the trial task. Now he has entered the second stage of the task, and only the last few steps are left. Well, he just replied to the message and said he's almost there. It looks like they should meet at the last place. Piao Ling said with a smile. It looks like the thief's solo training is not worse than our mage. As long as the thief's attack power is up, in fact, it is definitely not much worse than the mage's leveling. It's because our mage has too little blood and too thin skin, but, what about you? Piao Ling glanced at Shui Nai. If it weren't for this guy's hidden profession being too abnormal, I'm afraid he would have completed the promotion now. However, who can say that if Shui Nai hadn't done the task in the Dark Tree Demon Forest before, but directly found a high-level leveling point to brush the level, he would probably reach level 99 faster. The two flew in the air for almost half an hour before they saw the small village marked on the map. The nearest teleportation array in the elemental land of the Thunder system is this small village. Since neither of them was the kind of person who loved to show off, they did not fly directly into this small village, but landed on a small hill outside and then flew over on their mounts. Goodbye. As soon as Shui Nai was teleported into the main city, he went straight to the teleportation array, while Piao Ling was ready to find a place to log off. Now there were less than 10 minutes left before logging off, and Piao Ling had to get up to prepare breakfast. Wish you a safe journey. Piao Ling wished sincerely. Since he had already received supplies in a space ring, Shui Nai did not need to go into the city for supplies this time. In addition, Shui Nai himself had the effect of being possessed by the fire dragon, which made him not have to spend money on resistance potions. After spending hundreds of gold coins, Shui Nai soon arrived at the southernmost main city of the human empire, the City of Fire. The temperature is so high. Shui Nai was immediately shocked by the temperature here as soon as he came out of the teleportation array. Now the human empire is in winter, and the temperature in most areas is basically impossible to be so high. However, when Shui Nai saw the large red volcanic area on the map of the human empire, he was relieved. Here, there is the largest volcanic area in the human empire, and it produces a large number of fire crystal cores and materials. After finding a warehouse manager and storing the things in the backpack, Shui Nai began to set out from the main city. Here, although there are small villages around the fire city, none of them is in the direction Shui Nai wants to go. After all, the land of the element of fire is an extremely dangerous place, and disasters such as volcanic eruptions or small earthquakes often occur. Ordinary small villages basically cannot survive. Chapter 771 Unexpected Conflict. Shui Nai, who came online again, looked at the surrounding environment and then began to move towards the goal again. The reason why he never likes to go offline in the main city is to prevent being discovered by someone with ulterior motives. For players like Mina who go offline on time and go online on time, a completely empty space is the best place to go offline, because as soon as they go online, they can know if there are people lurking around them. This is difficult to achieve in the crowded main city. Some thieves with first-class skills have tried to assassinate a guild leader in this crowd. He was directly killed under the protection of dozens of members, and then he escaped unscathed. Mina, who has changed all conspicuous equipment, also looked at the increasing number of players around with some curiosity. Quickly approaching a player, Mina immediately asked the question in his heart. "Brother, what happened here? Why are there more and more people here?" In Mina's eyes, the white light of going online is almost everywhere, and the closer to the elemental land, the more there are. "You don't know? Then why did you come here?" "Hehe, I saw others coming, so I came here." Mina didn't dare to say that he came to find the elemental crystal. At present, all players already know the elements of the mage. The land can only be reached through the teleportation array of the Magic Guild headquarters. It is absolutely unique for someone like Shui Na to find the entrance by himself. "Oh, I forgot that rookies like you like to follow the trend." Seeing that Shui Na was not angry, the player was happy to continue talking. "It's like this. The Dark Dragon Guild in the south of our country and the Holy Flame of Light in the north decided to jointly start the area around this land of fire elements and completely open it up. And in order to maximize the benefits, he also released a message to all players, asking them to come together to open up the land. During this period, all the income will be managed by their respective teams." Dark Dragon Guild? And Holy Flame of Light? Shui Na did not expect that their two mortal enemies would actually cooperate. "Hehe, we didn't expect it either, but the monsters here are very powerful. If they don't cooperate, I'm afraid there is no way to open up these lands. And without their escort, we dare not come here to make some extra money." Shui Na nodded, and he also understood the interest relationship. Among all the elemental mage professions, the most numerous mages in each guild are naturally high destructive fire mages. AE superscript 3A superscript 1A, I 1/4 per thousand. Among the magic of the same level, if you don't care about the attribute restraint, the lethality of fire magic is the strongest. But if you take the attribute problem into account, the fire system can restrain the wood system, ice-water system, and wind system monsters. No element system has stronger lethality and killing range than the fire system. Whether it is in the land reclamation or fighting the boss, if there is no participation of fire magic, it will probably be a very long battle. And once the battle becomes a protracted war, the unfavorable factors for the players will accumulate crazily. Therefore, in all guilds, cultivating fire mages is often a very important factor in measuring the combat effectiveness of a guild. Therefore, when Mina knew that a large guild wanted to develop this fire element land, he was relieved. However, he did not expect that this time the development would become a cooperation between two hostile guilds at the same time. However, Shui Na had to say that they made the most of these idle players. They used them as cannon fodder, but they made them willing to be cannon fodder for them. Moreover, in the end, once this place was opened up, it would only fall into the hands of their two major guilds. Shui Na directly and clearly rejected this guy's invitation. After all, Shui Na was unwilling to be cannon fodder for others. Moreover, these cannon fodders obviously did not have much to gain. Even if they were lucky enough to hunt a boss, once the benefits were divided equally, there would be basically not much. Not to mention that as an outsider like himself, it was already very good not to be bullied by these old team members. Although Shui Na knew that most of the players here just came with a mentality of following the crowd and playing games, he came with a mentality of doing tasks, and there was not much intersection between them. As Shui Na went deeper and deeper, he found that the level of the players around him was getting higher and higher, and they were slowly developing from idle players to teams organized by guilds. This change put a lot of pressure on Shui Na, because he found that he seemed to be being watched by someone. This won't work. Just when Shui Na was about to fly up to the sky to find a target regardless of the consequences, he suddenly found that there were more than a dozen players on the hill in front of him. In this situation where there are players everywhere, Shui Na's flying skills are very obvious. Shui Na, who did not enter the stealth state, was soon targeted by the people above, and they were not very friendly. "Boy, who are you? Don't you know that this is our Junzatang's territory?" "I don't know," Shui Na said very directly. Shui Na, who didn't consider whether it would alarm the players, naturally didn't need to be Loki anymore. Now you know it. It's better to be more eye-catching when you see us in the future. Otherwise, if we are unhappy, we will send you back to the city directly. This ordinary team of the Junzatang Guild obviously thought that Shui Nai was easy to bully, so they rode their tall mounts arrogantly and came to him with an overbearing look. However, when Shui Na was about to retort, the person on the other side started talking again. Boy, our captain said he wants to borrow your lurking mask for a few days. If you know what's good for you, hand it over immediately. Lurking mask was popular in the early days of the game, but after its effect was recognized by players, it quickly disappeared. After that, this lurking mask became a rare and valuable equipment. A good equipment for home travel, murder, and arson. After more than half a year of development, this rare and valuable equipment was quickly labeled as noble equipment by players, indicating its own value. Lurking mask? Sorry, I need it and can't give it to you. Besides, I think you'd better not mess around. There is the Holy Flame of Light Guild here, and they won't indulge you to mess around. Shui Na had just learned that the Holy Flame of Light and the Dark Dragon Guild had sent out a message that all those who killed people around this elemental land would be punished by the two guilds. This also shows that the two major guilds are determined to get this place. Haha. Hearing this, the people of Junzatang immediately sneered. Boy, don't you know that this is the area under the charge of the Dark Dragon? Here, except for the Dark Dragon Guild, we are the largest. Believe it or not, we will kill you back to level 0 here. The people of Junzatang relied on their large numbers and did not take the mage in front of them seriously at all. Not to mention, they have already arranged several thieves around here. Once they make a move, the mage in front of them will have no chance at all. And the most important thing is that all the noble players are some soft persimmons with plenty of oil and water in the eyes of these old birds. They can be squeezed whatever they want. However, there is no way. The explosive upgrade of the noble players is basically a wrong way to upgrade. Without laying a foundation, they are basically not the opponents of these old birds, especially the players without companions. Am I just like that kind of rookie? Mina muttered in her heart. Along the way, he seemed to have only received such comments. It seems that in the eyes of most players, this lurking mask is a prop used by rich people to show off. If you want to kill me back to level 0, you have to work hard 99 times. Seeing that these guys wanted to surround him, Mina kindly reminded him. 99 times. After hearing this, a warrior player who was closest to him stopped immediately and wanted to take a closer look at Mina's equipment. Although most noble players have always disliked publishing their levels because they started later than others, this makes the lurking mask their favorite. But this does not mean that all those who wear lurking masks are persimmons. If you meet the legendary perverted mage, then if you rush forward so far, won't you only have one way to die? Mage, isn't this a mage? The warrior woke up at this time, and at the same time he found that the mage in front of him actually ignored the distance between him and him, as if he didn't understand the importance of distance to the mage. But for some reason, the warrior who rushed to the front suddenly felt a little chilled, but now he had no time to retreat, because the people behind him were pushing him into the muzzle of the gun. Retreat! Danger! Just when the warrior wanted to warn, he found that his voice could not be heard in this noisy environment, and just when he was about to use the regional channel, he found that his eyes lit up, and then a piercing cold spread from his eyes to his brain. Ah! He had just connected to the regional channel and only had time to make such a scream. As Mina's ice ring was launched, several thieves around immediately showed up in a mess. After that, Mina threw a frost nova directly to the crowded place, and then focused on using explosive bombs to deal with those thieves, and easily solved these thieves with average health. With Mina's current fire magic, it may be a little worse against a mage, but against a thief, as long as it is not a blood cow type thief, not many can escape. After getting rid of the most dangerous thieves, Shui Nai launched several magic spells of the wizard level, and the surroundings were immediately covered with corpses. The equipment and level are too poor. Looking at these guys, Shui Nai shook his head. This conflict was originally unexpected. If they had not provoked him first and wanted to kill people and rob, he would not have planned to kill people. After all, he wanted to enter the elemental land in a low profile at the beginning. Just picking up some gold coins and supplies, Shui Nai did not touch the equipment on the ground. These were only ordinary equipment of dozens of levels, and none of them interested him. Shui Nai flew into the sky again, this time clearly heading towards the hot volcanic area on the other side, ignoring the eyes behind him. Chapter 772, Land of Fire Element. President, someone broke into the periphery of the Land of Element, it's Fan Chen. Boss, that Fan Chen has already flown into the Land of Element. Boss Shen Long, it has been confirmed that it is Fan Chen, and he is flying towards the entrance of the Land of Element. The moment Shui Nai activated the flying technique, the news from various secret agents had been constantly reaching the ears of these big guys. Less than a minute after Shui Nai solved the ordinary member teams of Junzatang, Shui Nai's arrival had spread throughout the periphery of the Land of Fire Element. And the fire mages of the Dark Dragon Guild inside, one by one, set their eyes on the emblem on their chests. Now everyone in the Dark Dragon Guild knows who the two demon-level enemies of the Dark Dragon Guild are. For these elite players, they have all studied Shui Nai, the mage, and naturally know that the more dangerous the place, the more powerful this mage is, and the greater the danger to themselves. All mages must gather together. We cannot allow him to have a chance to launch a surprise attack. When Shenlong knew that Shui Na was coming, he immediately began to send out orders to the fire mages who were participating in the trial of the elemental land. Long order. Understood. Received. What do you think of this? The dragon in the magma maze looked at the players who had already gathered outside, and looked at the red dragon beside him with a headache. He just couldn't figure out what this Shui Nai was playing. He had obviously completed the ice trial, but suddenly appeared in the land of the thunder system, and now he was coming for his fire system. This was not giving people a chance to live. At first, after knowing that Shui Nai had completed the ice trial, he had begun to give up the idea of hegemony. After all, he also knew himself. After receiving the news that Bing Fengqian Li was slaughtered by the final boss, he knew more clearly the gap between him and Shui Nai. However, after he received reports from several of his thunder mages the day before yesterday, he was a little confused. But this doubt was completely unsolvable, so he didn't think about it. I think he should have got a hidden profession, or he is multi-specialized. I knew a mage who was specialized in 2 disciplines before, but he was ruined by him. Dual specialized player. Shenlong immediately became interested. Don't think about it. He played the mage as a thief, and ended up with no attack and no speed. Now I don't know if he will still play. Which 2 disciplines is he? Shenlong was still not giving up. If the attributes were good, he would not mind spending some money to stack them up. Both wood and earth are both elite. Forget about it, these 2 systems are useless. If he chooses the warrior route, it's fine, he has both health and defense. But he chooses to be a thief, and he has never played a mage, so don't try to play him. Damn, if he doesn't play a mage, why would he play this profession? It's not like there is no thief for him to choose. He loves magic and thieves, so he wants to learn from Fanchen, but he ends up imitating others and gets nothing. Alas, I don't know what Fanchen is trained for, how can such a player come out? No, his advantage is in the early stage, I guess it's the advantage of top quality equipment. And now, don't you think he has slowly transitioned to the mage profession? He has given up the speed route of thieves, but you just haven't noticed it. Really? Shenlong had no intention of understanding Mai Yuna's affairs, although he wanted to understand them. Yes, at least in the early days, even a first-rate thief might not be able to match his speed, but now, his speed is even faster than a second-rate thief. Of course, if he uses some powerful equipment, it's hard to say, but the stronger the equipment, the greater its limitations. I don't think he can be forced to use that equipment until the end. Ilong paused and said, however, if we want to force him to use this trick, I'm afraid it's not something we players can do. After all, what he has now is much more advanced than us, and the initiative is in his hands. Ilong thought of the flying technique, the magic cannon, and the latest flying skateboard, all of which were rare things, but they were all on Fanchen. Moreover, there were a lot of legendary equipment, these things, even he couldn't help but want to get them. Stop talking, think about what we should do if we run into him. What else can we do? Just leave it alone. There's no one guarding here. He only needs to sneak in and find a place to push us. We're dead. The red dragon looked at the hot and boiling magma below, his face was a little gloomy. To be honest, no one would like to be controlled by an outsider. Then let's hurry up. I don't want to be confronted by him. This is too scary. Shenlong looked at the big door in front. Originally, he planned to let the people behind come up quickly to form a group, but now it was too late. Ever since he knew that Bing Fengqian Li was killed instantly by the big boss in the deepest part of the elemental land, he didn't dare to go in again. A big black boss, only by pulling all the elites of the Dark Dragon Guild, there is a chance. But now he has to go ahead of time. Although he doesn't want to die, if he runs into Mizuna, he can't guarantee whether he can survive. His subordinates outside will not be able to rush in until tomorrow at the earliest, but with Shui Nai's hands and feet, I'm afraid he will be in front of him tomorrow. As for the people of the Holy Flame of Light, he was not worried. After all, there was an agreement. Although they would do some small tricks to watch people die, they would not dare to act openly. In fact, I asked you to go in a long time ago, but you were afraid of death. Now it's good. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. Now you are caught in the middle. Do you want to die? Don't say it, let's go, it's better to die. It's better to die in the hands of this boss than in the hands of Shui Nai. At least it won't be embarrassing to tell others. Is there such a big grudge? That Fan Chen is a stingy person who doesn't look at anything. Is it necessary to hold such a grudge? It would be great if we could drag him through this level together. You haven't been killed by him, so you naturally don't hate him. I have died several times. Even if I don't pursue it, my subordinates will not agree to be friends with their president after he was killed several times. This is called riding a tiger and it's hard to get off. It's what you deserve. Ilong completely ignored Shenlong's red face and pushed open the red door in front of him. Just after crossing the huge and hot magma river below, Shui Nai really entered the elemental land of the fire system. Hey, fortunately it's not underground like the elemental land of the earth system, otherwise it would be annoying to just look for it. Shui Nai landed in a strange area of fire lizards and didn't dare to fly. Because, in the air less than 10 meters above the ground, there was a layer of thick black volcanic smoke. Although these smokes were controlled by mysterious forces and could not affect the creatures below, if someone like Shui Nai could fly, who knew what would happen in it? After all, in all elemental lands, the sky is restricted. After taking a look at the surrounding environment, Shui Nai saw several figures not far away. It seemed that they were also here for the trial. Tisk tisk, it seems that this fire method will be popular for a long time. Shui Nai didn't expect to see more than a dozen colleagues here, and from their appearance, their equipment and technology are all first class. After confirming that there were no NPCs here, Shui Nai immediately took out the elemental magic wand and used teleportation to break through the blockade of the fire lizards here. Vice President Yu Huang, that Fan Chen has broken through the periphery and is now in the area of the fire elves. So fast? Yu Huang was shocked when he heard this. He knew that Shui Nai was quite powerful, but it wouldn't take him 1 minute to break through the first level. He came here directly by teleportation. He teleported 90 meters at a time, and he jumped 6 times in a row. The mage who reported looked at him absent-mindedly. Is this mage a player? Is he really a wizard-level player? I understand. Don't cause a conflict. He just came here to complete a mission. Don't mess with him. When Emperor Yu heard this, he first took a breath of hot air full of sulfur, and then he gave an order for the dragon that entered the innermost part. When he knew that Shui Nai was going to break through quickly, he sensitively knew that Shui Nai probably didn't want to waste any more time. Although he had to do what the enemy didn't want to see the most, but when he thought about making the dozen most promising fire mages here stagnate and fall behind for half a month, Yu Huang didn't dare to bear this sin. Yes, Shui Nai didn't want to waste any more time, because he knew that there were only 10 elemental crystals on the elemental land at most. If these 10 were taken by someone first, God knows when they will be refreshed again. This is not a single dungeon map. The map here is unique, that is to say, all the task props are unique. If the time is not up, then even if you try hard to trigger the task props will not appear. When he thought of this, Shui Nai couldn't help but worry about the wind and wood areas. In the current tide of advancement, every time Shui Nai delays, the worst possible situation will increase. Chapter 773 Selfish People. It must be said that this land of fire is really hot. However, it is only hot in feeling, and has no real effect on Shui Nai. Not far to the left of Shui Nai, a magma river that is emitting boiling temperature is constantly heating the surrounding environment. If there is no fire specialty, or if you have this special state like Shui Nai, I am afraid that as long as you approach this magma river, you will be affected by the high heat, either heat stroke or burns. Feeling the heat of the fire spirit in front of him, Shui Nai just felt that staying here was just a waste of time. Looking at the teleportation that has not yet completed cooling, Shuai had to change a way to break through quickly. Looking down at his attribute panel, Shuai immediately activated the Flame Dragon possession, raised the Ghost Shield, and rushed directly into the territory of the Fire Spirit. Under the attack of the Fire Elves, Shuai let the explosive bombs and other high-level fire magic hit him. Although the fire magic was ineffective under the effect of the Flame Dragon, the magic like the explosive bomb, which mixed the explosive physical attack and the fire magic attack, was not so easy to bear. After being bombarded by countless fire elves, even if only a small part of the explosion damage acted on him, he still lost more than half of his life. Although the price was beyond his imagination, Shuai still felt it was worth it to break through the fire element area in less than 3 minutes. And his desperate suicidal breakthrough naturally made the surrounding fire mages forget to blink their eyes, and several mages were directly targeted by the monsters around them, and they screamed in pain. Shuai rushed out of the fire elf area, looking at the ghost shield with dozens of ghosts missing, shook his head a little, and began to use medicine to replenish the life value just lost. While replenishing the life value, Shuai was not idle either, and took a look at the situation in the fire element area. For now, most of the players who came here to advance stayed in the land of the fire element. First, they were collecting magic from the wizard level, and second, many of them did not have the skills to pass the level. And the few fire mages who were in the fire elf area at the beginning actually followed Shuai and followed the passage opened by Shuai. Although they were also attacked by the fire elves, they at least broke through this area. The necessary magic for passing the fire element land is Flame Windbreaker. Bubble Book Bar. This is a magic very similar to the electric shield, which can not only greatly weaken the damage of the fire magic, but also absorb the heat of the surrounding environment and enhance the fire lethality of the recipient. Shuai felt that this magic was dispensable. Anyway, he is not hurt by fire now. As long as he is careful not to be hit by other damage mixed with magic, it will not be a big problem. Carefully bypassing the magma area in front, Shuai did not dare to rush this time, and began to face the fire elements carefully like the surrounding fire mages. The closer to the crater, the more magma there is here. Shuai did not dare to be careless about this magma, because the temperature of this magma has exceeded the level that players can bear. Even if Shuai activated the Flame Dragon possession now, I am afraid there is no possibility of survival. Only the purest elemental creatures or mythical creatures like dragons and phoenixes have this ability. Pulling out ice element birds one by one, Shuai did not pay attention to the players around who were amazed and lost their minds, and stepped on the flames after the death of the fire element all the way to the top crater. "Brother, what kind of magic is this? It's pretty." A fire mage asked his companion. With his knowledge, he really couldn't tell the level of Shuai's magic. "I don't know. I haven't seen it either. There are tens of thousands of skills in this world, but they should be ordinary magic. The higher the level of magic, the greater its power and effect. This magic is simply weak. Maybe he practiced this magic more smoothly." The mage who was called Big Brother also regarded Mina's elemental bird as a low-level magic. However, there is no way. Although the growth potential of the elemental bird is very high, this magic has nothing outstanding in the early stage. "Hey, fortunately the number of medicines is enough, otherwise I really can't hold on." Mina smiled bitterly while persistently killing the fire element in front of him. The damage that ice magic can cause here is more than half less. Even if Mina's elemental bird has been greatly weakened, it is still the best compared to other ice magic. And the most important thing is that this elemental bird wins by quantity. Often, once it is recorded, it can directly reduce the health of these fire elements by a large margin. But, of course, Mizuna didn't let his elemental bird fire at full power. First, his accuracy was not yet up to par, and second, he didn't want people to know the true details of his trump card. Under the dual effects of the Flame Dragon and the elemental bird, Mizuna's health and magic power were decreasing at a steady rate. Although Mizuna could pass this level with minimal loss as long as he spent some time, he could get through it at a minimum. But now Mizuna had everything except time. In the maze in the volcano, Mizuna didn't know how many players had entered the gate, and he couldn't fight slowly anymore. Almost under the magic of the fire elements, Mizuna kept harvesting the fire elements in front of him in the most brutal way. However, what made Mizuna most unhappy was that not far behind him, a group of fire mages who wanted to get something for nothing followed closely behind him, walking the path that Mizuna had walked. What made Shuai hate him the most was that these guys not only didn't help, but also chatted and laughed leisurely behind him, completely taking Shui Nai's efforts as a topic of conversation. Looking at these fire mages who even put away their wands, Shui Nai felt even more resentful. If you want to take advantage, I'll give you a big one this time. Shui Nai thought as he accelerated forward. And those fire mages who saw Shui Nai speeding up naturally didn't want to fall behind, and quickly rushed over. However, what puzzled them was that this time Shui Nai kept pulling the surrounding fire elements in the process of moving forward. No profession can pull monsters better than a mage. Once a long-range skill is released, it can often attract the hatred of those monsters. And Shui Nai is even the best among mages. With the god-level magic of the elemental bird, he can often attract 4 or 5 scattered monsters with one magic. Therefore, when Mina only pulled but did not attack, she soon pulled some fire elements from the other side of the lava river. This is. Several fire mages immediately thought of Mina's intention. Those who didn't want to get into trouble immediately pulled their companions back. Those who wanted to get to the bottom followed closely. After pulling nearly 20 fire elements, Shui Nai immediately counterattacked with ice magic. Although the damage of this ice magic is very weak, if there are so many fire elements, it is more cost-effective to use the magician-level ice magic. However, Shui Nai, who only hit a few times, quickly retreated to the back. When the fire mages who were less than 10 meters away from Shui Nai saw that Shui Nai was not able to defeat these fire elements, they couldn't help but hate Shui Nai for overestimating his own abilities and attracting so many fire elements to seek death. Don't go over there, let him come. If you join rashly, people will only think that you are stealing monsters. Seeing this, a fire mage wanted to help, but was blocked by the fire mage next to him. That's right. Since he dares to attract a group of monsters, there must be a way to deal with him. We just need to follow him. There's no need to meddle in other people's business and waste energy. After hearing this, none of the fire mages actually planned to go up to share the burden with Shui Nai. Instead, they followed Shui Nai and retreated step by step, always maintaining a distance of 10 meters. Alas, this is really the decline of morals. Forget it, if you are unkind, then I will be unrighteous. When Shui Nai thought of this, he immediately ran behind him, looking like he couldn't hold on any longer and wanted to escape. When the fire mages saw Shui Nai running towards them, everyone changed color as soon as they saw the surging fire element. Fuck you, you. A fire mage who was startled by this sudden incident immediately pointed at Shui Nai and said rudely. However, Shui Nai, who heard this, looked cold, and 5 ice element birds flew out directly, covering the body of this cursing mage. Ah! The magic defense of the attacked fire mage was not bad, and the environment here weakened it, so Shui Nai's elemental bird only knocked down less than half of his health. But it was not Shui Nai's attack that made him scream, but the surging fire element. The fire mage, who was affected by the special effects of the ice elemental bird, was soon surrounded by the rushing fire elements. At this time, Shui Nai's body flashed with green light, and the person had disappeared there. The fire element, which had lost its target, immediately put the surrounding aliens on the list of hatred. For a while, more than a dozen fire elements released magic at the same time. Shui Na was alone in brushing the fire element while watching the fight dozens of meters away, which was very leisurely. Under the random killing of more than a dozen fire elements led by Shui Na, several fire mages with poor attributes were blown up on the spot. The rest of the people left or scattered, and only those who were targeted by the fire elements could not leave and fought desperately. According to Shui Nai's budget, if these guys didn't run away, they should be able to kill these dozen fire elements in the end, but their selfishness still disappointed him. Chapter 774 Peace Talks. Picking up the magic fragments in the flame, Shui Nai took a look and put it in his backpack. Looking back, Shui Nai saw the fire mages who were killing fire elements 50 meters away and smiled. It seems that his plan just now not only made them lose a few people, but also made them split apart. But who would team up with those players who ran away at the last moment? Not killing him is already a great face. Hehe, let's see if you dare to follow me. Shui Nai laughed in his heart. After getting rid of this tale, Shui Nai began to repeat what he had just done. Now he had to consider getting a flame windbreaker. Otherwise, his health value might not last long enough to face that messenger. I'm still a little too arrogant. Mina said as she waved her elemental magic wand, shooting out ice blow birds one after another, and attracted a fire element 20 meters away. As a god-level magic, Mina's elemental birds are somewhat different from ordinary magic. Although it has no cooling enchanting time, it seems that the more birds summoned, the longer the buffer time, but this time is calculated in milliseconds, which is a very subtle feeling of Mina. Take Mina's attempt in secret. If he released the largest 8 birds in one breath, he always felt that he was a little breathless. Although he could barely use it, this feeling would become stronger and stronger until he gave up continuous use. Now using 5 elemental birds each time allows him to maintain continuous shooting without being interrupted. Once more, there will be some problems. Picking up the magic fragments on the ground again, after taking a look, Mina's eyes immediately lit up. After putting together the last piece of the flame windbreaker, Mina immediately got a complete flame windbreaker magic. Without thinking too much, Mina immediately clicked to confirm the learning. After that, the flame windbreaker magic model in Mina's hand suddenly turned into a fiery red windbreaker, covering Mina's body. Finally, when after the flame windbreaker was completely formed and disappeared, there was an extra magic on Mina's skill bar. I flipped through the effects of this magic, but after seeing the first few lines, Mina's smile immediately froze. Fuck, I have to activate the flame dragon to use it. Is it the requirement of specialization? Mina was confused for a moment. If that's the case, then every time I use magic that requires specialization, don't I have to activate these special states first? Old man, you didn't even tell me. Mina cursed the old wizard bitterly. This guy must know about it, but he never told him about this, just asking him to increase the upper limit of magic power. Book bar. However, once these special states are activated, his magic power is not enough. I was fooled. Mina said with disappointment. After getting this magic, Mina immediately lost interest in staying and directly came to the edge of the crater with teleportation. While the flame dragon was still possessed, Mina cast a flame windbreaker on herself, and then removed the flame dragon's possession. In this land of fire elements, this flame windbreaker will never go out. The effect of the flame windbreaker is similar to that of the electric shield, but the electric shield is more defensive, while the flame windbreaker is offensive. Standing on the edge of this huge crater, Mina looked down and felt her eyes hot, and her entire eyelids were dazzled by the red magma. In the center of the magma lake in this huge crater, a pitch-black giant mountain stood there. This giant mountain was very far away, and coupled with the hot air and volcanic smoke heated by the magma lake, he basically couldn't see what was on it. Walking down along the crater, Mina knew that the center of this extremely hot crater was not where he wanted to go. His destination was actually just in a cave in the crater. When Mina walked to a cave that was obviously artificially modified, he saw a figure, a familiar figure. Long time no see. Yu Huang greeted first. Wait for me. Shui Na asked in confusion. I guess so. Yu Huang nodded. I want to apologize to you for what those members did just now. Just now, some of the fire mages killed by Shui Na were elites of the Dark Dragon Guild. No need, anyway, they have been punished. As long as you don't bother me, I won't care. Shui Na is a person who believes in revenge today, and once revenge is taken, he will not care anymore, otherwise there will be so much time to deal with such a small problem. That's good, to be honest, if possible, I really want to pull you into the guild, only in this way can we untie the knot between you and our guild. Hee. Shui Na was a little confused when she knew that Yu Huang came to make peace. Let's go, I'll take you through this maze, as compensation from our guild to you. After Yu Huang finished speaking, he walked into the cave first. Shui Na didn't know what Yu Huang was doing, but he knew from Yu Huang's eyes that he was serious this time. But, is it so easy to resolve the hatred between him and the Dark Dragon Guild? After all, it has always been the Dark Dragon Guild that has been chasing him, and he has never taken the initiative to provoke them. After seeing Shui Na catch up, Yu Huang felt a little relieved. To be honest, since he was cut off by Shui Na, he already knew the gap between him and him. Although it must be said that Shui Na's luck is amazing, in the game, luck is part of strength, and it is still a big part. Without luck, then even if you have amazing talents, you may not succeed. He knew that if the Dark Dragon Guild really wanted to fight Shui Na to death, the Dark Dragon Guild would definitely suffer the greatest loss in the end. If he could use this method to let Shui Na let go of his hostility towards the Dark Dragon Guild, then he would make a fortune. However, if he knew that Shui Na didn't take the Dark Dragon Guild seriously at all, I wonder what he would think? Seeing that Yu Huang was working hard in the front, Shui Na couldn't just stand by and watch, so he also shot out a series of elemental birds. With the combined efforts of the two, the fire giant fell down easily. But the two of them also suffered a lot of damage. Shui Nai's health points directly disappeared by more than 1,000 points, and Yu Huang lost more than 4,000. Fire is indeed the strongest magic. Even with so many protective gear, there is no way to hold on. Yu Huang stood in the middle of the maze, and on both sides of the maze were two huge cracks, but the cracks were emitting a fiery red light, and below was a magma lake. Haven't your people already entered? There shouldn't be too much difficulty here. When he knew that Yu Huang had a map, he already knew that the people of the Dark Dragon Guild had already opened up the maze. Well, the equipment I have is all made by myself, and the quality is average. Yu Huang said proudly. Although the equipment on him was not top grade, each piece was obtained after his own efforts. You, don't blame me. Shui Nai saw that Yu Huang seemed to have changed a lot, so she asked the question in her heart. Strange, but now it has faded, because you let me see the selfishness between people. Yu Huang paused. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would still be deceived by that fake person and have been a ridiculous sucker. This is a lesson learned. Yu Huang did hate Shui Nai a little, but he hated those people who claimed to be his brothers even more. The moment he lost his qualification as the president, they gave up on him and clung to other people's thighs, just like when he was in power. He could not forget this ugly expression. During the time when he was living under someone else's roof, even his confidants who he bought with money left him one after another. This blow made him full of disappointment and resentment about his previous life. As a qualified player who would never bring things from the game world out, he did not use his energy in real life to deal with these betrayers, but continued to hone himself in the game. After he completed his revenge plan, his anger towards Shui Nai had long disappeared, and what was left was a desire to challenge him. Selfish. Shui Nai didn't know what happened to Yu Huang during this period, but he knew that not every player in the game was like this. Let's not talk about this. Anyway, I have almost forgotten the past, and I like this kind of life now. Yu Huang looked at the purple magic wand in his hand. Although this magic wand was not as good as the equipment in the elite group, it had the memory of Yu Huang. By the way, can I ask you a question? Yu Huang said as he walked forward, and once again gave his whole back to Shui Nai. What's the matter? You are the one selling those maze maps outside, right? Yes, do you need it? Shui Nai naturally knew the importance of this maze map. If this map is in the hands of those big guilds, it can mass-produce magicians. After all, the most difficult part is in these mazes. With a map, you can take fewer detours, which means you have a higher survival rate. You didn't sell it. Yu Huang turned around and asked, with a gleam in his eyes. That was the look that only businessmen have. If the map has been bought by someone, then the value of the map will drop quickly. After all, with the selfish habits of players, it is difficult to keep their mouths shut. The map will soon be spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, until there are no more secrets. I don't know about this. I will let the unscrupulous merchants take full responsibility. That's right, this way you can generate more profits. Then I will discuss it with him later. We are determined to get these maps. Then I will ask him to give you a 10% discount, which can be regarded as a gesture of goodwill from your guild. To be honest, Shui Nai didn't want to be remembered by such a guild, especially when he knew that Tai Feng wanted to set up a guild. Thank you, I will talk to Shen Long. To be honest, Emperor Yu didn't want Shen Long to use his last trump card. After all, if such illegal things were investigated, they would definitely be implicated. Chapter 775 Short-Term Cooperation. With someone leading the way, it took Shui Nai and the others less than an hour to reach the gate. This was many times faster than Shui Nai's own wandering in the maze. During this 1-hour journey, Shui Nai learned a lot of things, such as how many mages had entered the second ring of the mission, and the church's movements towards Shui Nai and the others. It turned out that the church was not a monolithic entity. For example, Bishop Howard of the Elemental City, although he was ordered by the Pope, he opposed the Pope everywhere and wanted to pull the current Pope off the altar from time to time. However, I don't know what Howard did. Now some bishops in the church support him very much and nominate him to succeed the next Pope. And Shui Na knew that Howard must have received the guidance of the God of Light, which is why he has such great power. But this made him feel even more strange, because generally speaking, shouldn't the Pope in the church be closer to the gods? However, until now, the Pope in the church has never sent anyone to deal with them, and it seems that he is trying his best to restrain the people in the church from dealing with them, the pagans. The problem here is very big, and if you are not careful, you may be caught. For this problem, Shui Na naturally has to inquire seriously. If Howard really becomes the Pope, then the entire church will be used by him to deal with those who are defined as pagans by the gods. However, for the changes within the church, Shui Na and other players can only wait and see and inquire, because they basically have no way to enter the core and have no right to participate in the changes inside. So, you are going to be a toughest person. After listening to Yu Wang's advice, Shui Na has looked at him with some doubts. Yes, after all, Howard, the old fox, is targeting you, and if he succeeds, then we will have no use value at all, and I'm afraid we won't even be cannon fodder. However, as long as he doesn't succeed, our value will not be shaken, and in this way, our guild can get more support. The plan is good, but to implement it, it's just. Don't worry, with our tip-off, it's just a dream for the church to catch you. But, I don't know if Shenlong is willing, after all, his opinion of you. Shui Na knew that in this plan, she actually didn't benefit at all. After all, she was the one being hunted, and whether anyone tipped her off or not, her fate of being hunted would not change. Unless she got rid of the big boss Howard, it was just the feasibility, and both Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao could only shake their heads. However, if the Dark Dragon Guild helped, it would be much safer. At least she wouldn't be attacked suddenly, and she wouldn't be scared all the time. As long as the fugitive and the pursuer play this scene well, they can maintain it forever. We'll consider this later. Shui Na also knew that the Dark Dragon Guild would account for the majority of this, but he didn't suffer much loss. After all, he couldn't always live on the side of the Elf Empire. With the misleading of the Dark Dragon Guild, he and Dao Yiyu Dao would have more time. There was no need to be targeted as soon as he came back like Dao Yiyu Dao. Shui Na and Yu Huang came to the gate and soon saw the three mages in front of the gate. The three of them were waiting for Yu Wang's arrival. But they didn't expect that they would wait for Shui Na, the killer. Don't do it, here, our interests are the same, cooperation is beneficial to both sides, fighting is. Yu Huang knew that if Shui Na really took action, the four of them would basically be fish meat. After hearing Yu Wang's persuasion, they put down their wands. Vice President, what's going on? Our guild. Let's talk about this later. My personal suggestion is that it's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Yu Huang didn't dare to speak in the name of Shenlong. As an outsider, it was somewhat powerless to say these words. More importantly, he formed an alliance with Shui Na, but Shenlong was still considering his own thoughts and actions. You all have teleportation, right? Without teleportation, it would be a bit sad to be here. Shui Na saw Yu Huang preparing to open the door, so he asked. Teleportation? Is it necessary? Yu Huang looked at Shui Na. It would be better to have this, after all, this is a life-saving thing. Moreover, the more people there are, the more dangerous it is for the people behind. Shui Na saw that he had formed a temporary alliance with these people, and it was not good for them to go to their deaths. Who among you has teleportation? Yu Huang himself had teleportation, but he didn't know the situation of the people below. I have it. I have it too. Then wait, you rush over first, and then you can act on your own. But remember, don't attack the boss inside, otherwise you may not be able to escape. Shui Na, who was very confident that he could pass the level, left himself to the end. Because just now, he already knew that there were 8 elemental crystals in it. After all, only Shenlong and another person passed just now. And the people here are the second batch of players to enter. If you don't attack, who will lead the boss? A player who had a problem with Shui Na said with some doubts. I will lead it. Yu Huang knew that if he passed this level this time, his side would get the most benefits, and naturally he would have to make some sacrifices. Okay, then I will stay with you at the end, and you three, it's better to rush over as quickly as possible, otherwise. After saying that, Shui Na pushed open the red door, and the rest of the people entered one after another. If you don't provoke this boss, it won't kill you. But once it gets angry, it will be a fight to the death. So if you can, the 3 of you should go up together to get the crystal, and run away immediately after getting it. So, once someone takes the crystal, it will get angry. Yu Huang immediately understood this. It should be. To be honest, I really didn't have time to pay attention to its changes in the previous few times. Shui Na used teleportation to complete the task directly every time. In addition to knowing that using magic cannons can make them angry, the rest is basically guesswork. The previous few times, the remaining 3 mages didn't know Shui Nai's situation, so they were very surprised to hear this. Okay, you run to the far left now, Yu Huang, you go to the far right, and if it gets angry later, I will lead it, and you go forward to get the elemental crystal. To be honest, if Yu Huang hadn't volunteered to lead the boss, he wouldn't have been responsible for the rear guard. After all, the difficulty of the rear guard task is definitely the greatest. If you are not careful, you may die. Okay, I'll listen to you. Here is your experience. Yu Huang completely believed in Shui Nai, and now he also wanted to get Shui Nai's recognition. After all, if a player like Shui Nai was a friend, it would definitely be a dream. Seeing them start to act according to his requirements, Shui Nai also began to draw out the magic cannon and had completed the preparations for charging. After Yu Huang successfully attracted the boss, he immediately ran to the right. The huge flame messenger following behind spit out powerful fireballs one after another, which frightened Yu Huang a little, but he did not suffer much damage, but was a little unsteady by the air wave of the explosion. Of the 3 of you, the one who didn't teleport first, and the rest will use teleportation when the flame messenger reacts. After that, you don't have to care about anything, just take the crystal and run. Since we are allies, Shui Nai will not be partial or harm anyone. Emperor Yu, be careful. The flame messenger has already discovered that someone is trying to take the crystal. Once it gets angry, stay away from it immediately, and then just teleport over directly. Roar. Just as Shui Nai finished speaking, the flame messenger suddenly abandoned Yu Huang and rushed to the stone pillar, throwing fireballs at the 3 people beside the stone pillar. To be honest, the 3 people who had already run to the stone pillar would not be attacked by the flame messenger, at least they would not be hurt. But in order for Yu Huang to pass smoothly, Shui Nai had to lead it away, otherwise, Yu Huang would be in danger. Shui Nai, who had been following the flame messenger, immediately raised the magic cannon and bombarded it. The energy wall of the same form but different color directly blocked the magic cannon. After seeing the flame messenger suddenly look at him and suddenly attack, he immediately put away the magic cannon and ran to the far left. Yu Huang took this opportunity to launch a teleportation, teleporting 4 times in a row, and then he just came to the side of the stone pillar. Fan Chen, come here quickly. After Yu Huang got the crystal, he immediately shouted in the regional channel, and then ran towards the instant teleportation array. Well commanded, you really have no interest in joining our guild. Outside the elemental land, Yu Huang asked Shui Nai sincerely as he was about to leave. No, we'll work together again if we have a chance in the future. I'm leaving. I don't have much time left. Goodbye. Shui Nai said, took out the special teleportation scroll and disappeared. Vice President Yu Huang, do we really have to reconcile with Fan Chen? A fire mage couldn't help asking. It's best to reconcile, after all, our target is not Fan Chen. Besides, it's better to focus on other aspects than to fight him to death. Our real enemies should be the big guys like the Holy Flame of Light. As long as Shui Nai doesn't stand in our way, there's no need to provoke him. Yu Huang said sincerely. Hearing this, the fire mages of the elite group naturally heard that Yu Huang was saying that their guild could not beat Shuina, but they also agreed with his statement. After all, their goal is to dominate this game world, and there is no need to waste energy on idle players. After all, this is a waste of time, and the benefits are minimal. Chapter 776 Two Dragons Passing the Forest. 3 days later, Shuina successfully obtained the elemental crystal of the wind system. At this time, the first player in the human empire who successfully advanced to the 100 level profession has also been released, and on the same day, 3 more people have been released. After receiving the good news from Dao Yiyudao, Shuina felt a little regretful, but he was still happy for these 3 people in his heart. Because Shuina knew all 3 people. Lao Fan, haven't you completed the previous tasks yet? Dao Yiyudao immediately found Shuina as soon as he was free. There is only 1 elemental crystal left. I'll come and help you, time is running out. Dao Yiyudao interrupted Shuina. Now there are less than 5 days left as Elder Diana requested. If we don't hurry up, time will be insufficient. Okay. Shuina looked at the surrounding forest. Here, Dao Yiyudao would not be in any danger. Hey, this primeval forest is the land of wood elements. Why does it look so much like the dark tree demon forest? Dao Yiyudao said, and reached out to chop down a tree demon. Dao Yiyu Dao, who completed the promotion task, just reached level 100. Now he has embedded the 2 dragon bloodstones into the ice and fire twin dragons. And because of Qin's handwriting, this pair of daggers has reached the level of 100 level equipment under the reinforcement of dragon bloodstones and some rare materials. Its attributes have far exceeded the level of dark gold equipment, but the price is that this pair of daggers can no longer be embedded and strengthened. Level 100 is the limit of this pair of daggers, but before level 150, Dao Yiyu Dao does not need to consider changing weapons. Don't underestimate these tree monsters. They are poisonous. Various poisons can make life worse than death. A wizard has already searched this forest. Although he failed in the forest maze in the end, the selfless player posted his experience online. Although I don't know whether it is true or not, it still let Shui Nai get a lot of information. Poison, hehe, I am not afraid of poison now. Dao Yiyu Dao said, and raised his index finger. On it, a dark green ring seemed to have a green mist flowing in it under the sunlight. Legendary Poison Dragon Tooth, where did you find it from? Shui Nai remembered that Dao Yiyu Dao did not have this legendary equipment. The system rewarded it. This time, the system did not reward skills, but directly rewarded legendary equipment. However, the rewarded equipment must be determined by the situation of the promotion task. Then Dao Yiyu Dao described his situation in this promotion task in detail. So, the promotion task of the thief system is randomly assigned. When Shui Nai knew that Dao Yiyu Dao and Fei Dao Death God were assigned to 2 different task areas to do tasks, she thought of this. Yes, but there are only 10 places. Mine is the Poison King, and his is the Whirlwind Valley. These 2 places are high-level monster areas for thieves, which are similar to your elemental land. However, we have to do monster killing tasks there, and we only need to kill 10,000 monsters, while you have a collection task. Unfortunately, if you can exchange this reward, it will be perfect. Hearing this, Shui Nai naturally knew that the equipment in the hands of the Flying Knife Death God must be speed-related equipment. No, this equipment is top-notch, it is immune to poison and can poison. If several kinds of poison are rotated at once, even the boss can't stand it. Come on, stop showing off, let's rush directly into the maze inside, and you will go to the left later, and I will go to the middle. Shui Nai, who was already a little afraid of the left side, decided to let Dao Yiyu Dao explore the way this time. If we don't fight so many monsters, won't they explode skills? Dao Yiyu Dao pointed at the wood elves that looked like a large mass of seaweed and said with some doubts. Only high-level wood magic is produced here, and how many times have you seen me use wood magic? That's right, this wood magic is not practical. Wait, you don't want healing magic either? Dao Yiyu Dao, who was already running, suddenly asked. Let's talk about it when we get to the forest maze, and we have to use magician-level magic. Shui Nai had already thought about this question. Most of the water-based healing magic is continuous recovery, with slow effects, relatively the weakest effect, but no negative effects. The wood-based healing magic has fast benefits and strong healing, but it has certain negative effects, such as paralysis. This is the weakness of elemental healing magic compared to holy light healing magic. The 2 of them increased their speed, and Shui Nai, with the true forest dragon in his body, replaced all the equipment that affected his movements, and rushed all the way to the front. As for Dao Yiyu Dao, he would rush to the left and right from time to time, using the ice dragon and the double dragon to harvest these weak monsters, but looking at his relaxed look, you can tell that he didn't try his best at this speed. It seems that we are being left behind in terms of speed. Shui Nai looked at Dao Yiyu Dao, who could almost leave an afterimage while walking. This was his real speed. Along the way, Dao Yiyu Dao stabbed almost all the monsters that blocked his way, but here, the experience he gained was almost nothing. Lao Fan, the entrance to the maze is in front of us. I will go directly to the left. Be careful. Dao Yiyu Dao, who had already run away, said in the team chat at this time. Okay, don't capsize in the ditch. Shui Nai reminded him, and also saw the natural green maze composed of trees and bushes in front of him. However, just when Shui Nai entered the maze, he heard Dao Yiyu Dao's angry curse not far away. Damn, what the hell? Then, there was a dull sound of boom, puff, puff of war. When Shui Nai walked in more than 10 meters, he knew the source of this strange sound. In front of Mina, there was a strange creature made of wood, the wooden man. However, This kind of monster was not a big surprise for Mina, who was used to seeing elemental creatures, but for Dao Yiyu Dao, this robot-like creature surprised him greatly. Yes, this wooden man gave people the feeling of a robot in the real world. Although the movements were not too stiff, they were not very flexible, and the square head was flashing with 2 green lights. Seeing the green light flashing in the wooden man's eyes, Mina knew that it had discovered him. Mina pulled the elemental magic wand directly, and 7 or 8 fiery red birds flew out. Each elemental bird that was fused with the explosive bomb was a bomb that would explode when touched. Although the power might not be as strong as the explosive bomb, this small bird had the effect of deep explosion. I saw these explosive birds drill into the wood. If they hit the thick trunk, it would be fine, but once they hit the relatively fragile joints, the power of the deep explosion would come out. Due to the large size of the explosive bomb, the power of its explosion is destined to stay on the surface of the object. But this explosive bird is different. If it finds a suitable position, it can drill into the inside of the target and launch an explosion, which can shatter the target at the least, or directly then it was blown to pieces. But this requires Mizuna's control ability to reach a very high level, otherwise, it can only rely on luck. However, Mizuna, who used the exploding flame bird for the first time, was obviously very lucky. He actually blew off one of the wooden man's legs in front of him, and the dong 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 footsteps like beating drums stopped. However, Mizuna did not relax because of this. After all, this is an elemental creature. If it loses its physical ability, its magic ability will definitely be triggered. And just as Mizuna thought, the green light on the wooden man who was forced to stop immediately became very bright, but what surprised Mizuna was that the green light was actually acting on the green bushes next to Mizuna. Damn, this tree wall! Mizuna, who was entangled by more than a dozen vines, immediately waved her magic wand and cast a few magic spells. Under the effect of several flame walls, the vines entangled with Mizuna were quickly burned, and the wooden man on the opposite side, who was surrounded by the flame wall, screamed unwillingly. Burned by the flame wall, the wooden man had no chance to cast magic. However, Dao Yiyu Dao on the other side was not so lucky. He could only fight in close combat, and was no match for the wooden man. The wooden man's fist was so powerful that Dao Yiyu Dao would spit blood and fly backwards as long as the wooden man punched him. However, when he finally burned the wooden man's hand, he found that he was wrapped up like a dumpling in the next second. If it weren't for the fire dragon dagger of the ice dragon Chuanglong that could restrain the vines, he would have to ask Shui Nai for help. Damn, Lao Fan, this is the enemy you are facing, so difficult to fight. Not to mention that you can recover blood, the bushes here are all its people. Dao Yiyu Dao was obviously frightened by the bushes with vines and poisonous fog coming out from time to time. It's okay. These wooden men are good at close combat. It's almost the same as pulling away from them. Damn, you're a long-range fighter, so of course you say that. I'm a close-range fighter. Where are your explosive shock and ice spike? Aren't these two medium and short-range skills? There is a cooldown time. After a stab, it will cool down for 1 minute. It's better to trigger the ice dragon and fire dragon. I'm going to ignore you. I'm leaving first. Shui Nai didn't want to pay attention to Dao Yiyu Dao's complaints. Anyway, with his ability, as long as he didn't seek death, there was no danger here. After nearly a day and a half of cleaning, after Shui Nai hit a dead end dozens of times, he finally came to the huge wooden door under the guidance of Dao Yiyu Dao. Alas, it seems that mazes are not my strong point. Shui Nai didn't expect that the road on Dao Yiyu Dao's side was actually the right way. Haha, you are a person with poor direction. Dao Yiyu Dao pointed out happily. Chapter 777, Armed with the Magic Wand. Old Fan, you are going to the imperial capital now. That is the territory of the church. You have to be careful. Dao Yiyu Dao said, while taking the bandage and trauma medicine and applying it to the wound on his chest. Just now, he was whipped half to death by the forest messenger, and even the armor was broken. Well, I will leave after the poison disappears. Shui Nai, whose face turned blue due to the poison, kept drinking life potions to replenish his declining life value. By the way, how can I leave here? I can't fight it out. If you are not afraid of being chased by birds, you can fly away. Then I'd better go out by myself. If I am targeted by birds here, I really don't know how I will die. Let's go. See you in the Elf Empire later. Shui Nai said, and the poison on his face disappeared. He immediately took out the special teleportation scroll and slowly disappeared in the white light. You're really going straight? I'm leaving too. After saying that, he disappeared on the teleportation array. Let's go. We have another place to go. Shui Nai, who followed Bing Xin out of the Magic Guild headquarters, suddenly heard Bing Xin say this in the sky. Bing Xin now used the excuse of going to the capital to visit her injured senior brother and taking this little guy with her. Otherwise, the departure of Bing Xin, the temporary president, would be very noticeable. Are you going to find the elemental crystal of the water system? Shui Nai actually thought of this. About the same. It's so high, no one should be able to find it. Bing Xin looked through her domain at the fist-sized elemental city below. Okay, let's go. After Bing Xin said that, Shui Nai felt that the entire domain suddenly emitted a strong blue light. When he opened his eyes, he found that the scenery below had changed. Space magic. Shui Nai had to say that the sage's space magic was really practical. It only took a short while to get directly to the outskirts of Yunwu town. Hey, the people in Yunwu town seem to have known we were here. Shui Nai looked through the ice below field and saw a small blue light suddenly appear below and approach at a very fast speed. When the elder approached, Bing Xion's field also unfolded at this time, and the entire field turned into an ice mirror, and Shui Nai, Bingzhen and the elder who had just come over stood at the two ends of the ice mirror. Long time no see. Bingzhen greeted. Well, you don't have much time, so I won't be polite. Let's go. I'll take you there. The elder saw Bingzhen personally bringing people here, and he obviously thought of something. He directly included Shui Nai into his water blue domain and went to the holy snow mountain. Put the ice element crystal in, and then wait for it to glow, and it will be fine. At the top of the holy snow mountain, the elder signaled Shui Nai to put the element crystal directly into the pool. Shui Nai immediately followed the elder's words and put the element crystal in. When Shui Nai's hand touched the water surface, Shui Nai immediately felt a burst of cool air flowing into his body from his fingers. He had experienced a long battle, but his tired body slowly recovered his vitality under this cool breath, and his spirit was full almost instantly. The originally dry and cold elemental crystal in the palm of the hand, under the nourishment of this water, the cold air and the coolness slowly merged together, becoming both cold and full of vitality. The interior of the elemental crystal also slowly emitted blue light spots. When the entire elemental crystal was filled with this blue light, Shui Nai only felt the elemental crystal tremble, and he knew that this step had been completed. After putting away the mutated elemental crystal, Shui Nai said thank you to the elder, and was taken back to the sky again. Then goodbye. Bing Xian took Shui Nai, nodded and smiled to thank him, and left. Casting space magic again, Shui Nai found that there was a layer of fine sweat beads on Bing Xian's forehead this time. It seems that this magic consumed a lot. Is the imperial capital below? Shui Nai looked at the huge city below that was 3 or 4 times larger than the elemental city, and couldn't help but get excited. Although he ran around in this world, he had never been to this magnificent city. Yes, the 6 spires below are the mage towers that guard this city. They are the highest honor for us mages. You should be able to feel the familiar feeling in these towers. Hearing this, Shui Na immediately opened the backpack that was a little strange, and found that the 2 remaining books of the Book of Elements were actually flashing with halos, and the spires of these 6 towering mage towers were also flashing with almost imperceptible halos, echoing each other. Is the Book of Elements stored inside? Yes, it's right below, but it's not time for you to unlock the Book of Elements yet, so you just need to know it now. Understood. Shui Na has never understood what the point of collecting the Book of Elements is now. If it weren't for the rich rewards of this task, he really wouldn't have much interest in collecting this thing. Let's go down. The teacher should be down there. Teacher? He's down there. Shui Na knew that the headquarters of the church was stationed here, and what surprised Shui Na the most was that the place where they descended was actually an area with a large number of white dome tower church buildings. When Shui Na saw these buildings, he immediately thought of the headquarters of the Holy Light Church. You didn't expect it, right? This is the most dangerous place, but also the safest place. Bing Xian was in a good mood when she saw Shui Na's surprised expression. Teacher, he is not with the church. Not the church, but some people who blindly believe in the God of Light, but not the entire church is crazy. Here, there are many people who believe in their own eyes more than the ethereal oracle, just like our Pope. Pope. Well, the Pope was a good friend of the teacher before. Although he can't stand on the side of the teacher openly, it is still okay to protect him secretly. After all, the church is still under his control now. Here, so late, I thought you could be earlier. In a very simple garden, Shui Na saw the old wizard he had always wanted to find. However, this sentence he said when he met him made him a little choked. Didn't you remind me before that the elemental land is so easy to break into? Shui Na muttered in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything, because in front of him, next to the old wizard, was sitting an old man wearing a pope's robe. The old man was looking at Shui Na kindly, and his faint smile was like the spring sun, which could warm and fascinate people's hearts. Pope! My brother! The old wizard pointed at the Pope fiercely and declared loudly. Shui Na wiped the sweat from his forehead. Do you feel helpless and painful to have such a teacher? The Pope looked at the green fragrant tea in his hand and said jokingly. Hee hee. Shui Na could only smile foolishly, he didn't dare to say anything. When Shui Na and Bing Xin also sat down, the old wizard put away his joking face and became serious. First of all, I will pass this magic wand weapon to you now. Although this may be a little worse than the Book of Inheritance, I cannot give you the Book of Inheritance now. After all, you do not have the ability to master the Book of Inheritance yet. As soon as the old wizard opened his mouth, he placed a skill book in front of Shui Na. Originally, the old wizard had no confidence in surviving when facing the Lich King, so he naturally had to make the final preparations. However, due to Shui Na's intervention, not only did he save the old wizard, but he also sealed one of the Lich Kings, which was unexpected by the old wizard. In order to prevent Shui Na from overdoing things, the old wizard also felt that it would be better not to give him the inheritance book first, and wait until his strength was stronger before giving it to him. Although this skill book was not the inheritance book Shui Na wanted, he knew that since the old wizard changed his mind and did not give it to him now, there was naturally a reason, and he had nothing to pursue. Anyway, it would be passed to him in the end, so there was no need to rush. After looking down at the introduction of the magic wand weapon, Shui Na's facial muscles immediately jumped a few times unnaturally, and then took a deep breath, and then put this magician-level skill book into the backpack. Another god-level magic? Although Mizuna's expression was calm, he knew in his heart that this magic might be the ice sword that Bingzhen said she would pass on to him at the beginning. Moreover, Mizuna liked this magic after just one look. This is a very powerful and practical magic, and most importantly, it is very suitable for Mizuna, a wizard with a strong power value. Although the three old monsters present are over 100 years old, their eyes are still sharp, and they naturally noticed the change in Mizuna's expression. Okay, the second thing is about your elemental heart, which is the Dragon Ball I collected recently. After the old wizard finished speaking, he waved his hand, and several beads of different colors immediately appeared on the white coffee table made of polished white marble. Seeing this, Shui Na immediately knew that the old wizard was planning to let him complete the heart of the element. Chapter 778 Swallowing the Crystal Essence. Seeing the Dragon Balls in front of him shining with the purest halo under the gentle sunlight, Shui Na was stunned for a moment. Here, except for the lack of wood, water, and wind elements, the rest of the Dragon Balls have been collected by the old wizard, even the fire element that Shui Na failed to collect before. But Shui Na looked at the Dragon Balls in his backpack, which he took out from the warehouse before coming here. Shui Na's hand moved over these Dragon Balls, and finally stopped on the cocky bead. Just this is enough. Shui Na picked up the cocky Dragon Ball, and then placed the Dragon Balls he had collected in front of them. Damn, you stole the ice crown of the Ice Spirit Envoy. After seeing the Dragon Ball that Shui Na took out, the old wizard immediately fixed his eyes on the ice crown. Hee hee, like master, like disciple. Didn't you also steal it once back then? The Pope touched the icy and freezing ice crown with his fingers. For him, the temperature of the crown was really low. Is it? The old wizard immediately pretended to be stupid at this time. Bing Xin, during this period of time, you should let those who are heading to the ice element land stop for a while. The anger of the ice spirit envoy needs some time to cool down. The old wizard took a look and then gave Bing Xin such an order. So that's the case. No wonder no one who has recently gone to the ice element land has succeeded. So that's the case. Bing Xin suddenly realized something, but she didn't blame Shui Na. No way, it's so serious, I'll send it back later. Shui Na didn't expect that she had snatched a piece of equipment, but it actually left the ice mage behind with no way to go. It was really a sin. You still dare to go? If it doesn't make you into an ice sculpture, I will give you all these dragon balls. The old mage took out a magic wand and knocked Shui Nai's head. Forget it, this thing is useless to it anyway. There are so many thousand-year-old ice there that it's like garbage. And this dragon ball is just a waste in its hands. It's better to keep it and cultivate the dragon soul. Dragon soul, can this spirit be cultivated? When Shui Nai thought of this, he immediately thought about creating an elemental mage army. Yes, it can mature about once 100 years, and it must have an environment like the fountain of life in the holy snow mountain. The old wizard's words easily shattered Shui Nai's fantasy. 100 years. Okay, let's not talk about anything else, let's get started. After the old wizard finished speaking, he put away his dragon ball. These dragon balls in his hand were all used by him in the past. They have been cultivated and have regained new crystal essence, but the original ones are still better. As for the earth dragon ball, the old wizard has no other choice. First the fire dragon ball. After the old wizard finished speaking, he handed Shui Nai's fire dragon ball obtained from the dark tree demon forest to the Pope. If Tai Feng had not had a good relationship with the red fire dragon, Shui Nai might not have been able to give this dragon ball to the Pope. Take it in your hand. Although this makes Shui Nai feel a little sorry for Chi Huo, Shui Nai still takes it. After all, he has no time to find a new dragon ball. Okay, I'm ready. After replacing all the equipment with the life-enhancing equipment that is always ready, Shui Nai's life value suddenly reaches the point, but in this state, he thinks it is the worst. Because now all his attributes, except for the life value, have reached the lowest point. If he competes with others in this state, Shui Nai may become a wooden stake and be played to death. Although Shui Nai knows that with the ability of the Pope, as long as he is willing to take action, it will be difficult for him to die. But in order to get the attention of the Pope in this legend, he has to stand higher. Then I'll start. After the Pope finished speaking, he saw that the index finger of his right hand began to emit a little holy light. This holy light was so white that people dared not look directly at it, but the light emitted was incomparably warm and soft, which was very contradictory. This holy light quickly wrapped up the dragon ball, and then suddenly pulled away from the dragon ball and turned into a ball of light that was less than the size of a finger. Seeing the ball of light flying towards him, Shui Nai immediately opened his mouth and swallowed it. Activate the wood dragon soul and let the flame burn more fiercely. The old wizard suddenly said. More fiercely. Shui Nai's mouth twitched a little, but he still executed it. Will this? Seeing Shui Nai wrapped in flames, Bing Xin could no longer see Shui Nai's figure. The flames burned too fiercely. It comes quickly and goes faster, and in this way, the success rate will be greater, but the process will be more painful. The old wizard lowered his head and looked at the teacup in his hand, completely ignoring Shui Nai who was being burned by the flames. However, Shui Nai was also tough, sitting on the ground without making a sound, letting the flames burning from the inside of his body rage all over his body, and his eyes were only looking at his life value. Fortunately, I got so many accumulated top-grade medicines from the unscrupulous uncle, otherwise, there would be problems in the first one. Shui Na did not expect that the reaction between wood and fire would be so terrible. Nearly 1,000 points of life value disappeared in 1 second at the beginning. Now Shui Nai holds the potion in one hand and the pill in the other hand. Both hands are constantly working, firmly controlling the life value at about 80%. However, for some reason, when taking the crystal essence of the fire dragon ball, the life value loss does not increase with time as before. A minute later, the flame on Shui Nai's body, which had turned into a huge pillar of fire, suddenly exploded. With a bang, Shui Nai was blown to a corner of the garden. But a soft light wall appeared and took his body down to avoid damaging the fence there. No rest, proceed to the second item. The old wizard threw the thunder dragon ball to the Pope without raising his head. Seeing the old wizard's expression that he didn't even dare to look at himself, Mina smiled calmly, knowing that he wanted to make a quick decision. Although he didn't know the reason, he knew that the old wizard would not harm him, so he swallowed the second ball of white light. After swallowing the white light, Mina's face froze, and then the muscles of the whole body began to twitch. The life value that had just been replenished began to decrease at a rate of dozens of points. Moreover, this time, it was obviously gradually increasing. In a short while, Mina's life value decreased by hundreds of points, but then it slowly stabilized and did not increase sharply again. Although this is much weaker than the situation of thousands of points just now, Mina has been electrocuted by the current that began to rush out and cannot control his body. Now he even has some problems drinking potions. After finally putting the finger into his mouth, Mina immediately bit the finger with his teeth to prevent it from leaving due to muscle twitching. Then a black pill slipped from the finger into his mouth and turned into life value, raising the life value that had dropped to 70% to 90%. However, this more advanced pill has a longer cooling time. Once taken, he can no longer take other blood recovering pills and can only wait for the cooling time to end. As for the inefficient potion, Mina no longer has the extra energy to take it, because he can't even control his fingers now, let alone pull out the cap on the potion bottle. However, as the current raged, Mina found that he seemed to have begun to adapt to the influence of the current. Although he was still electrocuted and burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, he could at least control his hands to take the potion. This time, Mina was electrocuted by the current from the inside for a full 5 minutes. In the end, Mina was left with less than 5% of her health, which barely completed the process of hair removal and marrow cleansing. After that, the Pope directly shot a healing holy light, which instantly filled Mina's health. After Mina swallowed the earth crystal marrow, Mina found that the intensity of her health reduction was even stronger this time. As soon as she came out, she lost more than 100 points. No way, if this goes on, it will be too much. Shui Na had to look at the potions in her backpack. Just when she was bearing the crystal essence of the thunder system, she had already consumed 30% of the life recovery medicine. As the old wizard said, the fusion process of the elemental heart will become more and more difficult. Looking down at the elemental heart that was already in a mess in her body, Shui Na had to say that this was too messy. In the past, when there were only a few types of elemental hearts, the crystal essences of each system could basically coexist peacefully, but now that two forces have been squeezed into this fixed space, the balance has been broken. The most troublesome thing is that Shui Na has no time to control them now, and can only let them fight each other in this elemental heart panel. This is really painful. Shui Na felt her body slowly being petrified from the inside out, and every bit of petrification would bring a burst of intense and crazy feelings. This is much more terrible than the burning of fire and the paralysis of lightning, which are just single pains. Because this feeling of petrification spreads little by little, and when the nerves are not clear, this little bit of being eaten away is magnified many times, which has a greater impact on the spirit. I'm afraid that the legendary slow execution is just like this. This time, Shui Na was tortured for nearly 15 minutes, and the potion was almost exhausted. Looking at the frozen crown in Bing Xin's hand, Shui Na began to hesitate. Let's fight. Anyway, the Pope is here. An intermediate healing spell is more than 10,000 healing doses, so I shouldn't die. After thinking about it, Shui Na stood up with his still stiff body. Not bad, much better than the guy who was screaming and rolling around back then. This is for you. The Pope looked at the old wizard and said this leisurely, and then placed 10 bottles of potions in special crystal bottles in front of Shui Na. Holy water, liquefied holy light energy. Shui Na's eyes lit up after seeing these few introductions. Not to mention the instant full status recovery on the spot, but also the ability to revive the player on the spot. This is a holy medicine that has never appeared on the market. Thank you. After thanking, Shui Na put the 10 bottles of sacred water into his backpack, and then swallowed the ice blue crystal marrow in Bing Xin's hand. Chapter 779 Fusion Success. When Shui Na finally came back to life from the icy ice, he ignored the life value that was only in the hundreds, and instead stared at the elemental heart panel that had become a mess. Yes, it was already a mess here, so messy that even Shui Na found it a little incredible. The elemental heart, which had absorbed the power of 4 elements in succession, had completely messed up the stable situation of the 4 parties, and now it had become a completely chaotic 7-party melee. Like the wind, water, and wood elemental crystals at the beginning, they had long been dispersed by the 4 elemental crystals that rushed in. They were no longer tightly hugged together, but were scattered in this elemental heart. Okay, now it's time to sort it out. Shui Na said as she began to mobilize the power of the elemental heart in her body. As various elemental halos lit up from time to time on Shui Na's body, the old wizard and the Pope, 2 experienced people, breathed a sigh of relief. Although the process of bearing the power of the elements is very dangerous, if Shui Na cannot control the chaotic elemental heart at this stage, then his suffering will be in vain. Because, as the chaos continues to be disordered, the mutual generation and mutual restraint between the elements will become more and more serious, and as a result, the elemental power in the elemental heart will be slowly assimilated or consumed, and eventually the fusion will fail. This is a very serious problem, but Shui Nai did not get their guidance and went to regulate the chaotic power in the elemental heart by himself. This realization made them very relieved. Let's go. It's not a short time to regulate the elemental heart. Let's go our separate ways. After the old wizard finished speaking, he drank the cold tea in his hand and left first. This guy is still as indecisive as before. The Pope looked at the old wizard who had walked away, knowing that he was nervous and uneasy in his heart, but he didn't want others to know because he was saving face. Bingzin, you should go back and rest too. The Pope glanced at Bingzin. Although Bingzin's face was not bad, he could feel that her breath had weakened a lot. Okay, then I'll go back first. Here, please accept my greeting and thank you for taking care of the teacher during this period of time. Bingzin bowed to the elder very sincerely. Okay, go. The Pope accepted it very calmly, and then waved him away. Finally, the Pope gave an order to the guards outside not to let anyone come to disturb him, and then left. To be honest, when he was extracting the crystal marrow just now, he consumed a lot of his energy. Still in that small garden, the human-shaped street lamp that was still emitting colorful halos suddenly went out in the next second. At the same time, the small garden was also shrouded in the darkness before dawn. After almost a day, Mina went online and offline once, and then merged the last scattered wind element crystal essence together. Hey, another day has passed. Mina looked at the current ranking list. Now more than a dozen players in the human empire have been promoted. Their names will be deeply engraved in this ranking list, and will not be refreshed until the next time the Grand Mage is promoted. After looking at the prompt marked Element Heart Fusion successful, Mina once again set her sights on the Element Heart. Special ability, Element Heart, Fusion successful. Mages with Element Heart can learn magic with attributes related to Element Heart, ignoring the requirements of specialization. But in the process of training, if skills want to be promoted, it takes 2 to 5 times more time than ordinary mages. Source of Elements, Element Heart has been successfully fused. When the holder of Element Heart ability casts elemental magic, the mana consumption is reduced by 50%, and the spirit value is increased by 400. Element Resonance, since the Heart of Elements has been successfully integrated, the ability holder can freely set one of the elements as his main element. After the main element is set, he can have the effect of Dragon Soul Possession without activating Dragon Soul Possession. After setting, this state can no longer be activated, but it is not restricted by the effect of the state. Each switch of element resonance needs to cool down for 1 hour. Fortunately, although the process is a bit painful, it's okay, this attribute is not bad. Mina thought while setting the element resonance to the wind system. After that, Mina felt that a burst of green wind suddenly surged out of his body, and his clothes and hair were fluttering. He looked down at the skill bar, and there was an additional skill of flying technique there, but although this skill was available, its icon was a little faint, not as real as the surrounding skills. After struggling for a moment, he made up his mind to use the wind system as the main element. After all, the effect of Wind Dragon Soul Possession is currently the most suitable for daily use. The 4 newly acquired states are True Flame Dragon Possession, True Thunder Dragon Possession, True Earth Dragon Possession and True Ice Mist Dragon Possession. The basic effects of these 4 states are similar, but the attributes they increase are somewhat different. These 4 states increase magic attack power by 3000 points, increase life recovery speed by 100%, increase physical defensibility by 2000 points, and increase magic recovery speed by 100%. Shui Nai is not very interested in this magic attack power and that physical defensibility. After all, he already has these 2 very high, and now it is just icing on the cake. But the life recovery speed and magic recovery speed are increased by 1 times, which is completely a timely help. With Shui Nai's current life recovery speed of 10 points per second and magic recovery speed of 30 points per second, his recovery ability is now the best among the players. Even Tai Feng, a dragon man, may not be able to match him in terms of life recovery. It's a pity that cloth armor is still cloth armor. No matter how strong it is, it can't be stronger than armor. This is the only disappointment in Shui Nai's heart. Just when Shui Nai was about to study all these new Dragon Soul possessions, he suddenly heard a sound of footsteps. Looking at the Pope and the old wizard who came in the morning light, Shui Nai had to focus on them. Now it's time for Shui Nai to advance. Very good, worthy of being my last disciple. The old wizard looked at Shui Nai, whose appearance had not changed, but he could feel that Shui Nai was emitting a strong breath, and at the same time he could feel a light breeze coming from his face. This is the true power of the elemental mage, which is much more powerful than the average mage. This, by the way, teacher, do I have to enter the mage tower for my promotion task? Shui Nai looked at the mage tower in the distance and asked. After Piao Ling's explanation, he already knew what the second ring task of the elemental mage was. That is, holding the element crystal, entering the relevant wizard tower, letting the power of the element crystal enter your body, and forming an element core of the corresponding system. And the wizard who possesses this element core is not only better in summoning elements, but also has the ability to manipulate magic circles. No. In fact, after completing the fusion of the element heart, you are already a magician, but in order to make you stronger, it is still necessary to use this element crystal. After all, the element core, coupled with the element core, is a very strong combination in theory. The old wizard's eyes have been shining, and when he looks at Mina, it's like looking at a cute white mouse. Wait, in theory? Aren't you also an element wizard? Mina immediately heard this loophole. This, The old wizard laughed dryly for a few times, and then said, I don't have an element core. Back then, I was obsessed with magic, and I missed the best time to condense the element core, so you don't know what the consequences will be now, right? Mina pointed out the relationship. This. The old wizard pondered for a moment, then raised his head again. Theoretically, the heart of the element and the core of the element are not related. There is no conflict, so there will be no problem in combining the two. However, I cannot answer the specific results and process. What is your opinion now? Mina was silent for a moment. At first, he was just dissatisfied with the old wizard using him as a guinea pig for the experiment, but after thinking about it, he couldn't resist the temptation. Choose between taking the risk to become stronger or remain unchanged. Mina will take the risk to become stronger. Magic circle magic is an ability that only those with elemental cores can have. Although the elemental book in his hand can be used as an elemental core, there are still too many uncertainties in the future, so he doesn't count on it. Come on, guinea pigs are guinea pigs, as long as they can become stronger. Mina said. If it fails, you won't blame me. Will it be useful to blame you? It's just that I don't like being deceived. Shui Na knew that the old wizard was worried that he would have some opinions about him. After all, he was his last disciple and the successor of the inheritance. Okay, let's start. This time, even if the guys above find out, it doesn't matter. Hey, if that's the case, I can only refuse. Upon hearing this, Shui Na had to raise this question. Don't worry, in fact, he has discovered my existence. Otherwise, I wouldn't hide here, and only he can block the search of the God of Light. Not to mention, while the element heart has just stabilized and has not yet fully formed, it is the safest and most effective to add the element core at this time. Otherwise, once it is formed, there may be a problem. This. Shui Na had to hesitate after hearing this. It seems that the system has designed him to death again this time. If you want to have stronger power, you must first help you establish a stronger enemy, but this time the enemy's level and rank are terribly high. Die, you are not afraid of death, what should I be afraid of? Shui Na gritted his teeth and agreed. Chapter 780 Elemental Core. After Shui Na decided to fuse the elemental core, the old wizard and the other three went their separate ways. The Pope, wearing a gorgeous gold and white Pope robe, went to the palace not far away. He had to tell the people above to avoid any problems. Bing Xin took the 6 elemental crystals in Shui Nai's hand and went to the 6 wizard towers. He could use the elemental crystals to activate the energy of the wizard towers. As for the old wizard, he took Shui Nai and walked outside. Along the way, Shui Nai asked a lot of questions, such as why the God of Light discovered his whereabouts and why he ran back to the human empire. After the old wizard's answer, he understood. It turned out that in the last battle with the Lich King in Hulu Valley, Howard discovered something afterwards, and then under the guidance of the God of Light, he came to the conclusion that the blasphemer hundreds of years ago was not dead. As for why he appeared here, it was because someone on the human empire side began to break through the saint rank and move towards the advanced god rank. In order to protect these elites who might reach the god rank, the old wizard had to accept the invitation of the human empire and come here. Although the old wizard's power has disappeared, his experience and wisdom are unmatched, especially in this situation where the gods are the imaginary enemies, his existence is necessary. From what you said, the high-level officials of the human empire intend to fight with the gods. Yes, and no. If the God of Light wants to get rid of those who have been promoted to the God rank like last time, then the human empire will inevitably resist because the God rank is not only a symbol of strength for everyone, but also our hope. Becoming a god, what a distant and attractive goal it is. It's just that I don't understand why the God of Light wants to get rid of you, and you haven't offended them. Haha. The old wizard suddenly laughed, as if Mina told a very funny joke, making people around him look over involuntarily. My good disciple, if you know how the God of Light became the main god, then you will understand his approach. The old wizard took Shui Nai's head down and whispered, the previous God of Light, that is, the first God of Light, was not from our world. He was appointed by the God of Creation. However, he was killed here by the current God of Light with a trick, and half of his godhood and power were eventually absorbed by him. He is now afraid that someone will do such a thing, then he. This is the tragedy of the God of Light. The higher you stand, the more afraid you are of falling, because this is often irreversible, haha. It seems that the old wizard still has a lot of resentment towards the God of Light. The two have been walking towards the square of the imperial capital. Although it is morning now, a large number of players and those early NPCs have already appeared here. Stand in the center of this square, and wait for them later. The old wizard took Shui Nai to the center of this square. Shui Nai raised his head and found that this was actually the center of the 6 wizard towers. This. Mina pointed at the surrounding 6 mage towers. Yes, 6 beams of light will come over later. Although this may be a bit premature, you already have the heart of the element. I believe it will not be a problem to condense the element core. Now it is just a matter of time. Although Shui Nai knew that after Piao Ling got the element crystal, she stayed in the mage tower for a day to condense the energy in the element crystal into a core. According to the setting of this game, the larger the element core, the greater its energy, the larger the controllable magic circle, and the stronger its power. With each level increase, the element core will become larger. After reaching the level of a quasi-ground mage, you have to enter the mage tower again to evolve the element core into the corresponding element power. After reaching the level of a quasi-sage, you have to comprehend the domain in the mage tower. It can be said that the mage tower is a mythical treasure of the human mage profession. Yes, you don't have much time. Every time you condense an elemental core, it will be twice as difficult to condense it next time. This is more difficult than the elemental heart, but it is not life-threatening. Therefore, we have always been against multi-system specialization. First, there is not enough energy, and second, it is impossible to condense the core. What about now? Condense all the elemental energy into cores at once. This is the only way to complete it at the same time. Otherwise, it is impossible to get a perfect elemental core step by step like they do. The old wizard knew Mina's worries, so he would not hesitate to use the power of the wizard tower to compress and condense the elemental core for Mina. It seems very dangerous. Mina's forehead was sweating. With the activation of the 6 wizard towers, Mina, who was at the core, suddenly felt a palpitation, as if something was paying attention to him, giving him a lot of pressure. There is no danger. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that the 6 element towers here are alive. Although they are still dead, they have awakened their consciousness and are considered half-lives. The old wizard obviously felt the pressure between heaven and earth, so he began to retreat. With his current body, it was too difficult for him to bear this pressure. Element tower, isn't this a mage tower? Shui Nai muttered in his heart. Although there are not many mage towers, they can still be seen from time to time in various parts of this world, and they still appear in the form of ruins. The surrounding players also obviously felt something, and moved away from Shui Nai's position. In the end, everyone in the square had retreated to the outermost periphery, looking at Shui Nai in the center, pointing from time to time. What is this guy doing? It seems to have triggered some mechanisms in this imperial capital. A spectator looked at the floor of the square and saw a colorful halo suddenly appearing. He couldn't help but squinting and said, "Hey, look, this mage tower is glowing." At this moment, the tops of the 6 mage towers mentioned by the players suddenly flashed with light, corresponding to various elemental halos. At the same time, some sensitive players also found that the entire imperial city shook slightly, very slightly, almost imperceptible. Could it be Some players who were careful and responsive immediately knew that this might be a vision of a player's promotion, but this was too shocking. As the 6 rays of light on the top of the elemental tower shrank smaller and smaller, the intensity of the light became stronger and stronger. Some players who were close to it could no longer look directly at it. Players outside the Imperial City with better eyesight could also see this vision. "Teacher, I was deceived by you again. Do you have to make such a big fuss?" Mina, who was fixed there by an invisible force, looked at the messed up message box with a headache. However, he had no time to reply to them now, and could only watch the countdown that was about to end. When the time in front of Mina's eyes turned into 0, the light of the 6 element towers also reached its limit, but the size of this light spot was as small as a hair. Then, 6 tiny rays of light suddenly shot out from the light spot and pointed directly at Mina's chest. Ah! Mina, who was hit by these 6 energies of different colors and attributes, felt that his consciousness was tortured by various energies such as fire, ice, and electricity. If the heart of the element is a physical torture, then this element core is a torture of consciousness, but this torture of consciousness makes Mina so painful that he has to scream to release the pain inside. The exposure time of these 6 rays of light is actually only 2 seconds, and the energy on the element crystal is not much at all. Therefore, for normal players such as Piaoling who have been promoted, the process of condensing the core is completely painless. However, now Mina has completed their daily amount in 2 seconds, and it is 6 times the amount. The energy of this moment is too much for Mina's consciousness to bear. In these 2 seconds, Mina feels like a year has passed. The pain makes people want to log off directly. However, in the eyes of outsiders, Mina's life value has not been lost. But his distorted face makes people feel that this is very weird. "Hey, it's okay to scream so loudly, I thought you were dead." A black shadow suddenly appeared beside Mina, helped up his shaky body. "I'm almost dead, I've been cheated again." Shui Nai looked at Dao Yudeo's worried expression and was relieved. Although all his attributes are fine now, he has no strength at all and looks listless. "I didn't expect that the condensation of this elemental core would be so painful. Fortunately, I didn't try it that year." The old wizard also came over at this time, and smiled thankfully after looking at Shui Nai's appearance. "Don't tell me that no one has ever tried this elemental core." When Shui Nai thought that she might be the first to try the elemental core, she immediately became angry. "Do you really want to know?" The old wizard stopped laughing and asked seriously. "Has anyone really tried it?" Shui Nai asked back. After knowing that someone had suffered this soul before, Shui Nai suddenly felt a little comfortable in her heart. "Nonsense, to be honest with you, all those who completed the element core in this way before were able to reach the god level. My teacher tried it that year. He was the previous holder of the element core, but he felt that the element core had some shortcomings, so he created the theory of the element heart. He originally planned to study the two, but he disappeared in the end. In the end, this theory was only found in his notes." "Missing?" Dao Yudao asked doubtfully. He knew about the old wizard's coming, so it was hard for him to imagine that the person who created the element heart and the element core and taught a god-level wizard would disappear. "Well, he disappeared. I suspect that he was killed by the god of light. Damn, it's this bitch again." Dao Yudao glanced at the sky nervously while cursing the god, but this glance made his mouth tremble unnaturally. Chapter 781 Promotion. Shui Nai was the first to discover that Dao Yudao was abnormal. When he looked up, he was also frightened by the strange phenomenon in the sky. Because a huge eye suddenly appeared in the sky, and the sight of this eye was fixed on Shui Nai and the others. This was an eye with no emotional fluctuations at all. If it wasn't for seeing its eyeball moving, Shui Nai would not believe that this was the eye of a living creature. "Oh, you found it. That is the Eye of God, a magic that is responsible for monitoring this world. It seems that using this elemental tower has alarmed him." The old wizard called out the name of the eye in the sky without raising his head. "Magic." When Dao Yudao looked up again, he found that the eye in the sky had disappeared. "Well, yes, let's go, it's time for us to go back." After the old wizard finished speaking, he went to the headquarters of the Holy Light Church. "Ignore the one above. Can you care? Do you dare to care? Even if you want to care, he has to dare to come down." The old wizard said without looking back. "He doesn't dare to come down?" Mina also asked. "If he dared, he would have come down to kill me long ago, why would he hide up there and steal?" "Well, that's right, so once the gods come down, there should be some restrictions. Of course, otherwise, if the gods up there can come down at will, how can this world still exist? The old wizard said as a matter of course, if they dare to come down, their strength will drop by several levels directly. Although I don't know how big the gap is between the god level and the real god, I know that the last time the god of light came down, he was at most at the peak of the god level, and he was beaten half to death by me, wasn't he? Izai hearing this, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao were relieved, because just now, they received a prompt from the system at the same time, saying that they had been discovered by the god of light and were labeled as blasphemers by the god of light. Before, he and Dao Yiyu Dao were at most pagans, so as long as they ran outside the jurisdiction of the god of light, there would be no problem. But blasphemers are much more serious than pagans. For now, the only person Shui Nai knows who has this title is his teacher, the old wizard in front of him. When he got this title, he was chased to the ends of the earth by the people of the church, which led to several wars between the magic guild and the church, and finally attracted the body of the god of light to the lower world. That trademark is not bad, the god of light should not look down on us two small fish, and will not personally chase us down. Standing opposite a god, even if it trademark is just a thought, it trademark is creepy, so when hearing Dao Yiyu Dao say this, Shui Nai nodded. They didn't want to get the attention of the god of light. Those fish, shrimps, and crabs alone were enough to annoy them, but at least they could survive. If the god of light came down, then... By the way, why are you here? Aren't you here to do the suit quest? Shui Nai also reacted at this time. He remembered that Dao Yiyu Dao seemed to be doing the early quests of the magic shadow suit these days. No, I heard that you had an accident here, so I came to see you. After all, this is the headquarters of the church. I'm worried if I don't come to see you. Shui Nai heard this and felt warm in his heart. By the way, your promotion quest is completed. Dao Yiyu Dao remembered the 6 light is obviously not a bad thing. Well, it's done. Now we just need to get the professional badge. By the way, let me tell you something. It turns out that our big backer is the Pope, so we are safe here. Pope. Dao Yiyu Dao didn't believe it at first, but when he saw the beautiful church buildings in front of him, he immediately accepted this statement. Along the way, Shui Nai turned over the attribute panel of the element core several times. His element core is purple, unlike other systems that are red or ice blue. It seems that this color is the color of the fusion of 6 elements. Now Shui Nai's element core is embedded in the center of the element heart, but this embedding is very perfect, as if this element core is born there, without any conflict. The only function of the element core is to allow players to choose to use the corresponding magic circle to add magic when casting magic. Such magic must reach the wizard level or above, because only wizard level magic has its own magic circle. After reaching the mage level, all magic must be supplemented by magic arrays to be activated, otherwise, the energy of the elements will not be able to reach the requirements for activation. In this regard, Shui Nai felt that the dragon soul possessed by her activation should be able to act as a core. The magic that has been enhanced by the magic array has received a great bonus in power, but the specific bonus is related to the size of the magic array, that is, the size of the core. In general, it is related to the level of the player. However, once the magic array is used to enhance the magic, the chanting time will increase accordingly. The increase is related to the complexity of the magic array. The more complex the magic array, the longer it takes to form, but the greater the power. Shui Nai carefully calculated the size of her all-attribute elemental core and found that her elemental core seemed to be twice as large as what Piao Ling said. It's twice as large, which means that the magic array I summoned at the beginning is twice as large as others, and the power is naturally increased, but will this affect the formation of the magic array? Shui Nai thought to herself, but now is not the time to try. Someone is following. Just when Shui Nai activated the automatic following system, Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly reminded her. After that, Shui Nai looked back and found that there were several people hanging around behind her. However, what surprised Shui Nai was that there were actually several NPCs hanging behind her. Never mind, we don't understand the church now, let's take a look first. Shui Nai said, and then entered the church headquarters from the back door. Dao Yiyu Dao also followed him, but he looked at the guards around him with some vigilance, and he obviously still had some grudges about his identity. After entering the church, Shui Nai soon came to the small garden again, and Pope Bing Xin and others did not react to Dao Yiyu Dao who followed him to take advantage of the light. They just took a look and set their eyes on Shui Nai. Shui Nai, who got the elemental core, although there was no change in appearance, they could feel that the energy of the elemental heart in his body was stabilized and converged, and he no longer exuded the breeze that he had just completed when he completed the elemental heart. To be honest, just now, when they felt the breath of wind emanating from Mina, they were also shocked. Although the breath of wind emanating from time to time does not cause danger, for the mage, his ever-present breath of wind is a very clear indicator. Anyone who is sensitive to the elements can find his whereabouts based on this breath, which is not a good thing. However, it seems that they don't trademark T have to worry now. Okay, there is no one here, I won trademark T say more, this is for you, the old mage said, and handed him a purple professional badge. And just when Mina replaced the original badge with this one, several task completion prompts popped up in front of him. Most of these are the tasks Mina received from the old mage, including the Dragon Ball collection task, the subsequent Elemental Heart task, the Elemental Core task just received, and finally, the Duty Promotion task. With the experience rewards from these tasks, Mina's experience bar soared all the way, but in the end, he did not break through the 100 level mark. Seeing this, Mina was relieved and did not need to worry about those special rings. Why don't you take out your elemental wand? The old wizard saw Mina lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking, so he reminded him. Oh, I almost forgot. Mina only thought of the unblocking task of the elemental wand at this time. This task did not appear in his task panel. He almost forgot it. Wait, I'll change some equipment first. Mina said, changed some equipment that increased the magic limit, and put on the frozen crown at the same time. At this moment, Mina's spirit value has exceeded 2,300, and the magic value has reached 100. When the average level of mage players is less than 8,000, Mina's magic power has made all mages have no qualifications to eat dust behind. Take another bottle of potion to increase the magic limit. Mina's magic power easily broke through the 30,000 mark. After confirming that his magic power had reached the maximum, Mina didn't waste any more time and directly pulled out the elemental wand. At this time, Mina, who was already a magician, immediately received a prompt from the system, asking him if he wanted to unseal the elemental wand. After clicking OK, the magic power in Mina's body poured into the elemental wand in his hand, and when the magic power poured into the wand, a percentage value that kept increasing jumped in front of his eyes. 1%, 5%, 20%, 26%, 51%. Finally, this percentage value stayed at 51% and didn't move. After that, a burst of purple light emanated from the wand, and then it left Mina's palm and floated in the air. Is this the unseal? Why does it feel like it has life? Dao Yudao looked at the purple light that was like a beating heart and murmured. If I'm not mistaken, it should be strengthened by about 51%. Shui Na looked at the percentage value that had not disappeared in front of him. 51%. Dao Yudao was a little surprised. Although the basic attributes of this elemental magic wand are not as powerful as those extreme equipment, its special effects are so powerful that people are speechless. Just its ability to store magic has made it rank first on the equipment list. If Shui Na intends to put it on the list. Chapter 782, New Mission. Holding the renewed elemental magic wand, Shui Na immediately checked the properties of the magic wand. As Shui Na thought, the properties of the elemental magic wand were strengthened by about 51%, but this strengthening is limited to the basic effects of the item. As for the others, it seems that the fixedness has become stronger. It seems that no matter what the effect of the unblocking is, these properties will inevitably change. Take the item bonus effect for example, the spirit value increased by 50 points, the magic effect increased by 5%, and the damage reduction increased by 5%. The level of all elemental magic increased to level 2, the magic cooling time also increased to 30%, and the magic recovery rate also increased to 20%. However, there was no change in the magic consumption. As for the special skills of the items, there are no outstanding changes except that the magic storage has increased from 3 to 5 and the proficiency blessing has increased to 30%. Although some attributes are not up to par with the current mainstream equipment, the attributes of this elemental magic wand are still very good. No, in just a short while, this magic wand has become a magician level equipment. There is no such gap. Dao Yudao looked at his ice and fire dragons. He spent a lot of effort and words for them, and only then did Qin can move the hammer. Don't compare with me. If you know all the attributes now, you will feel defeated. Shui Nai glanced at Dao Yudao, looking like you are going to ask me. Tisk, if you don't want to ask, then don't ask. When are we going to leave? It's time for us to go and prepare. Dao Yudao knew that Shui Nai had been possessed by the remaining dragon souls. He didn't want to suffer any more blows. He couldn't bear it. Wait, I want to ask something else. Shui Nai said, and walked in front of the old wizard and the others. Teacher, I want to ask a question, that is it necessary to collect the Book of Elements now? Having defeated the Lich King several times, Shui Nai didn't know if it was necessary to collect this thing now. Yes, the old wizard nodded solemnly. In order to guard against the dark book of the Lich King, we must also prepare the Book of Elements first, otherwise, once a conflict breaks out, we will be at a disadvantage. Artifacts, only artifacts can resist, this is an iron rule. Understood, then I will try my best to collect the Book of Elements back. Shui Nai immediately took on this task. In the last task, he collected the Book of Elements to protect it from being taken away by the Lich King. Now, he collected it to fight against the Lich King. However, what made Shui Nai feel unhappy was that he did not receive the reward for the previous task. Well, be careful. Recently, I heard that there is a dark camp on the side of the Earth Elves who is killing people everywhere. It may be the Lich King's men. Don't be killed by others. Shui Nai was speechless. Come here, I have two things for you. The Pope waved to the two at this time. Shui Na and Dao Yudao looked at the two silver-white necklaces and were immediately shocked by their properties. The most powerful effect of these two necklaces, called Heart Guardian, is that they can block all detection, whether it is players or NPCs with special skills. Even the Eye of the God of Light is also on this blocked list. Moreover, as a necklace with special abilities, it also has the effect of increasing the wearer's health and magic recovery. For example, Shui Na's magic recovery can be increased by an additional 25 points per second, and Dao Yudao's health recovery can be increased by an additional 15 points. Afterwards, Dao Yudao was bored and directly used the reconnaissance technique to check Shui Na, but he got a prompt that the target was invalidated. This really made Dao Yudao feel happy. This is a better thing than the lurking surface. The lurking mask can block most of the detection, but life value and some negative states can still be seen by others, and this can also allow others to get other information without using these values. However, this Heart Guardian is different. It is completely blocked. Even if you are killed, your life value cannot be detected by others, so your enemies will be completely shrouded in the unknown. Afterwards, Shui Nai asked the old wizard to keep and handle the Dragon Balls on hand, and he took the red fire one and said goodbye. Although Dao Yudao was also very envious of the Dragon Balls, he understood that these high-level materials were not affordable for players like them. Even craftsmen like Qin and Dataikui could not handle them. Where are we going now? After Dao Yudao followed Shui Nai to the warehouse, he was a little confused about Shui Nai's purpose. After a stroll here, what if we want to develop here and we are not familiar with the road, what will we do in the future? Shui Nai said while looking at the players around him. Hehe, don't think I don't know, you just want to mislead those people outside. Dao Yudao and Shui Nai put away the Guardian of the Heart as soon as they left the church headquarters. Although this equipment is very strong, it is not a good thing to be too strong. At least it is still a big loophole for players. There is no way to detect it, which is actually the best detection. If Shui Nai and the others really want to make good use of this Guardian of the Heart, they must come out as one, otherwise, they are still them. Your several rings are about to expire, Dao Yudao suddenly asked. Well, 3, Shui Nai looked at the Phantom Stealth, Undead Shadow and Ring of Life on his fingers. These 3 rings can only be used up to level 100. However, there is no problem with his Blood Shadow ring. When passing by an elemental tower, Shui Nai saw several players preparing to enter the elemental tower to condense the elemental core. Looking up, Shui Nai immediately saw the flame symbol on the elemental tower. This is the elemental tower of the fire system. Alas, to be honest, we envy you mages who only need to collect things in the trial ground, while we have to kill people all day and night. It's really annoying to compare with others, Dao Yudao said, shaking his head. The second one on the ranking list, please be careful with your words, Shui Nai said, pointing at the ranking list. He was not even at the bottom of the ranking list now, and he had the nerve to say this. The ranking list only has 50 names, and when Shui Nai completed the promotion, it was already full. However, Dao Yiyudao was right. In this ranking list, mages basically accounted for 80%. Now many mages are following the footsteps of pioneers like Shui Nai. As long as they are careful and have better equipment, there will be no problem. This is much easier than the thief and warrior classes. For thieves and warriors, they are all real monster killing tasks, killing tens of thousands of monsters at a time. However, they also have their advantages, that is, they can go for supplies, unlike mages who can only be trapped in the elemental land. You also said that it was only the second one, there is another one above me. Forget it, we who are new to the game have already expected this day. Shui Nai didn't pay any more attention to him and went directly to the fire element tower. Under this huge fire element tower, there were more than a dozen mages gathering here to set up stalls. Shui Nai walked to a guild badge stall with a human head pattern and took a look at the items here. This is a member of the unscrupulous profiteer. The players setting up stalls here are all selling various fire magic fragments. This is the idea that Shui Nai gave to the unscrupulous profiteer. However, the speed at which players follow suit is terrifying. On the second day, this idea was copied by countless people in countless places. After Shui Nai knew about this, he could only shake his head helplessly. Shui Nai was in front of this stall, carefully looking at each fragment. Now Shui Nai only has fragments of the magic given by the fire mage, and none of them are complete. Now he has to find a way to perfect them so that he can exert great power in the Dark Tree Demon Forest. Now, there are only two fire magics that Shui Na wants, namely Fire Dragon Impact and Flame Blast. However, what disappointed Shui Na was that these two magics were obviously very popular. Shui Na only found two fragments, one of which he already had. After that, Shui Na looked at other stalls for a while. Although he still got some gains, he still couldn't perfect these two magics. Let's go. It seems that we have to ask the unscrupulous merchants to help pay attention. After solving this problem, Shui Na and his friends went straight out of the city. Lao Fan, can you introduce this magic circle magic? When he came outside, Dao Yiyudao asked this question immediately. For him, the unknown often represents danger. Okay, magic circle magic can be understood as magic amplification. Generally speaking, magic amplified by magic circle is often much more powerful, but the activation time is correspondingly extended. But yes, we players can control the size of this magic circle. That is to say, we can control the strength of this amplification, and at the same time we can control the time of activation. You must pay attention to this. Don't rush over rashly when you think that the magic circle is not completed when it is not deployed. So, troublesome Dao Yiyudao couldn't believe that this mage could have such ability. All along, the magic of the mage has been basically qualitative, 1 is 1, 2 is 2, and there is basically no change. The thieves and warriors are different. Their attacks often change according to the situation. They can use 10% of their strength to attack the enemy, or they can use 100% of their strength to attack the enemy. They are very free. It's not too troublesome. As long as you remember, the higher the level and the larger the attack area of the magic, the larger the magic circle is needed. As long as you can dodge these large magics, you can ignore the rest. Okay, go to the Elf Empire and fight a game when you have time. I also want to see how strong you are after getting the elemental core. Dao Yiyudao said, and then he took out the teleportation ring and prepared to teleport to the Elf Empire. Elemental core, this name is good, haha. Shui Nai said, and also put on the teleportation ring. After that, the two disappeared in the white light of the teleportation. As for those tails that were left behind, they were still running around in the woods. Chapter 783 Test Skills. Dao Yiyudao, who came to the Elf Empire directly using the teleportation ring, said hello and left because he couldn't be a light bulb. The leveling point where Xiao Yu was located was very close to the Orc Kingdom, and it seemed that this place had not been discovered by anyone. Is this a magician monster? Shui Na looked at the monsters holding crutches in front of him and said strangely. In this world, pure wizard monsters are rare, but here, Shui Nai's eyes are full of monsters wearing grey wizard robes. Well, they are wizard monsters, all of them are apprentices of necromancers, but their levels are very high. Xiao Yu said while shooting a black arrow. This arrow directly pierced the throat of an apprentice of necromancers and killed him instantly. However, due to the long distance, the necromancers below launched summoning magic, but did not find Xiao Yu in the distance. Shui Nai looked at the information sent by Xiaoyu. Although these monsters were called apprentices, the monsters here were all level 80 to 90 monsters, and some of them had obviously broken through level 100. It seems that they have lived here for a long time and their levels have increased a lot. Hey, Xiaoyu, you don't want to fight anymore. Just when Shui Nai began to analyze the terrain here and prepared to practice, he suddenly couldn't hear the crisp sound of the bowstring vibrating behind him. I'm tired and want to take a rest. Xiaoyu said, leaning against the big tree behind her, smiling and looking at Shui Nai. This. Shui Nai felt bright and moved when she saw Xiaoyu's beautiful smile, so she walked over to her and sat down. Borrow my shoulder for a while, Xiaoyu said, leaning her head over and rubbing her delicate cheek a few times. Looking at Xiaoyu who had fallen asleep, the little bit of sunlight between the leaves was very gentle and shining on her fair face. The reflected light made Shui Nai a little dazzled. I'm sleeping too. Seeing Xiaoyu sleeping so deeply, Shui Nai couldn't help it, so she leaned against the tree trunk. Hey, Lao Fan, what were you doing yesterday? You didn't move all day, and you were so close. When Dao Yiyu Dao saw Shui Nai at the agreed place, he immediately pulled him aside to interrogate him. I didn't do anything, I just took a nap. It turns out that if you take a nap in the game, you will be much more energetic the next day. It seems that this double time is very helpful for mental recovery. Mina, who has never had the luxury of sleeping in the game, shared it with Dao Yiyu Dao happily as if she had discovered a continent. However, Dao Yiyu Dao looked at Mina in an ambiguous way, with a wicked smile on his face, which made Mina feel a little uncomfortable. Really didn't do anything? However, Dao Yiyu Dao's thoughts were too YY. He didn't believe that Shui Nai had done nothing. Just imagine, in the wilderness, when dry wood meets fire, hee. No, Shui Nai said seriously, but his eyes were a little drifting. Hee. Dao Yiyu Dao didn't ask any more questions, but just laughed softly, and glanced at Xiao Yu who was taking care of Xiao Bai from time to time. It's just a kiss, and I didn't do anything bad, Shui Nai said in his heart, and then he no longer paid attention to Dao Yiyu Dao's ambiguous eyes and smile. After finding that Shui Nai ignored him, Dao Yiyu Dao immediately found Tai Feng who had just come over, and then Shui Nai immediately heard the wanton laughter and ambiguous eyes of the two men. However, their laughter did not last too long. Xiao Yu, who was stimulated by the explicit language of the two, directly nailed the two guys who didn't know what restraint was to the tree trunk. Idiot, is Xiao Yu easy to mess with? Mina and Qun Lixu thought to themselves. Seeing the two being beaten up, Mina immediately smiled. Boy, be careful of getting bronchitis in the future, Tai Feng whispered in the private chat cursing. Hehe, I feel that Qun Lixu will keep a close eye on you, and my criminal record will be much cleaner for you. Haha, Shui Nai didn't take this curse to heart at all, because it was impossible to happen. You. Okay, they are here too. Shui Nai interrupted Tai Feng and looked at the people on the teleportation array. I saw Po Xiao and Yuying Qing Chen, as well as everyone from the Fox Fairy Guild, coming over. Seeing Ye Yan was also among these people, Shui Nai was relieved in his heart, and then, the teleportation array flickered again, and two figures came out. They are. At this time, Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the man in a black windbreaker and frowned a little. The master I invited, the first person in the ranking, but I heard that he seems to be thinking of retiring. The thief who was listed in the ranking as the god of death Dao Yiyu Dao also reacted at this time. The names on the leaderboard can be customized, but most people tend to put their own IDs on the list. After all, such glorious opportunities are too rare. Yes, you should have met before. Well, at first, I thought it was an NPC. Oh, then you have to cooperate well. Well. Fortunately, they didn't have any bad friction, Shui Na thought to herself. Okay, everyone is here. Although it's still early, let's go first. Shui Na looked at the beautiful fox and the god of death and Piao Ling. After that, the beautiful fox followed Shui Na and the others all the way to the dark tree demon forest. Hey, Lao Fan, are we here a little early? The beautiful fox looked at the forest entrance where there was no one yet. Well, there's about an hour left. Shui Na looked at the time and said a little embarrassedly. He didn't expect that they would come so early. By the way, why don't you show us some magic? I heard that the magic circle of the mage level is very beautiful. The beautiful fox kicked Shui Na. Very beautiful. Mizuna was sweating. It was the first time he heard someone say that those magic circles were beautiful. You should say it's very dangerous, Mizuna corrected. Never mind, let's make one first and see if it satisfies our cravings. Well, to be honest, I haven't tried it either. Mizuna was still somewhat restricted when using these mage-level magics, so he didn't have time to try them. After all, there was plenty of time in the future. After looking at his skill bar, Mizuna only had ice, thunder, and wind magics at hand. As for the others, one was not to his liking, and the other was not collected in full. After activating the True Frost Dragon possession, Mizuna immediately entered the chanting state. At this time, a small ice blue light spot appeared in front of Mizuna's wand. As Mizuna continued to chant, the light spot on the wand slowly expanded to a small magic circle with a diameter of nearly 1 meter. When the size of the magic circle stopped increasing, a dragon head composed of frost slowly took shape. Oh, this is still too slow. After completing the ice dragon attack, Shui Nai looked at the time taken by this magic and shook his head, dissatisfied. Little fox, give it a try. The beautiful fox looked at the beautiful ice dragon on Shui Nai's staff that was coiled on the magic circle, and immediately called the injured little fox to go up. This, Shui Nai's magic damage is very high, are you afraid of this? Dao Yiyudao immediately raised the question. Shui Nai also used this magic for the first time. He didn't know if this magic had any special effects, and didn't know how much damage this magic could do. Don't worry, Xiao Hu has a record of surviving the attack of a dark mage, and our priests can't be underestimated. It's not a big problem to recover in seconds. The beautiful fox didn't worry about this. Fully activating all abilities, the injured little fox's magic defense is surprisingly high. However, Shui Nai, who activated the dragon soul, can't underestimate his own spirit value, which is surprisingly high. In addition, this magic is directly doubled in his hands. Mina, report the value of this magic. Dao Yiyudao didn't dare to be arrogant and wanted to calculate the theoretical value of this magic. It produces ice damage twice the spirit value per second, and also causes impact damage of 0.5 times the magic damage, which lasts for 10 seconds, and can also produce a knockback or knockback effect. The original damage is close. If it doubles again, the total damage will be about 140,000. Dao Yiyudao quickly calculated it. However, this is only the total damage when defense is not taken into account. Generally speaking, this is not accurate. Not to mention the continuous damage of attacking one point like Ice Dragon Impact, its calculation method is related to the defense of the contact point. 140,000, I should be able to block this. As a professional shield armor, the injured little fox has a good calculation ability. If she uses this rock suit shield, if she uses a card to block, the damage should be reduced to about 1000 per second, which means more than 10,000 in 10 seconds. With her current health of 20,000, it is still no problem. Are you really coming? Mina hesitated as she looked at the injured little fox standing opposite him. Can you be more like a man? The injured little fox replied directly. Then be careful. Seeing her so determined, Mina couldn't say no. Mina moved her magic wand, and the magic circle immediately moved with it, and finally aimed at the shield of the injured little fox. After that, Mina's magic wand hit the magic circle directly, and the magic started. Roar! The dragon head made of frost immediately rushed to the shield of the injured little fox with a roar like a dragon's roar. The moment the ice dragon touched the shield, the face of the injured little fox changed immediately. Chapter 784 The Power of the High Level. After the ice dragon plowed a straight frost road, everyone looked at the injured little fox frozen in the middle of the frost road with a little daze. The attack range of the ice dragon's impact reached 30x3, and this was the innermost layer of the frost attack. In some places outside, there was still a layer of ice fog. What to look at, this ice fog cannot be ignored. What's going on? What's the matter? The ice dragon just went through the little fox's body. The beautiful fox looked at the injured little fox with blood red. Just now, if the ice dragon hadn't suddenly penetrated the injured little fox's body, the accumulated damage might have killed her. But at the moment of penetration, the damage caused was also surprisingly large, and it actually hit a critical hit. The hidden attribute of this magic is penetration. There is a 20% chance of penetrating the target when attacking, and causing penetrating vital damage. Mina looked at the data in the recording system and said excitedly. The hidden attributes of skills are often notified to the player by the system when they are triggered. This kind of hidden behavior is very attractive to players. There should be other attributes. My shield's defense has been weakened by 30%, but the effect is still there. The injured little fox still in the ice also told the information in his record system. Well, there are also effects such as armor breaking, freezing, frostbite, and reduction, but these are the basic attributes of this magic, but I didn't know it in advance. Shui Na looked at the changed skill introduction and suddenly realized it. At first, he was still wondering why this ice magic had no other attributes except those basic data. It seems that this may be a feature of magic fragments, which is very different from the version of the skill book. Listening to the sound of everyone gasping for air, Shui Na and the others were not surprised. After all, at this level, magic at the mage level often means instant kill. Lao Fan, your magic circle is not open to the maximum. At this time, Dao Yiyu Dao asked in the private chat. Well, my elemental core can support a 2-meter magic circle. 2 meters? How about the bonus? Dao Yiyu Dao was also surprised. According to what he knew from the forum, the magic circle of a 100 level magician seemed to be only 1 meter. For every meter increase in diameter, the effect can be increased by 5%. Shui Na did not hide it and said it directly. No, Dao Yiyu Dao's tone was very surprised. Although this 5% did not sound like a big change, for magician-level magic, these magics were either hitting a line or hitting a surface, which means that they were all large-scale killing. As long as the more targets hit, the stronger the effect, the higher the lethality. For magician-level magic, every 1% increase in effect is equivalent to adding a wider range of targets to be killed instantly. Take the injured little fox as an example. Although she may not be as good as a mage in magic defense as a warrior, her health is terribly high, but she just barely survived. If she faced other players, Shui Nai's magic could kill most of them. Actually, this magic is not too strong, because it only concentrates energy on one point. If someone casts a magic shield on the injured fox, the effect will be greatly weakened. Shui Nai knew that general magic shields are mainly for overall defense, which can weaken this kind of magic to the extreme. That's useless. We haven't seen a magic shield of a mage that can reach such a long durability. I'm afraid it will only take a few seconds to break this magic shield. Xiao Mei was a little sour after seeing the power of Shui Nai's magic. That is right, but I still like low-level magic. The cooling time of this magic is too long. Shui Nai looked at the magic that still had more than 10 minutes to complete the cooling, and this magic was too obvious when it was activated. However, once the magic is formed, the power is enough. Shui Nai, how about this, when we go to do the trial task, we will take you with us, what do you say? Xiao Mei suddenly said. Mina, who was thinking about something, instinctively wanted to shake her head when she heard this. No matter how strong Mina was, she couldn't beat this little devil's devil power when she was on a mission with him. But after thinking about it, Mina finally decided to, after thinking about it, he agreed. First, he didn't want to be entangled by Xiao Mei. After all, she was a well-known person who would not give up until the goal was achieved. Secondly, he did this to compensate Ye Yan. Later, Shui Nai tried to use magic circles to strengthen the magic of each wizard level. Although this made the chanting time of these magics vary, the power could still be guaranteed. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect that such a small magic circle could increase the power of this frost star so much. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the ice block with a diameter of 5 meters in front of him, which was much larger than the 5% mentioned by Shui Nai. No, it's because the water vapor here is heavy, which has a bonus on this ice magic. Shui Nai explained, and then turned to look at the empty space on the other side with flashing lights. There, Piao Ling was also testing his magic. It turned out that she was too busy in reality these days. After taking time to complete the promotion task, she couldn't squeeze out time to train. It was not until today that she had time to go online. After she saw that these magics from the elemental land had various unknowns, she immediately planned to put them into practice. Shui Na, try the ice ring of the frozen crown. It sounds very powerful. Dao Yiyu Dao was very interested in Shui Na's frozen crown, but because the frozen crown had a frosty aura, Shui Na would not wear it normally, otherwise others would not be able to approach him within 3 meters and would be affected by the freezing effect. Okay, Shui Na nodded and agreed. Hit that side, there are more trees over there. Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly pointed to the woods on one side at this time, and then an ice ring had passed by. I saw that the ice ring first exploded in the woods, and a huge circle of ice rings swept through the woods, and everything outside was frost. However, just when these frosts were just formed, I saw that the tree that was hit by the ice ring first actually exploded a much smaller ice ring from the frost, and then other frosts also followed with small ice rings. Under the ravages of a large number of ice rings, the trees in this area were covered with thick layers of ice. Shuai and Dao Yiyu Dao outside were both stunned. They didn't expect the effect of this ice ring to be so terrifying. Lao Fan, how big is your ice ring? The one just now was 20 meters, hitting about 100 trees. You want to ask about the effect of those small ice rings? Yet, each small ice ring can produce 500 points of fixed damage, and the attack diameter is 3 meters. Forget it, you mages in this world. Dao Yiyu Dao said jokingly when he heard this. It's a pity that the effect of this ice ring cannot be added by the dragon soul, otherwise, this effect can definitely kill a large army on the battlefield in seconds. Shuai was still greedy. However, this ring magic is obviously a special effect magic. Not only is the damage fixed, but even the diameter of the attack is locked to the mental power and cannot be changed. The effect of the magic circle can be added to it, but this makes the chanting start time of the ice ring magic much longer. Afterwards, Shuai tried the chain explosion effect of the frost star. This effect is similar to that of the ice ring. The targets that are hit will explode the frost energy in the body in the form of small frost stars, causing additional damage to the surrounding targets. However, the impact range of this frost star is also much larger. The ice blocks at the core will splash a large number of sharp ice blocks around due to the effect of the internal explosion. Although the power is average, this is a very unexpected attack. As everyone is familiar with the magic of Shuai and Piaoling, the two magicians, they are more confident about this trip to the Dark Tree Demon Forest. By the way, Dao Yiyu Dao, what are your abilities? Just when everyone came back to their senses from the colorful light effects of these magic arrays, the beautiful fox immediately set her sights on Dao Yiyu Dao. Me? Okay, let me show you then. Dao Yiyu Dao said, and his body suddenly disappeared. However, Dao Yiyu Dao trademark's disappearance is very different from ordinary stealth. When stealth is activated, there is a buffer time, and it will produce a slowly disappearing image in the eyes of others. However, Dao Yiyu Dao trademark's disappearance this time was very sudden, without any signs. OE disappearance trademark skill? The beautiful fox has narrowed her eyes, with a slight red light in her eyes, and is vigilantly looking at the surrounding environment. Just now, she could already feel the murderous intention of Dao Yiyu Dao. Although she didn't know the source of this feeling, she knew that Dao Yiyu Dao was going to attack her. Since he was going to attack her, the beautiful fox would naturally not be a wooden stake. She also wanted to see how big the gap was between the promoted thief and her before the promotion. No need to look for it. Once the disappearing skill is activated, the thief's stealth ability will be enhanced by 50%. With your current level and rank, it is impossible to find me with the search eye. Dao Yiyu Dao's words rang in the team chat, but no one could find his position at all. Be careful, I'm coming. Before Dao Yiyu Dao finished saying I'm coming, the beautiful fox appeared in front of her. Suddenly, an ice blue dagger flashing with black light appeared, and the tip of the dagger pointed directly at the towering chest of the beautiful fox. Everyone felt that the dagger suddenly turned into a black stream of light, which was very blurry under the effect of the lighting fireball, but the beautiful fox, who was the party involved, saw the dagger very clearly. However, she found that her movements seemed to be much stiffer, and she couldn't dodge the attack. In the end, the ice dragon dagger of Dao Yiyu Dao stopped on the towering and smooth leather armor of the beautiful fox, and the black light on the dagger slowly disappeared. Enhanced version of disappearance, paralysis, poison, and piercing the heart, and I just launched a combo skill. Dao Yiyu Dao came out of stealth mode 5 seconds after the attack ended and appeared in front of the beautiful fox. Chapter 785 Inexplicable Enemy. This is impossible. When did you poison? The beautiful fox had been concentrating on being alert just now, and didn't find any signs of poisoning at all. If it weren't for the damn paralysis poison, she wouldn't have lost so unclearly. Poisoning is a thief's level 100 skill. It poisons invisibly. If you use it on a target lower than your level, it will prevent them from finding any traces of poisoning. Dao Yiyu Dao pointed his finger at the beautiful fox's wrist, where a silver needle as thin as a cow's hair was inserted. What about the disappearance just now? Isn't this disappearance skill only able to enhance invisibility? How come you didn't show up when you launched the attack just now? This is an enhanced version of disappearance, but I worked hard to get it back, so it's naturally not comparable to ordinary disappearance. What about the combo skill? Mina was more concerned about this. The combo skill is a level 100 skill that allows thieves to rank among the top output players in the later stages of the game, but this skill seems to require a high level of skill from the player. The black light just now is the effect of the combo skill. The higher the number of combos, the stronger the black light on the dagger. However, this combo skill is not easy to use. First, you have to pay attention to the combination of various skills. Second, you have to reach the minimum standard of the combo skill within the specified time, otherwise you can't complete the combo judgment. Dao Yiyu Dao published the information he collected. The attack skills of thieves who have reached level 100 and completed the promotion will change greatly. Their skills can be divided into 3 categories, namely basic skills, combo skills, and finishing skills. Basic skills can be used at any time to accumulate anger energy by attacking the target. Combo skills are to accumulate combo points by matching various skills. Finishing skills consume the accumulated anger and combo points to launch a fatal attack. The dagger emitting black light from Dao Yiyu Dao just now was in the form of launching a combo attack, but because he did not produce effort and damage when attacking, he naturally could not continue. Combos and finishing moves are obviously designed for experts, because these two skill systems often require strong control capabilities and a strong sense of time. Then the piercing move just now is also a level 100 skill? After reading this information, the beautiful fox felt a little better and had a better idea of the direction she would take in the future. Well, there is a 20% chance of penetrating damage and a 5% chance of causing fatal damage to the target. At the same time, once this skill hits the target, if it does not cause penetrating and fatal damage, it can also cause the target's heart to be squeezed and stop functioning. This is a powerful skill that is very suitable for a finishing move. However, this requires the target to have a heart, and it must hit the heart. This gap is too big. The beautiful fox looked at herself, who was only level 90 now, and she felt a little uncomfortable. Hee, hard-working boy. After that, I only heard Dao Yiyu Dao and the beautiful fox fighting because of this sentence. By the way, Piaoling, the god of death. Oh, you are talking about him, just ignore him. He likes to stay away from others. He doesn't like others getting too close. Piaoling knew that Mina was worried about the person in the distance, so he said in a nonchalant tone. Then please say thank you for me, and thank you very much for taking the time to come and help. Don't be polite, this is a big task, we should thank you. Although Piaoling didn't know the details of the task, she knew the dark tree demon forest and could naturally guess the scale of the task here. At this moment, in the morning mist of the woods, there was a sudden sound of heavy footsteps, and a red dot figure appeared in the mist. This figure was very short, not even as high as an adult's thigh. Behind this small red figure was a tall figure, but this figure always exuded a dark and gloomy atmosphere. Hey, they are here, everyone, stop making trouble, get ready. Tai Feng shouted as soon as he saw the small figure, and he rushed to the figure and picked it up. This is... Wow, so cute. When the beautiful foxes saw Shihuo, their eyes were full of light. Even Yayan and Piaoling were attracted by Chihuo's lovely figure, and no one responded to Tai Feng's request. Long time no see, Shui Nai walked forward and looked at the vampire mortal who seemed to have become stronger again. Yeah, the vampire mortal replied with a smile. Although he was still as quiet as before, Shui Nai could tell from his expression that he was having a good time. Chihuo, who was picked up by Tai Feng, immediately stretched out his fat dragon hand and pointed at Shui Nai to ask to be held. Shui Nai, who had completed the elemental core, was more attractive to Chihuo. Now even if he did not activate the dragon soul, he could already attract Chihuo's attention. Shui Nai, is this a baby dragon? Xiao Mei stretched out her head from behind Shui Nai, looking at Chihuo in Shui Nai's arms, and said in disbelief. Yes, Shui Nai nodded, and then lifted Chihuo in front of her, but Chihuo was unhappy and kept twisting his body to get back. So cute, Xiao, come and have a look. Xiao Mei saw that it didn't care about her, so she didn't dare to touch it, and could only look it up and down. Shui Nai, I brought the things, come here. At this time, Shui Nai suddenly received a private message from the unscrupulous profiteer, so she handed the red fire to Tai Feng and ran over. The unscrupulous profiteer came with the elves, and he also brought some top quality consumables to Shui Nai and the others. This is the Fire Dragon Impact, this is the Flame Blast, and here are the medicines. As the unscrupulous profiteer introduced for a while, Shui Nai also took over the bag of things. No more, I'm leaving first, you have to be careful. After the unscrupulous profiteer gave all the things on his body to Shui Nai, he went into stealth and left directly. You have to be careful too, bye. Seeing the unscrupulous profiteer coming and going in a hurry, Shui Nai had to say that the unscrupulous profiteer was too active in his work. Okay, now everyone, get ready. You don't need to prepare medicine. We have enough here. Shui Nai said, pointing to the cloth bag in her hand. After that, everyone began to summon their pets. However, due to the limited teleportation capacity of the Dark Tree Demon Forest's teleportation array, big guys like the Flame Fantasy Dragon Lizard could not pass through, and a huge helper was lost out of thin air. Unlike the players who were laughing and joking, the people on the side of the Elf Empire were very serious and quiet in preparing for the distribution of supplies before the war, and discussing tactical issues in a low voice. Shui Nai and Dao Yiyudao, two people who had completed the promotion, were also invited. Okay, do you understand the mission? Diana glanced at the people participating in the meeting. The goal this time was to unseal the wood chapter. During this period, a large number of dark creatures would be attracted, so as long as the seal ring was guarded and the unsealing mission was completed this time, it would be fine. Understood. Let's go. So, Shui Nai and the others followed the elves and prepared to enter the Dark Tree Demon Forest in a mighty manner. However, shortly after they all entered, the magic portal that had not yet been closed suddenly blew in several strong winds. Be careful, there are thieves. Shui Nai, Dao Yiyudao and Piao Ling all shouted suddenly, and the god of death disappeared directly. In the next moment, a sound of metal clashing sounded not far away. Vampire Fanfiction reacted quickly, and with a step, he dragged a shadow and bumped into a stealth thief. Although the beautiful foxes could not figure out the situation, they reacted quickly and quickly arranged a defensive formation. Then, they stared at each other with a pair of flashing red eyes and began to search for the enemy. And Shui Nai and other masters had already tracked them. For example, Shui Nai, a mage with wind as the main element, could easily sense the whereabouts of one of the thieves. He saw that he directly sent a few wind blades and forced a thief player out of his body, and then the insight came out. It's a player from the dark camp, Shui Nai immediately shouted in the regional channel and stepped up the intensity of the attack. Although he didn't know why these guys came here to die, he knew that these guys should be sent by the Lich King. With the help of dozens of elf NPCs with repressive power, Shui Nai's people quickly dealt with these thieves who dared to show up. However, when Shui Nai and his team met, they couldn't explain why these guys came. With only a dozen thieves, who haven't even reached level 100, they want to make trouble here. This is not what a normal player would do. These guys, could it be just a cover? The real guys are lurking around us. Tai Feng guessed. It's possible, but what's the reason? The beautiful fox nodded, but couldn't figure out their motive for suicide. They didn't want to steal the wood chapter, but thieves can't survive here. Tai Feng also thought about it, but immediately felt two gazes. He looked up and said, except you two, except you two. If that's the case, then they miscalculated. Only we can use the teleportation array. Unless they have the key, they have to slowly explore it. Dao Yiyudao said the keys are the teleportation cores of the teleportation arrays. They are all specially made, and even they don't have extra ones. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Let's set off first. But everyone should pay more attention. Shui Nai, who just came from that side, immediately asked them to prepare. Shui Nai, how is the situation over there? Tai Feng asked in the private chat. Just now, he found that the NPC over there cast a not-so-friendly look, which made him feel a little gloomy. No results. Some of them suspected that the people on our side were not clean, but they were suppressed by Elder Diana. Shui Nai was also a little indignant, but he didn't defend himself much, because he planned to use actions to tell them that they were clean. Wait, I'll go ask. After Tai Feng finished speaking, he sent a message to Duijodega. If he didn't figure this out, he couldn't get rid of the shadow in his heart. Chapter 786 The Real Difficulty. What's the matter? Shui Nai looked at Tai Feng, whose complexion was getting worse and worse, and felt uneasy. The Exoda mine was attacked by thieves from the dark camp, and both sides suffered heavy casualties. Suicide attack. Mina's brows were already furrowed. If there was one such suicide attack, it could be said that someone was an idiot, but if it happened twice, it would be impossible for someone to be stupid again. Yes, the enemy was completely wiped out. Do you know the identities of those people? Yes, but they can't figure it out, because the identities of the enemies are very complicated. There are members of the Death God Guild, the Dark Temple, and other guilds, and some are idle players. Now Duijodega is dealing with this matter. It seems that he doesn't know the real purpose of these guys. Although these thieves have not been promoted, their skills are good. However, the more this is the case, Mina feels that the shadow in her heart is heavier. Because the people on the dark side dare to use these people to do the task must not be ignored. Mina, come here quickly, the bodies of those people have disappeared. The people from the Fox Fairy Guild who were responsible for handling these bodies on the side suddenly shouted. The bodies, disappeared. Yes, just when Yayan was about to burn them with the holy flame, they suddenly turned into black smoke and disappeared. Could it be the power of the dark camp, such as a special resurrection technique? Deo Yudeo came out from the side and asked. He was checking the bodies on the other side just now, but he ran back because the bodies suddenly disappeared. But there are no resurrected people around, and the bodies are gone, how can they be resurrected? That's right, alas, they have made me suspicious. Deo Yudeo folded his arms and nodded. I'll go tell them. Shuai went to the NPC who had already started to teleport over there. Then everyone should get ready. Tai Feng also gathered everyone here at this time to avoid any accidents. Tian Xin, what do you think, is there no news from your side? Piaoling leaned on the side of the god of death and asked softly. I do know that the NPCs on the dark side are recruiting thieves, but I don't know what they want to do. It seems that they are aiming for something big this time. The death god named Tianxin looked at the depths of the woods, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curved up. What? Interested? Piaoling looked at the handsome smile under Tianxin's mask and said gently. Well, just now, I met an old opponent, but I didn't expect that he would fall and become a cannon fodder for the NPCs. Although Tianxin was smiling, his tone was a little disappointed. Let's go, it's our turn. Piaoling said, holding Tianxin's hand and heading towards the teleportation array. Everyone, the place we have to defend this time is right in front of the wood chapter. Although the defense coefficient there is the highest, due to the lack of NPC manpower, they have no way to protect us this time. So this time, please use your abilities to the maximum. Now let me tell you about the arrangement later. With Deo Yudeo, Death God, and Vampire Fan Chen as free forwards, you just need to ensure the overall safety of the defense line. You can do the rest by yourself. The rest of you will form a defense line to protect the magician behind. Mina pointed to the small hillside where the wood chapter was located. It was a good place that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. In addition, with the help of the sealing ring, they should be able to hold on with their numbers and strength. As for the people on their side, basically all professions are available. Although there is some imbalance in the configuration, they have more masters. For example, they have 2 shield warriors. With them as the nodes, plus the 2 blood bowl warriors Taifeng and Guanghui's Hejian, they can form a solid defense line. When they are assisted by Jianzupi and Feng and Hudi, 2 agile swordsmen, it will be difficult to break this defense line. As for the mages, they have a magician like Piaoling, plus the Don who has also completed the promotion, and the auxiliaries Xiaoan and Hanjian. Although the attack power is still a little short, it is enough. As for the remaining priests and thieves, as long as the health and safety of the people inside the defense line are determined, they will be able to break through. Nothing is lost. Wait, what about you? After listening to Shuai explanation, Hong Yan looked at Shuai with a pair of big eyes. Shuai is now their strongest magic output. If he doesn't appear, the difficulty of this battle will increase by half. I have a mission. I have to unlock the wood chapter inside. To be honest, I am not sure when I can come down. Okay, everyone start to act. The NPCs above have also completed the arrangement. We are the only ones left. Deo Yudeo's sharp eyes soon saw the situation under the Tree of Life. Let's go. As far as Shuai and the others know, the Dark Tree Demon Forest as a whole, the closer to the Tree of Life, the more bosses there are, and the stronger they are. However, although there are many bosses, they are often beaten by the Spirit Empire, so their levels are not too high. After taking a look at this defense composed of players and pets, Shuai felt more at ease. However, when he thought of the flame fantasy dragon lizard in the pet space and the bone dragon that could not come out, Shuai felt that he was too unlucky. If these two bosses could come out, although they could not say that they could wipe out the whole field, they could defend the small hillside as long as they wanted. Are you ready? Diana looked at Shuai who was walking up to the ceiling altar. Yes, anytime. Okay, stretch out your hands. Shuai acted according to Diana's request while sending a message to the teammates below. After receiving Shuai's message, the thieves such as Dao Yiyu Dao and Death God directly sneaked and became invisible, and the priests and mages also gave the buff status and magic shield to the warriors and pets in the front one by one to strengthen their attack power and survivability. As the unsealing ceremony of the sealing altar started, the sealing ring below also started. The place where the tree of life was located suddenly shook, and a majestic breath of life suddenly swept in all directions. Roar! Boom boom! As this breath of life was released, the forest within a 10-mile radius of the tree of life immediately emitted a series of beast roars and huge footsteps. The people swept by this breath of life felt their spirits 100 times higher, and a strong vitality was surging from their bodies. The players looked down one by one and saw a temporary state of full of vitality. The health value increased by 50%, and the life recovery speed also increased by 30%, and the wood magic got an additional 50% bonus here. This is the power released by the Tree of Life, and it is for this reason that it will become the target of these monsters assimilated by darkness. Oh no, wood magic bonus 50%. Shuai did not expect that unsealing this wood chapter would actually have such an effect. Is there something wrong? Tai Feng could hear some nervousness in Shuai's tone, so he asked in the regional channel. This vitality is a regional buff effect. What we can get, the monsters rushing up below can also get it. And the monsters below are all wood-based, with an additional 50% increase. Don't forget that this place can increase wood magic by 50%, which is doubled. Now Shuai finally understood why the Elf Empire sent so many people out this time, and said that they were short of manpower. At first, he thought this was part of the trial, and it turned out that there was such a consideration. But they didn't know that there was such a problem. If he had known this, he might as well have directly pulled a guild to help. No way, so scary. If the boss's health is also increased by 50%, do they have the strength to fight? In addition, the health recovery speed is also increased by 30%, and the wood skills are increased by 50%. How can they fight? Now, we can only hope that this vitality will not have a great impact on them, but the effect of this environment bonus will definitely exist. Now we are in big trouble. Shuai is still worried about his carelessness. God knows what the consequences will be if they fail this mission. Since they took on this mission, their mission panel only shows a reward and punishment prompt. Although this kind of mission has the biggest surprise, once it fails, the surprise is even greater. No matter what, let them go without return. The beautiful fox obviously has figured out the real difficulty of this level, but she is even more excited. After all, this is a rare battle. For a belligerent person like her, this is a good way to vent. Here we go, everyone be careful. Although Mina standing on the altar cannot move, she can use the regional channel to remind everyone what she sees. Be serious, you must now focus on the input of magic power to ensure that the sealing power can be fully injected into the Tree of Life. Although Diana also knew that Mina was worried about the safety of her companions below, this is the most important part now. If something goes wrong, everyone's efforts will be in vain. Mina, don't worry about us. We are not soft persimmons. Just do your job well. The beautiful fox, the thief, had a strong hearing and actually heard their conversation. Well, everyone be careful. After Mina finished speaking, he put all his mind into the sealing power. Now his task is to inject all the wood-type sealing power accumulated by the wood chapter that he cannot use into the Tree of Life, so as to seal the life breath of the Tree of Life. This step cannot be too fast, otherwise the released sealing power will dissipate directly into the air. Now, as long as the sealing power increases by 1 point, the seal of the Tree of Life can grow by 1 point. Chapter 787 Difficult Defense Line. As the dawn shot out a super long-range explosive dragon arrow, the woods more than 200 meters away on the opposite side were immediately covered by blazing flames. Device, no ads, full text, more. More than 10 injuries emerged from the heads of these strange monsters, and the monsters burned by fire were roaring and rushing towards the Tree of Life, seeking the vitality. And with the appearance of this arrow, the battlefield belonging to the player was also opened at this moment. Due to the special nature of the special profession of Dawnbreaker, he could not learn any elemental expertise. However, since the system is set up like this, there must be other skills to compensate for his profession. And in order to meet the rarity of special professions, the effects of these skills are so good that Shui Na has to be jealous. Like the ballistic shooting that can increase the shooting range by 100% with the arrow just now, although the cooling time is a bit long, the increased shooting range makes him a first-class long-range strike ability. In addition to this ballistic shooting, he also got a sonic shooting, which can make the next magic arrow shoot at the target at 3 times the speed. If combined with ballistic shooting, this is an absolute sniper skill. However, in order to learn these 2 top skills, Dawn had to completely give up the ability other than magic arrows and became a more extreme player. Fortunately, the bone talent he possessed was a special mark, which had nothing to do with his profession and was not deprived by the system. Dawn, be careful of the hatred value. With the appearance of the first wave of monsters and bosses with strong mobility, Dawn's magic arrows were immediately replaced by undead summons. For the bosses mixed in the monster pile below, Dawn's high destructive magic arrows did not dare to be released randomly, otherwise once the hatred was diverted, this bloody defense line might be lost. While Piaoling, Hong Yan, and other mages used the shooting the bull from behind method to consume the monsters and boss bio values behind, Dao Yiyu Dao and Death God had already begun to harvest the lone monsters around. Although they all have the ability to fight the boss alone, they cannot use their abilities in the case of a pile of monsters. They can only deal with a small number of monsters first to share the pressure of the defense line. As for the vampire mortal in the sky, he fought with more than a dozen dark birds in the sky. I saw pieces of huge black feathers and blood, swaying down from the sky, embellishing the battlefield in the fierce battle below with a tragic atmosphere. Although the vampire mortal has an overwhelming advantage when fighting one alone, his situation can only be said to be neither good nor bad under the siege of more than a dozen birds. Yan, Xiao Mei, add the blood of Guanghui and Pian Feng. Yu Dai looked at the big shield, don't let his blood fall below the beautiful fox while allocating treatment tasks according to personal strength, and pulling away the monsters that broke through the defense line. Dao Yiyu Dao, can you pull away a few more bosses on your side? The beautiful fox looked at the faintly collapsed defense line in front of her and was a little anxious. No, I still have more than a dozen monsters in my hand. Dao Yiyu Dao looked back, and then saw the red dagger waving, a semi-arc-shaped fire spear, covering the dozen monsters and bosses behind him, and tightening the already very weak hatred again. Yuying, go out and pull some. The beautiful fox had no choice but to let Yuying Qingchen go out. Well. After that, Yuying walked past the monsters and threw out dozens of small red stones with a shake of his hand. Then, a burst of smoke rose up, and all the small stones turned into balls of red flames, burning dozens of monsters and bosses. Flame lizard and giant earth bear, add blood. The big shield smashed the shield that was bigger than a person on a dark tree demon. Although it attracted the attention of the tree demon, he was hit by dozens of tree roots, and the shield was almost knocked out of his hand. Damn, this guy's attack power is too high. Tai Feng has already activated all the dragon defense skills he has learned, but the blood volume has been dropping, and he is shocked to see it under the influence of full of vitality. Although these monsters did not have much leap in health and recovery speed, the effect of the 50% increase in wood skills made the pets and warriors guarding the front complain bitterly. Mage, be careful on the left. After the first pet died due to serious injuries, a gap immediately appeared in this line of defense, and a boss was about to rush in. However, a knight riding a white bone warhorse and covered with bone spur armor suddenly rushed up. Although the underweight skeleton knight did not have enough power to push the huge tree demon away, it had successfully attracted its hatred and endured its slaps again and again. At this time, the beautiful fox who had just led a boss outside finally rushed back when the skeleton knight was broken into pieces. We miscalculated. We should have taken out the magic cannon. Damn! This tree demon is too cunning. He actually hid there. Among all the warriors, Tai Feng, who had the worst defensive equipment, suffered the most damage. If it weren't for his powerful dragon skills and high health, he would have fallen down long ago. However, the tree demon's lower body attack made Tai Feng suffer enough. The rarity of the dragon race determines the number of racial equipment. Tai Feng's current equipment is just a combination of ordinary blue and gold conventional equipment, and his defensive ability is much worse than that of other people. Haha. Hearing this, Dao Yudao laughed heartlessly, and at the same time raised his hand to sweep out 10 ice blue ghost ice spikes, attracting several monsters on the other side. Afterwards, the 2 crossbows in his hand roared 222, attracting several more monsters. But his current method of attracting is a bit of a self-inflicted disaster. At this moment, everyone suddenly saw a red arrow streaking across the sky, and then this arrow shot out 200 meters away. Be careful, the second wave of monsters is coming. As the saying goes, good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes alone. Now they are facing a new wave of monsters. Damn, I'm being sandwiched like a sandwich. Dao Yudao looked at the second wave of monsters that were surging in front of him, and there were dozens of monsters behind him that wanted to tear him apart. He didn't know which side to run to. You, take over my side, I'll stop them. At this moment, a black figure suddenly appeared not far from Dao Yudao. After that, he left behind the dozen monsters and the boss behind him and rushed towards the second wave of monsters. In the sky, a black shadow also flew away at a very fast speed. It was the vampire mortal who dealt with the birds in the sky. Damn, I can't hold back so many monsters. Dao Yudao knew he was in trouble after watching the god of death use stealth to eliminate the hatred on him. He took a look at the fire dragon dagger and saw that the dragon bloodstone on it was already flaming, so he thought about it and rushed directly to the area that the god of death was originally responsible for and slashed it with a knife. A burst of flames immediately attracted the dozen monsters that had already run away. Lao Fan, if you don't come out, I'm dead. Dao Yudao was now surrounded by monsters and bosses on both sides, and his companions in the distance could not see through the dense monster shadows to check his situation. Hong Yan, put away the sea of fire and switch to a single skill, we can't hold back. Hong Yan, who specializes in fire, has good firepower. She has been attacked by long-range monsters several times. If Xiao Yu hadn't rescued her in time, she might have been the first player to die. Captain Fox, I think I should go out and pull some monsters. Piao Ling looked at the already crumbling defense line. The strengthened monsters were beyond the player's tolerance. Add me. Xiao Yu was not willing to lag behind. But the beautiful fox naturally knew that it was a dead end to defend now, but the monsters and bosses outside were all counted in piles. If they went out, they might not come back. Don't worry, although it is a little dangerous, as long as the kite is well flown, it won't be a big problem. On the contrary, you must eat the monsters in your hands during this period. Otherwise, we will have no way to come back. After saying that, Piao Ling and Xiao Yu bypassed the defense line and broke away. I saw the magic circle that had long been formed on Piao Ling's wand flash, and a thunder dragon composed of flashing lightning directly drilled into the monster pile. After that, dozens of monsters and bosses suddenly rushed out, and some of them used long-range skills directly on Piao Ling. But Piao Ling, who had been prepared for a long time, turned slightly and ran away, with a group of monsters controlled by hatred behind him. On the other side, Xiao Yu, although she couldn't pull out more than a dozen monsters like Piao Ling, her efficiency was not bad. She could pull out a monster with one arrow, and then she also took more than a dozen monsters to visit the flower garden. This is really a mess. The beautiful fox looked at the messed up scene. I don't know how to command. Damn, I'll come too. Although the scene was extremely humiliating, the defense line was much more complete than before. At least, they were safe when the second monster didn't come. However, the beautiful fox didn't expect that the god of death on the other side would actually block that monster. Could this group really become gods? The beautiful fox glanced at her team panel, where there was no information about the god of death. From the beginning, the god of death had never said a word to them, let alone forming a team. Thinking of this, the beautiful fox, who was already holding back a lot of emotions, wanted to go out and vent even more. So the beautiful fox picked up the crossbow and was ready to give up the responsibility of the captain and go out to hunt. However, at this time, the beautiful fox who was about to leave only felt a hot feeling in the sky. Then a huge fireball fell from the sky and hit the group of monsters hard. With a boom, the fireball hit the monster pile and an extremely strong explosion occurred. The blazing flames spread from the explosion point to more than 10 meters away, forming a huge and blazing sea of fire. At the core of the explosion, a black mushroom cloud was rising slowly and blooming in the sky. Sorry, I'm late. Such a voice came from the regional channel. Chapter 788 Easy Line of Defense. When the big fireball fell from the sky, the monsters in the flames immediately screamed and roared. Those who were not dead looked at Shui Nai, who was slowly falling not far away. The situation that was already very clear was destroyed by Shui Nai's flame explosion. However, the soldiers guarding the front were obviously relieved. This flame explosion, which was a blow to wipe out the group, did not bring them any tension. Instead, it gave them a very relaxed feeling, making them relax unconsciously. Just when these monsters and the boss were about to run away and kill people, an ice ring just flew to the explosion point just now, and exploded before the flames were completely extinguished. Afterwards, countless small ice rings were seen raging in the monster pile, and countless large and small red damage continued to pour in like a fountain, and under this red fountain, ordinary monsters just exhausted their lives and fell down. Xiao Wen, don't be stunned. If you don't help, this monster will rush over. Shui Nai, who was emitting cold air all over his body, walked to a place not far from Xiao Wen, Hongyan and the others, but found that they were all stunned. After being reminded by this, they woke up immediately. For a while, those who added blood, those who set fires, and those who smashed ice. With Shui Nai, the hatred terminator, they don't have to worry about the chaos of hatred value. With the explosion of a frost star from Shui Nai and the spread of icy fog, the monsters affected by the seal ring and the ice ring can't move this time. Don't be so perverted. If you go to the battlefield, you will be the final MVP. Da Dun looked at the sparse monster pile in front of him, and his eyes were already wide open. These people have been fighting hard here for almost half an hour and haven't finished yet. As soon as he came, he directly cleared the monsters here. This comparison is really unbelievable. You guys pulled the monsters together, otherwise, my magic wouldn't be able to cause such great damage. Besides, I have a lot of equipment. Just as Shui Nai finished speaking, a red magic circle flashed not far behind him, and a fire dragon rushed out of the magic circle and exploded again. Although the fire dragon's killing area is not as good as the flame explosion, the monsters now are not as dense as before. This fire dragon, which can almost melt metal, directly cleared the remaining small monsters, leaving only the bosses with residual blood. In the remaining time, Shui Nai has been firmly controlling the hatred of these monsters in his own and his clones' hands. Although this will inevitably make the defense line unable to move, it is better to allow the remaining people to exert their greatest combat power without worrying about losing control. Everyone, please return to the seal ring. As Yuying, Xiaoyu and Piaoling, who pulled the monsters, returned one by one, the first wave of monsters were almost dead. Now, only Dao Yiyudao, who had run off to who knows where, and Death and Vampire Fanchen, who rushed to the front to block the second wave of the strange tide, were left. Where's the fox? At this moment, Xiaomei suddenly asked. Fox? Isn't she? Looking back, Shui Nai found that the beautiful fox behind him just now was really gone. Turning over the map, he found that the beautiful fox actually ran to the front and fought with Dao Yiyudao on the crest of the strange tide. Okay, since they don't want to come back so soon, let's take a good rest. Shui Nai also knew that they would not be so obedient to come back, so he had to shrug and stop shouting. Shui Nai, what good things did you get just now? Xiaomei came over with Shuo in her arms. Now she is the dedicated babysitter of the little red fire dragon. Although Shuo doesn't like being held, it is very obedient and doesn't run around. The remnant of the wood chapter Shui Nai took it out from the big backpack on his back and threw it to Xiaomei. Hey, there are only elementary and intermediate magic, what's the use of it? So I didn't use it just now. Shui Nai looked at his life value that increased by 4,950 points out of thin air, and he didn't dare to say it out loud, he was afraid that Xiaomei would not be able to bear it. This remnant of the wood chapter, which has the origin of the sealing power, is the same as the water scroll and the wind chapter. Once it is recognized by them, it can increase a lot of attributes, and this wood chapter increases 50 points of life per level. Although for the cloth armor of the mage, this 5,000 life value only allows him to hold on for a few more knives, but for Shui Nai, these few knives can make him kill more than a dozen people. After resting for less than 10 minutes, the beautiful fox came back first. But now she was in a very bad state, her tight leather armor was already tattered, revealing white tender flesh. Seeing this, the crowd did not pay attention to these things, because they could already feel the vibration of the galloping horses. Alas, I really don't know how those two guys trained, and they can still hold on. The beautiful fox looked at the two black figures running in the front of the monster tide, her eyes full of unwillingness. She was unwilling that she was left so far behind by Dao Yiyu Dao, and she was unwilling that she almost died there. If it weren't for the god of death and Dao Yiyu Dao working together to rescue her, she would have been trampled into the ground by these monsters. And the fox's words also expressed the thoughts of the players around. To block the wave of hundreds of monsters and bosses with the strength of a few people, this was beyond their imagination. In fact, it doesn't seem to be too difficult. As long as you make good use of the dead rule that monsters can't fight with each other, it's not too difficult to stop it. Mina squinted her eyes and said. Although the two thieves were running back, they did not forget to let the monsters behind them suffer a little more. This may not be too difficult for you, but it is difficult for a single attack profession. It is rare for a magician like Shui Na to control a group of monsters with one magic, not to mention that it is a devastating control. However, at this time, Shui Na did not pay attention to their words that were half admiration and half envy. As the two Shui Na entered the chanting state at the same time, a cocky magic circle appeared on the wands in their hands at the same time. And on the wand of Piao Ling on the side, a magic circle composed of electric arcs also began to appear. It seems that Piao Ling also wants to compare with Shui Na. Everyone looked at Shui Na's three magic circles and felt a little uncomfortable. They were all players, but the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. It was impossible to say that there was no envy and jealousy. It was just that they could control this emotion. As Dao Yiyu Dao and his team began to approach the seal ring, the monsters following behind them were immediately affected by the seal ring, and their mobility was directly reduced by several levels. In this slow and fast conflict, the monsters in front and behind immediately collided violently, and the whole monster tide fell into a brief pause. Seeing this, Dao Yiyu Dao and the god of death would naturally not let it go, and they turned around and slashed wildly. Dao Yiyu Dao's ice and fire dragons occasionally drew brilliant streams of light, and the god of death turned into a series of afterimages, flashing on these monsters. And the people on the hillside were not idle either. The explosion impact arrow of dawn had been shot long ago, and now they were using the explosion impact arrow to cooperate with its cooling time. When Dao Yiyu Dao and his team had almost retreated, the first one to release magic was Piao Ling. Thunder magic was notoriously fast. A column of lightning shot from the magic circle to the sky, and then turned and hit a vacant land fiercely. As the lightning column fell, tiny currents began to appear in the surrounding open space. Under the influence of this current, things like dust were attracted to the central lightning column. After seeing Piao Ling cast the thunder pole, the magic in the hands of the two minas was also completed. With the two cocky magic circles slowly drifting out, they landed on both sides of Piao Ling's thunder pole, and then disappeared on the ground. Be careful of the trap, the beautiful fox reminded the two people who were heading towards the trap. However, there was no need for her reminder, because they had already seen it just now. After all, the magic light effect is the most eye-catching of all skills. After that, the two showed their magical powers and passed through this minefield. Is yours the earth-based gravity spell? Piao Ling asked. Now basically all her large-scale magic has entered the cooling down stage. This is the shortcoming of single system specialization. When needed, there is always insufficient magic. Well, I got it in the elemental land. Mina's gravity spell is obviously better than Piao Ling's thunder traction. First, the monsters here are mainly wood-based and are not very interested in thunder magic. Second, the earth-based gravity spell is higher in endurance and effect than thunder traction. The monsters that were controlled by the seal ring and gravity spell thunder traction directly became targets of the mages, and the warriors on the side, one by one, guarded the mages and took on the long-range skills that might come one by one. This was a far cry from the almost stalemate just now, and it was much easier than before. Yudao, where is Blood Clan Fanfiction? Shui Nai looked at Dao Yudao who was not far from her and asked with some doubts. Just now he said that he found some energy fluctuations in the east, so he went over there. East, isn't that our entrance? Well, so I agree with him to go over there and take a look. With Blood Clan Fanfiction's current strength, even if there is danger, he will definitely be able to escape. By the way, Lao Fan, the name of this god of death was originally Tian's Haihen, but he is really strong, and his speed is simply inhuman. You'd better not make an enemy of him. When he thought of his speed, even Dao Yudao was a little surprised. Although the profession of thieves is based on speed, each thief has a different understanding of speed, and it is precisely because of this different understanding that various skills appear. Some people are good at straight-line attacks, which can tear apart the enemy in an instant. Some people are good at curve sneak attacks, which often make people's heads split open. But he couldn't figure out the speed of the Grim Reaper because he could only see the afterimage in his eyes, and he couldn't see clearly how he attacked. Don't worry, it won't be the enemy. Chapter 789 Traitor. After nearly 10 waves of monster attacks in a row, Mina and the others finally didn't see the monsters appear again. Now, they have been guarding this hillside for nearly 5 hours. During this period, they had to send people out to help the surrounding NPCs, otherwise, if the defense line on that side was broken, they would not have a good result. Everyone take a break first, there may be something that we need to help with later. Mina had asked just now. In order to seal the Tree of Life again later, they had to build some special buildings. The people resting on the hillside looked at the forest that had begun to brush in the distance. Guys like the beautiful fox who were itching to do it had already jumped down. Although these monsters can see the Tree of Life, for them, this Tree of Life, which has sealed the powerful breath of life, is actually the same as the ordinary trees around it, and will not attract their attention. However, although the breath of life is sealed, the life energy of the wood system around it is still sufficient, which is of great help to the growth of various monsters. Aren't you going down? Shui Nai asked Piaoling and Tian's Haihen, and said with some doubts. With their abilities, the monsters below are all lambs to be slaughtered. I won't go. To be honest, in fact, high-intensity game life is not a good thing for most people. Maybe young people can still bear it, but it is better for us old guys to rest properly. After hearing this, Shui Nai didn't think he had this problem. After each game, although it was not as comfortable as sleeping, it was not a big problem. Actually, you are not old. For today's humans, 70 years old is just an average standard. I'm almost 30 now. If this game didn't allow me to adjust my face, I wouldn't dare to go online, Piaoling said jokingly. Hee. For Shui Nai, it was hard for him to imagine that she was the former god of mages. I won't bother you anymore. After that, Shui Nai left the two of them and walked towards the Tree of Life. You're not going to kill monsters either, Shui Nai sat next to Xiao Yu and teased Chi Huo in her arms. I don't want to go. Xiao Yu lowered her head and gently stroked Chi Huo's delicate skin on his abdomen with her slender fingers, making it twist and turn from time to time, and finally had to run into Shui Nai's arms to get ready for a good sleep. Tisk, it's a lot heavier. It looks like Tai Feng wants to fatten it up. Shui Nai picked it up. He didn't want to let it sleep yet, otherwise it would definitely run around after it was full. Someone wanted to buy it before, but Tai Feng beat them away. Now I don't know if they will let it go, Xiao Yu said in a low voice. Posts like a red dragon cub appeared on the side of the Elf Empire have been spread like crazy by countless people. Many people came from all over the world. Some came to see the cute little dragon in the legend, while others directly used gold coins to hit Tai Feng, but were directly chopped away by Tai Feng's axe. Now Tai Feng and his friends dare not stay in one place for too long, otherwise they will always be surrounded by players. Don't worry, Shuo will not leave us, right? Shui Na looked at Shuo and said, and Shuo seemed to understand and nodded foolishly. By the way, when will you go home? Xiaoyu suddenly leaned on Shui Nai's shoulder and asked. Go home. Since he went to college, except for a few limited times to go back to that home, he seems to have been living in this city. And in order to accompany his grandfather, he spent the previous winter vacation here. Is there anything? Shui Nai buried his head in Xiaoyu's hair, sniffing this greedily. The unique aroma in the game. My dad wants to see you, Xiaoyu said calmly, as if she was talking about someone else's business. Is this the legendary meeting the parents? Mina was not as calm as Xiaoyu, and wanted to confirm it nervously. Yet. Okay, when? Although Mina was a little nervous, he was not the kind of person who liked to escape, and he planned to face it bravely. When are you free? Well, let me think, it seems that I am free this week, okay. Okay, Xiaoyu nodded. In fact, she was also quite bored on ordinary weekends, so she agreed without thinking too much. However, at this time, Tai Feng's anxious voice suddenly sounded in the regional channel. Everyone gather at the side of the Tree of Life, the people of the Dark Camp may have already attacked. What happened? Mina and Xiaoyu got up immediately after hearing this. The Exoda mine was lost. The people of the Dark Camp opened the portal directly in front of the mine. After that, a large number of Dark Camp players rushed out from inside. They couldn't stop the Jodega stationed there at all. They suffered heavy casualties. Now they have sent people to organize a counterattack. Tai Feng read out the information of Jodega. However, just when Shui Nai and the others had just gathered together, a scream of an NPC came from the side. Oh no, this place has been invaded by them, save people. Looking at the NPC who was desperately running away after one arm was cut off by the thief, Shui Nai directly activated the teleportation of the elemental magic wand and flew over. And the people around him immediately took action. At the moment when Shui Nai saved the NPC from the thief, Shui Nai only felt a faint pain in the spine behind him. Two thieves. Shui Nai just thought of this in his heart, and he found that the dagger behind him had pierced into the flesh. The dark thief who attacked by sneaking immediately retreated from behind Mina. He didn't expect that the mage player in front of him could actually dodge the vital point at the last moment, causing his originally fatal knife to be stabbed off. The reason why he retreated was that he couldn't see any information about the mage, which forced him to deal with it carefully. Mina looked down at his health value, and was directly stabbed by this knife, which directly reduced more than 3,000 health points. At the same time, he was also poisoned by two toxins, forbidden magic and continuous blood loss. He couldn't help but feel terrible about the attack of the thief. Be careful, the wood mage who was saved by Mina immediately reminded him when he saw another thief rushing over. For Mina, he had already discovered the thief behind him, but the masked thief in front of him gave him enough pressure. The thief behind Mina saw that he actually ignored him, and couldn't help but feel angry, so he shouted this sentence, intending to scare Mina and make him look back and face himself. However, just when the thief was about to run behind Mina to backstab him, Mina quickly turned her magic wand, and a green energy blade about 1 meter long popped out from the top of the magic wand and turned into a green sickle blade. How is it possible? My poison has already entered his body. The moment the green sickle appeared, the thief opposite Mina felt that he was dreaming. The mage who was obviously poisoned by the forbidden magic poison could still cast magic, and this magic was obviously not a regular magic. However, if he knew that the magic wand in Mina's hand had the ability to store magic, he would definitely not be so surprised. The green sickle easily tore through the leather armor like a hot knife cutting butter, and then cut into the body of the sneak thief. Blood splashed on Mina's back like a fountain. Mina didn't even look at the thief again until he died. For Shui Nai, the enemy now is only the masked thief in front of him. The thief gave Shui Nai the feeling of an extremely sharp knife, giving him great pressure. This was a very strange feeling. For a while, Shui Nai couldn't find a chance to attack. I didn't expect that we would meet so soon. Just when the two were on guard, a steady and slightly hoarse voice suddenly sounded behind the masked thief. It's you again. I'll take care of this, Tian's Haihen said to Shui Nai in an affirmative tone. Then you be careful, Shui Nai said, and then he carried the injured mage and walked to the other side. Thank you. After handing the injured mage to Diana and the others, Shui Nai went to another direction. This time, he came back quickly, but brought a corpse of an NPC killed by the thief. Mina, go over there and destroy that portal now, otherwise, it will be endless. Knowing the invasion of the dark players outside, Tai Feng immediately knew that he had to destroy that portal first. Wait, don't go yet, Diana stopped him at this time. We have a traitor here? We must deal with it first, otherwise. Diana Na suddenly said in a deep voice, and the players gathered here, their faces sank, and they were about to drip water. Well, there is a traitor, otherwise, they would not be able to use the teleportation array. Lu Yi, who was pale, also said clearly. Although all the NPCs present were in poor spirits and extremely tired, they were not stupid people. After being told this, they could naturally figure out this link. So for a while, many NPCs began to discuss, and many of them looked at outsiders like Mina. Quiet Diana leaned on the magic wand, and everyone stopped discussing immediately. For now, Diana, who is only responsible for unsealing the wood chapter, has the most complete strength. Now she has the final say. I hope that those who have done wrong can surrender themselves voluntarily, otherwise, our people will not be able to rest in peace. Diana closed her eyes and said with some pain. Chapter 790 Cleaning up the traitors. Don't move. The traitor they are talking about is not us. Shui Nai saw that Tai Feng seemed to be unable to bear the eyes of those people, so she said in the regional channel. Yes, Lu Yi has already said that the traitor Diana is talking about is the person who provided the teleportation array key to the dark camp. Xiao Yu also explained. Without the right to use the teleportation array, if these people from the dark camp really run to the Tree of Life, it is basically impossible. Not to mention that the straight line distance from here to the entrance is a full day, the wood monsters along the way alone can make the thief's stealth fail countless times. It's just that these people's eyes. We are outsiders. If it were us, we would treat others like this. There is no need to worry too much. Xiaoyu did not take these people's suspicious eyes to heart. However, just when Diana was waiting for the person who betrayed his fellow tribe to appear, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Diana, but this figure was facing away from Diana. You. As a knife shadow appeared, a figure suddenly appeared from the void, and the wound on the throat was spurting a lot of bright red blood. This is a thief NPC, a thief of the Wind Elves. And the one who appeared behind Diana was Tian's Haihen, who had never appeared. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Protect them, Shui Nai suddenly shouted, and then he saw his magic wand shaking, and an ice-blue ice sword shot out from the top of the magic wand, and the magic wand turned into a giant frost sword. The frost sword pointed directly at the archer who was drawing the bow at Diana. At the moment when Tian's Haihen appeared and solved the thief NPC, among the nearly 1,000 NPCs, the names of more than a dozen NPCs suddenly turned blood red. Handle when Shui Nai just shouted this sentence, a senior member of the Elder Council of the Elf Empire also shouted. After that, blood splattered, and some elders who had not had time to react were seriously injured and fell to the ground. Jetter, Lyle, do you really want the Elf Empire to be ruined forever? As Diana exploded, the red-named people who committed crimes were directly beaten out by the green ones, and then dozens of green lights full of life were injected into those who were seriously injured. Humph, don't think we don't know that you have been in cahoots with the human empire for a long time. In order to avenge humans, I can only take this path. You forced me to do this. The red-named jet pointed at Diana and glared at Mina, a human. Just now, he was the one who blocked the fatal arrow for Diana. Although the arrow was stuck in Mina's arm, he knew that this arrow would not kill this hateful cockroach. Revenge? Do you have to drag the entire elf empire into your revengeful anger? Rage of revenge, haha. It's because you insisted on returning the artifact that sealed the sacred tree to humans in order to please humans. Do you know how many elves died for this? Today alone, they have already lost hundreds of people, hundreds of elites of the elves. Isn't this less than a word from your old lover? This sentence clearly hit the heart of some NPCs. For them, the safety of the Tree of Life is their biggest concern. All along, under the effect of the Wood Chapter, although they often have casualties in the Guardian War, it will never be as high as it is now. What about in the future? Without the Wood Chapter, the casualty rate may be high. Listening to the increasing resentment of the NPCs behind him, Shui Nai felt a little uneasy. People's hearts are fickle, this is an old saying, but it can also be applied to these NPCs. What if the guys here are bewitched by this jet, and then they rebel again? I'm afraid a few more people will die here. Elder Jet, it's Shui Nai saw that Diana was so angry that she couldn't even speak, so she walked up. Humph, you don't have the right to speak here. Is that so? Then you should not have the right to kill your own people? If you were the one who arranged all this today, then you are already covered in blood. This is the blood of your people. You are no longer qualified to stand under the Tree of Life. Because you are contaminating the sacred Tree of Life. You. Jet didn't expect that Shui Nai's words would be so sharp. He was so angry that his face turned pale, but he was speechless. Just now, you said that Elder Diana was in cahoots with the human empire, but now you are colluding with the people of the dark forces, and you are digging your own grave. Shui Nai's words deeply impacted the hearts of these NPCs. For them, although there is not much benefit in cooperating with humans, cooperating with people of the dark forces is to seek the skin of a tiger. If, I guess correctly, you plan to clean up all those who are against you and bury all those who resist you here, under this sacred Tree of Life, am I right? The NPCs who were still a little shaken in their hearts, all calmed down after hearing what Mina said. They all looked at Jet, wanting an answer. No, I haven't thought about it. Then did these people die in vain? Mina pointed at the NPCs who were just killed by his own people. Judging from their clothes, they were not low-level personnel. It can be seen that these people should be important members of Diana's side. This is a last resort. If they don't die, then you can't become the leader of this country, is that right? From the beginning to the end, you have been killing people for your own selfish interests. In order to avenge humans, you cooperate with the dark forces. In order to get this power, you dare to attack people. All this is just for your own sake. In order to ensure your ultimate interests, most of us here, I believe that none of them can leave alive. General. This is what most players think. With this step, Mina directly cuts off all the uneasy factors. Now, all NPCs who still want to remain neutral can't think of staying out of it. For now, the people on Jet's side have obviously preserved their strength in the previous battle, and on Diana's side, except Diana, who can still fight, the rest can't. As for the neutral people, I'm afraid it's impossible to fight back unless the knife is stabbed into the body. For them, it is impossible for them not to think of this kind of problem, but they don't want to think about it. After all, these are colleagues and friends who have been together for hundreds of years. No, I'm doing this to make the Elf Empire stronger. Now, as long as you believe in me, I can do better than Diana and make the human empire groan under our feet from now on. Looking at those former friends who were now looking at him with such grief and suspicion, Jet felt dizzy, so he said such a beautiful wish that belonged to him. To be honest, he hadn't thought about this before. After all, if the plan succeeded, these people would either be solved by the Lich King or squeezed out of the power core. But now... Idiot, do you think the people of the Dark Forces will really help you? I'm afraid you don't even know what the Dark Forces want now. Mina looked at him with contempt, as if she was looking at a loser. Mina's words were obviously sharp, and every word made Jet's humiliation rise a little bit, and his reason was annihilated a little bit. Humph, as long as you hand over the Book of Elements, he will help us to attack the human empire. This is my only chance. If I don't retaliate, I won't have time. Jet grabbed the clothes on his chest and said with a grim face. Your lifespan? Yes, I can already feel that my body is slowly decaying. I'm afraid that in a few years, I won't have the chance to see the destruction of the human empire. Haha, I just want the human empire to be destroyed now. If you insist on cooperating with the human empire, then this place will really be your burial place. Do it at this time. Mina's work has been completed, and now it depends on Diana's arrangement. As soon as Shui Nai's words fell from the regional channel, handfuls of grey or yellow powder suddenly appeared next to those red-named NPCs, and after they fell on their heads, Dao Yiyu Dao and the beautiful fox also appeared next to them. These poison powders, in addition to some of them being a must-have for several thieves, such as the forbidden magic, were searched from the thieves in the dark camp, and there were still a lot of them. Catch them. Although Diana didn't like Shui Nai's sneak attack, she also knew that this was the best opportunity. Otherwise, if she missed this opportunity, she would have to use corpses to pile up opportunities later. Despicable, you humans are despicable, you will die a miserable death. Almost without bloodshed, these rebellious NPCs were tied up. For the words of such losers, basically no one would listen. Lui, take all the wounded away from the Tree of Life now. If I'm not mistaken, something might have happened outside. The rest of the people who can fight, rest on the spot immediately. We swear to protect the Tree of Life to the death. Elder, they want to deal with the Tree of Life? Lui asked in surprise when he heard this. If this is the fastest way to destroy the Elf Empire. For the sake of our hundreds of thousands of people, we can't lose this time. Haha, don't listen to this idiot. If the Lich King destroys our Elf Empire, he will lose a helper. Haha. Jet laughed at Diana's arrangement crazily. Idiot, your brain is really old and degenerate. What does he want your people for? He has corpses but doesn't use them. Is he still the Lich King? Moreover, do you think all elves will be like you and have such a great hatred for humans? Dao Yiyu Dao said as he stuffed a piece of rag he had picked up from somewhere into his mouth. Chapter 791 The Call of the Forest. Elder, I want to stay too. Lui naturally refused to leave after hearing this. No, you are needed outside now. You take this badge and mobilize all the combatants of the Elf Empire. You must prioritize solving the problems outside to prevent the situation from spreading. Then you can bring people back to save us. Lui's injuries were not serious, so he should have stayed, but Diana valued his loyalty and ability to mobilize troops. According to the severity of the situation, it is obvious that someone else is needed outside to command. After all, the top combat power of the entire Elf Empire has been gathered here. I will definitely come back. Lui has obviously figured out the links, nodded, and said firmly. What about them? One of the elders pointed at Jet and the others and said, stay here first. If they go out, it may cause unrest among the outside forces, which will only complicate the problem. Now we must first eliminate the dark forces inside and outside. We can only deal with the rest later. We can't afford internal friction anymore. The next moment, Liu Yi took the seriously injured personnel and climbed up the Tree of Life. There is actually a teleportation array on it, and it can also break through the magic barrier of this forest. Dao Yudao didn't expect that there was something else on this huge Tree of Life. He was curious and wanted to go up and take a look. Curiosity kills the cat, Shui Nai cursed in a low voice. After that, under Diana's arrangement, Shui Nai and the NPCs began to set up on this Tree of Life and the surrounding teleportation arrays. As a wizard with flying skills, Shui Nai was also sent to check the enemy situation. Be careful, Xiaoyu said in a private chat, and then returned to her post. Well, I will, and then Shui Nai disappeared in the teleportation array. It is not known whether Jet and the Lich King thought their plan was absolutely foolproof or because they were short of manpower. Anyway, after the initial round of assassinations by thieves, no dark thieves were found here. After using the teleportation system to reach the teleportation array closest to the accident site, Mina immediately dismantled all the dark energy crystals of the teleportation array to prevent it from being used by the enemy. This teleportation array is a very hidden cave, and only in this way can this teleportation array be preserved in the forest where monsters are rampant. After taking a look at the disappeared forbidden magic state, Mina activated the flying technique and disappeared in the eastern sky. There is no medicine to cure this forbidden magic poison. There is no other way except to hold on until the effect of the medicine disappears. In the direction where Mina is going, that is, the place where NPCs enter and exit the Dark Tree Demon Forest, there is a huge door frame composed of bones and black air, and in this door frame, there is a purple vortex flowing. If some older NPCs passed by here at this time, they would know that this is the simplest portal. However, this portal often requires a 12-way setting to take effect, and I don't trademark know what method the Lich King used to set up this door frame here. And now, not far from this portal, a fierce battle is taking place. I saw a black shadow rushing down from the sky from time to time, knocking away the players or NPCs of the dark forces on the ground. The speed of this black shadow is extremely fast, even thieves may not be able to dodge it quickly. However, for some reason, the vampires were unable to kill anyone, and at most they just vomited blood and flew backwards. You bastard, you actually went to help this hypocritical and ridiculous Holy Light clan. Your birth is really a sad mistake. The Lich King, who was forced to guard not far from the portal, was completely unable to do anything to this agile vampire with an incredibly strong magic resistance. Since the last battle in Yunwu town, he has been injured, and then he lost 3 clones on the side of the Elf Empire. Now his overall strength may be stronger than this impure blood race, but he cannot leave this portal due to his disadvantage in speed. Now, there are nearly 100 Dark Force players and NPCs gathered around the portal. The blood race Fanfiction who kept attacking in the sky did not have any emotions for this sentence, but his injuries were a bit troublesome. He has exhausted the energy and magic of the blood race. In addition to using his body, he has no other means of attack. However, with the help of the magic of the Lich King, each of his attacks cannot produce fatal effects, but the enemy Ken wounds were left on his body. As the situation changed, the fighting power of the Blood Clan Fanfiction had weakened a lot. The Lich King not far away naturally knew the situation of the Blood Clan Fanfiction, but for the consideration of recruiting, he no longer wanted to destroy him, and this also gave the Blood Clan Fanfiction and Shui Na an opportunity. As for the plan and other guarantees he had promised Jet before, he had forgotten them now. To be honest, he no longer needed to use Jet, whose sanity was burned by anger. As long as he gathered more people, he would raise this place to the ground. If it weren't for the hateful seal barrier here, which made his portal unable to cross the teleportation, otherwise, they would have teleported to the Tree of Life long ago. However, at this moment, a change occurred. A dragon head composed of flames suddenly descended from the sky, and with a boom, the portal behind the Lich King was directly destroyed by the impact of the fire dragon. The crowd had no idea what was going on. They all looked at the burning bone gate. At this time, a flying shadow passed through the sky, and a figure quickly took the vampire in the sky away. Fan Chen, go back first, I'll be there soon. Although Shui Nai and Tai Feng could guess that the vampire Fan Chen would not be caught, they never expected that the vampire Fan Chen would not escape and would block these people here. Don't say it. You can't do anything if you go back like this. Shui Nai saw his lips stained with his own blood moving, so he interrupted him and stuffed a teleportation ring into his hand. "Let's go, don't let us worry," Shui Nai said, and the top of the magic wand began to slowly condense a dense green wind. Then, as the green wind dispersed, a sickle made of wind elements had already taken shape. The wind green scythe is a magic that allows wind magicians to have elemental weapons. This magic must be performed by the user who has elemental expertise. However, the elemental weapon given to him by the old wizard is obviously a god-level magic that combines all elemental weapons. This god-level magic also has effects that ordinary elemental weapons do not have. For example, while using elemental weapons, he can now continue to perform other magic. After condensing the wind green scythe, waves of green light began to appear around Shui Nai. Then he walked towards the woods. For a while, the forest suddenly heard waves of monster roars. At this time, the dark forces and thieves who rushed over only saw that Blood Clan disappeared in the light of transmission, and monsters with red eyes appeared in the woods. "Kill them with Shui Nai in the monster pile." The ordinary monsters around immediately rushed out of the woods and attacked those thieves. "Is this Shui Nai Zhen?" The call of the forest possessed by the forest dragon, which allows Shui Nai to control the surrounding monsters in the forest. However, since he activated the true forest dragon possession, his magic value has been fixed by the system and turned into blue-gray. Although the wind green scythe in his hand will continue to consume his magic after a period of time, this continuous consumption of magic is much better than the nearly 1000 points of summoning at the beginning. After Shui Nai solved most of these thieves on the spot, Shui Nai brought a group of monsters to the place where the Lich King was just now, but found that there was another portal there, and some people had disappeared. However, the way Shui Nai appeared now obviously scared the other party. After that, under Shui Nai's control, the group of monsters behind him immediately rushed over, and casualties appeared immediately. This time, their protection of the portal was much stricter than before, and Shui Nai had no way to destroy it. After using up the Ice Dragon Impact and Fire Dragon Impact in the Elemental Magic Wand, Shui Nai immediately followed to the woods to pull the monsters. Anyway, as long as the monsters are controlled by the call of the forest, even if they lose the effect and turn back into ordinary monsters, they will not let go of the players or NPCs in front of them. However, when these controlled monsters kill monsters or players, Shui Nai not only cannot get anything, but also kills ordinary players in the same camp, which will make him red-named, so he rarely uses this ability. After Shui Nai pulled 4 monsters out of the woods, Shui Nai finally destroyed the portal as he wished. After letting these monsters kill the remaining players and NPCs by themselves, he used the wind sickle to kill a few mages running around, and then went to the entrance. I saw that the magic circle that originally connected the inside and outside of the Dark Tree Demon Forest was directly broken by someone, and a huge gap appeared there. However, what Shui Nai couldn't figure out now was that since the Lich King could directly set up the portal in the Dark Tree Demon Forest, why did he still break through here? Could it be that this portal cannot directly cross this layer of magic shield? Mina looked at the energy shield above her head. He could only think of this explanation. After all, a mage like the one just now probably couldn't come here through such a long journey. "Shui Nai, have you solved it on your side? Come back when you have solved it." Something happened on this side. Tai Feng saw that Shui Nai had come out of the combat state at this time, so he said in the private chat. "Okay, I'll go there now," Shui Nai said, and took out a teleportation ring from the small pocket of his belt and started the teleportation directly. Chapter 792 Death Duel Shackles. What's going on? Why is there a portal here? Shui Nai teleported back to the vicinity of the Tree of Life and immediately saw the dark purple vortex. I don't know. At first, the bone door frame stood up by itself, and then after a few ghost-like things were injected into it, it became a portal, Xiaoyu said calmly. Can it be like this, standing up by itself? Shui Nai had never heard of this kind of 12-way portal that could actually stand up by itself. Even the teleportation array of the elemental land of the Magic Guild has restrictions, but this bone portal is too convenient. Xiaoyu, you stay here first. If there is any situation, teleport away immediately. Shui Na looked at the weak vampire Fan Chen. The black air on his body had disappeared and his health was less than 10%. After giving him a fountain of life, Shui Na went to the Tree of Life. Under the Tree of Life, groups of white skeleton soldiers were besieging Diana and the others, but with the advantage of the terrain and the number of people, they still blocked the skeleton soldiers. However, the undead creatures were constantly consuming their limited physical strength and power. If this continued, I am afraid that those NPCs would become undead. Since the magic shield of the Dark Tree Demon Forest was forcibly broken, some of the space equipment seemed to be able to use some small things, such as potions and bones, which could be taken out of the space equipment. And this is why a large number of skeleton soldiers were summoned here. After taking a look at the magic cannon that couldn't be taken out, Shui Nai could only say that his luck was too bad. After walking out of the hidden teleportation array, Shui Nai first looked at the surrounding environment, but found that there were actually several blue dots on the player map that had circled to the place where the red dots were. Yudeo, Fox, don't go over there, that's a trap. As soon as he saw these familiar blue dots, Shui Nai immediately felt that there was something wrong with the arrangement of the players and NPCs in the Dark Camp. Generally speaking, no matter how powerful these Dark Camp necromancers are, they will always summon a few undead creatures to guard them, but among the dozens of people in the Dark Camp, there is no undead creature at all. If there are really no undead creatures, then they have hidden these undead creatures. If it is the latter, Shui Nai thinks it's okay. If it is the former, it means that they are not afraid of the thieves' sneak attacks. In any case, this is not good news. After hearing Shui Nai's words, Dao Yudeo and the others stopped immediately, and then retreated one by one. Are you back? They had been sneaking around nervously, but they didn't know that Mina had returned. Well, I'll go over and attack them, and you guys can see what happens. Mina was still very confident in her long-range ability. Okay, Mina said, and then she looked at her elemental wand. The elemental wand now stores a fire dragon attack, an ice dragon attack, a wind sickle, and 2 teleports. In order to prevent the effect of the forbidden magic, Mina specially added a teleport this time to prevent accidents. After drinking a potion that increases the magic limit by 5%, Mina immediately replenishes the magic value with a pill. After that, a layer of ice blue luster suddenly appeared on Mina's body, and when the frozen crown was taken out of the mithril box and equipped, a layer of light ice mist filled the space within 3 meters around. Seeing that his magic value was locked by the system again, Mina sighed helplessly. According to his current magic value and magic recovery rate, he can maintain this true frost dragon possession for about an hour without using large-scale magic. This hour may sound like a lot, but at this stage, Mina can basically not kill anyone if he does not cast large-scale magic. Once he uses the high-cost magic, his magic value becomes a shackle that constrains him. Don't get within 3 meters of me later, remember, Mina reminded them. The effect of this frozen crown is too abnormal. If this equipment has a chance to be on the list, it will definitely become a thief-proof artifact. The frost breath effect of the true frost dragon possession allows Mina to absorb frost energy from the environment in a cold environment. The main function of this frost energy is to increase the effect of ice magic, and it can also provide energy for the frozen eye. The effect of this frost breath is actually best when used in the ice and snow. However, due to the existence of the legendary equipment Frozen Crown, now as long as Mina equips this Frozen Crown, she can directly obtain 10 points of frost energy and obtain a small area of frozen environment. Although this 10 points of frost energy is only enough for Mina to increase the effect of 2 ice magics by 10%. However, this frost energy will increase with time, and the premise is that Mina does not take off the Frozen Crown. Mina's Frozen Eye is the active skill of the real Frost Dragon. The effect of this ability is amazing. As long as Mina activates this ability, the target seen by his eyes will directly enter the frozen state. The upper limit of the freezing time is up to 30 minutes, and will be continuously frostbitten during this process. Although this ability is powerful, it consumes a lot. In addition to consuming 200 points of frost energy, it also consumes points of magic power. However, Mina knows that this ability is an impossible skill for him, at least not for now. With the current Frozen Crown bringing only 1 point of frost energy in 10 seconds, it will take at least half an hour to collect 200 points of frost energy, and you can't use high-cost magic during this period, otherwise you will run out of magic power. After getting ready, Shui Nai immediately activated teleportation. With his current mental power of over 2000, a teleportation can directly cross a distance of more than 150 meters. Therefore, he only spent 4 teleportations to arrive at the rear of these dark armies. Although Shui Nai's teleportation was sensed by these people when it was activated, the speed of teleportation was not something they could react to. After Shui Nai's ice ring was directly shot and exploded in this group of people, the bodies of these undead warlocks reacted, but it was too late. The effect of the ice ring is more powerful when there are more people. As for how powerful it is, you can know it just by looking at the corpses of the players on the ground. Those who came to the Elf Empire to cause damage are all players who have not been promoted, and most of these players are mages. When the health value is not high, the mandatory fixed blood loss of this ice ring is greatly utilized. Lao Fan, I despise you. Dao Yu Dao shouted in the regional channel as soon as he saw the dead players on the ground. Go, otherwise they will be in trouble again once they revive. Shui Nai retreated immediately after casting this ice ring. Although he killed more than a dozen necromancer players with this move, those NPCs were obviously not dead, especially under these warriors and thieves who were wearing black robes and pretending to be necromancers. If he didn't leave, he would have no chance. Just when Shui Nai finished the ice dragon attack and the fire dragon attack and was about to suppress the last second of continuous teleportation, a black chain suddenly appeared under his feet and tied his left foot. Death duel shackles. Looking up at Long Tian at the other end of the shackles, Shui Nai's face was a little gloomy. This is the most harmful magic in the dark undead magic. After using this magic, the caster will be punished by death, and the two targets set by it will enter the curse of the death duel. If both parties survive, this tangible and intangible shackle will not disappear, and the distance between them will be limited to 100 meters. After a period of time, it will cause certain stimulation to the souls of both parties, so as to remind both parties to eliminate each other. The most speechless thing about this magic is that once the opponent is eliminated by others in the state of death duel, then you will also be cursed by the dead because the opponent did not die in your hands. This curse of the dead is said to have many tricks, but each one will make life worse than death. However, the use of this curse magic has very strict requirements. First, the level difference between the caster and the recipient must be less than plus or minus 1 level. Second, the recipient must be in a state of deadly hatred. Third, one of the recipient must be in the dark camp, and fourth, it is invalid for priests who believe in gods. The requirements for casting such a disgusting magic are not many necromancers willing to learn or use it, but I don't trademark to know where Long Tian found this magic, and he actually made his newly promoted necromancer a cannon fodder. Shui Nai and Long Tian had long been mortal enemies, and all the conditions had just been met, so the necromancer finally had blood flowing from all 7 orifices, his soul left his body, and he slowly fell down. Edith also completed Long Tian trademark's promotion. This time, he took the initiative to attack. To be honest, there were more than a dozen NPCs around him rushing with him. If he didn't trademark act quickly, the curse of the dead would be triggered, and he would lose more than he gained. After discovering that teleportation was restricted, Shui Nai was briefly confused, but soon he calmed down. He first cast an icy mist in front to separate himself from the enemy. After that, he cast the spell and ice crystal armor at the same time. For Shui Nai, the most troublesome thing now was not Long Tian, but the warriors and thieves NPCs who rushed to the front. Under the effect of the death duel, Shui Nai not only couldn't use teleportation, but also couldn't leave Long Tian 100 meters away. In fact, if Long Tian stood there motionless, Shui Nai would probably have been caught up by those NPCs. A distance of 100 meters, some time is still too short. However, at this time, Long Tian rushed faster and more fiercely than anyone else. When he saw Shui Nai again, he had only one thought in his mind, that is, to kill him and turn him into his own undead, and he also wanted to let this mage taste the taste of failure and death. Chapter 793 Ghost Dance. The magic of death duel shackles is a very headache for those players with high mobility. This powerful restraining curse power makes it impossible for them to play their advantages. As a turret with high mobility, Shui Nai has always been proud of his high mobility and has always tried to strengthen this ability, but the effect is limited. Looking at the thieves who were desperately approaching with wind blades, a few thieves also emerged behind Shui Nai. Dao Yu Dao and the beautiful fox soon collided with these thieves, and then the short and clever daggers intertwined with each other, sparks flying. Shui Nai, who took a breath, immediately prepared to arm the magic wand. I saw a burst of ice blow cold air condensing on the elemental magic wand, and then the cold air was pulled violently by the invisible force and turned into a frost sword about 2 meters long. The frost sword is the same as the wind sickle, but the special effects of the two are somewhat different. The wind sickle has the effect of the wind blade that ignores leather armor and cloth armor, while the frost sword has a freezing effect. When the magic wand weapon in Shui Nai's hand is first summoned, it can last for 3 minutes without disintegration, but if it is worn, it can only be maintained by magic power. At the same time, the size and length of this magic weapon can be controlled by the caster. However, this magic consumes a lot and is not light. Like Shui Na's current 2-meter-long frost sword, it directly consumes Shui Na's 2000 points of magic power, and at the same time, he has to turn on the violent power before he can dance with both hands. But a mage holding a 2-meter-long ice sword, the effect is still very visually impactful. Damn, Lao Fan, what kind of magic is this? Dao Yudao asked first. Wand armament, close combat elemental weapon, very good and powerful skill. Shui Nai said as he smashed the 3.5-meter-long frost sword on a thief, and then blocked the flying knife of another thief with a sweep. After a chaotic battle, the only one in front of him was Long Tian, who rushed over. For some reason, since Dao Yudao and his team rushed out, the other players gradually gave up Shui Nai and turned to other targets one by one. Today, I will kill you. Long Tian pointed the black bone sword in his hand at Shui Nai. Don't talk nonsense. If you don't fight, I will be in trouble if you are killed later. Shui Nai has seen that Diana and his team have caused a large number of skeleton soldiers belonging to players to fall down due to Shui Nai's previous attack. Is he organizing a counterattack now? You. Being ignored by Shui Nai, Long Tian wanted to say something, but Shui Nai's ice sword had already swept over. Long Tian quickly raised his sword to block. Although the ice sword didn't look very sharp, such a big sword would not be good if it hit him. And more importantly, if he was injured by a mage's weapon, would he still be able to survive in the future? With a ding sound, the unknown bone sword in Long Tian's hand actually blocked Shui Nai's full-strength sweep. At the same time, due to the difference in quality, a fist-sized gap had already appeared on Shui Nai's ice sword. Damn, this thing is too bad. Shui Nai looked at the fact that it took 100 points of magic power to repair the frost sword, and couldn't help cursing in his heart. It broke at the touch, this magic is too fragile. However, Long Tian on the opposite side was not feeling well either. He was swept by the cold air on the ice sword, and a layer of frost had appeared on his bone armor. Unfortunately, this magic wand weapon is the same as the ring magic, which is a special type of magic. The effect of Shui Nai's dragon soul possession has no effect on it. However, the frost breath of the ice ring crown can actually be added to this frost sword, making the freezing effect that can only be produced by hitting the target amplified a lot. Damn it, how can there be such magic? Why does he always find such magic? Why? Long Tian, who was beaten back step by step, looked at Shui Nai with resentment. Shui Nai, who was protected by the frost breath, was not someone Long Tian could approach, and if it was a comparison of weapon length, Shui Nai's frost sword was a complete winner. As a last resort, Long Tian could only shoot a few bone arrows, and then use them to distance himself. Because the frost sword was too long and heavy, Shui Nai tried hard to dodge and block, but 2 bone arrows still hit Shui Nai's ice crystal armor. However, these bone arrows, which were obviously formed by magic, suddenly exploded when they hit Shui Nai, and the scattered bone arrow fragments hit Shui Nai's face one by one. Although Shui Nai's frozen crown comes with an ice spirit helmet that can protect his head, this ice spirit helmet has no mask, so these bone fragments hit Shui Nai's face, and there are still bursts of pain, and there are also bursts of numbness. See here, Long Tian immediately fired several more bone arrows, all aimed at Shui Nai, but Shui Nai was not easy to deal with. The bone arrows either missed or hit the frost sword when blocked by the frost sword, which was more than 20 centimeters wide. Shui Nai, who was addicted to playing with swords, would naturally not let Long Tian go and catch up with him, but Long Tian was very smart. He knew that he could not get within 3 meters of Shui Nai, but he would never get in. Shui Nai, dragging the giant sword, could not compare with the agile Long Tian in terms of speed. Shui Nai had no choice but to switch to magic. After firing several thunderbolts as a test, Shui Nai found that Long Tian's bone armor was a thunderproof armor. The thunderbolt spell hit it, but it could not stop Long Tian's speed and did not interrupt his rain of bone arrows. Then he switched to ice pillars and thunder ice, but these 2 magics could not keep up with Long Tian's speed and were easily dodged. Damn, it turns out that being fast is so good. Shui Nai looked at her magic spells that failed one by one, and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that I usually dodge other people's magic attacks in this way. Shui Nai thought so. Thinking of this, Shui Nai immediately took a look at the frost sword, and then saw Shui Nai swing the frost sword at a player in the distance with the greatest force. The blade of the frost sword suddenly broke away from the elemental magic wand and flew over with a whistling sound. Be careful, Long Tian had already shouted, but the Death Knight player who had his back to Shui Nai had never thought that the mage who was fighting fiercely with Long Tian would have a chance to attack him. In the next second, the huge ice sword hit the Death Knight directly, and the frost breath on the ice sword penetrated his metal armor in an instant, freezing his body. The thief who was fighting with him immediately used the fire dragon dagger to probe, and the dagger turned into a tricky red light and pierced into the eye socket of his mask. With a puff, a blood arrow appeared with white light. Without the influence of the ice sword, Shui Nai immediately regained his previous feeling. He cast an ice shield on himself and quickly caught up with Long Tian. With a flash of his magic wand, 8 ice element birds immediately emerged and attacked Long Tian not far away. Shui Nai's ice shield was not idle either. There were bursts of ding-dong collision sounds coming from the ice shield, and the durability on it was decreasing rapidly. What kind of magic is this? After being hit by 2 ice element birds, Long Tian's speed immediately slowed down. Under the effect of Shui Nai's icy mist, he was included in the range of the frost breath. However, his face was very calm now, and he asked this question. "I'll tell you after you die." Shui Nai looked at the ice element birds that were strengthened by his frost energy. They actually produced an ice explosion effect at the moment of hitting the target, and half of Long Tian's body was blown into ice. He was also very excited. Because, in addition to the ice dragon soul, the breath effects of the 2 dragon souls of fire and thunder also have the function of collecting energy. However, this is more troublesome. After all, Shui Nai now has only one frozen crown that can produce environmental effects. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Shui Nai was not confused by Long Tian's question. Then you go to hell." Long Tian did not expect Shui Nai to be so cautious. Even his humble question could not delay any time. With Long Tian's shout, a large amount of black air suddenly surged out of Long Tian's body. The bone armor creaked under the swelling black air, and the ice outside was unbearable. Black air came out of the cracks. Seeing this sudden change, Shui Nai immediately shot an ice ring that had just finished cooling, and then retreated. When he retreated only 10 meters, Long Tian was hit by the ice ring and his health was not damaged at all. Defense magic? Shui Nai was also a little unsure of what the black air on Long Tian was. With a bang, the ice on Long Tian's body suddenly turned into fragments all over the sky and scattered. Damn it, the beautiful fox affected by these fragments cursed fiercely and entered stealth again, but her target had already discovered her, and then the two fought again. Other places where the melee was also affected by the fragments, and thieves were beaten out one by one. In addition to the ice on his body, his bone armor also exploded, and this time it exploded very thoroughly, with no chance of repair. However, Long Tian, who exploded his own equipment, gave Shui Nai a very dangerous breath. "Now let you taste the power of the evil ghost dance, although it is a little incomplete." Long Tian was surrounded by black air as black as ink, and his tone became gloomy and hoarse, which gave Shui Nai goosebumps. The insight spell was quickly thrown out by Shui Nai, but what was fed back was a string of unknown question marks. In addition to the name of this state. After using the ghost dance, Long Tian's entire strength seemed to have increased greatly out of thin air, and the speed of movement was at least 1 times faster than before. Seeing Long Tian's sword slashing down, Shui Nai hurriedly used her magic wand to block it, but the power transmitted from Long Tian's blackbone sword made Shui Nai's magic wand hit poorly. Click to fly away. It looks like he is possessed by a dragon soul. Shui Nai couldn't help but think of himself when he was possessed by a dragon soul. Chapter 794, The Tree Hole in the Tree of Life. Shui Nai didn't expect that after activating this evil ghost dance, Long Tian not only increased his speed a lot, but also increased his strength by at least 50%. If he hadn't just held the staff with both hands, I'm afraid the current elemental staff would have been knocked away. However, Long Tian was not feeling well either. He rushed into the range of Shui Nai's frost breath and originally planned to end the battle with a sword directly, so that the effect of the frost breath on him could be eliminated. Who knew that Shui Nai's strength value was actually so high, which made him doubt for a while whether this player was a legendary character with a GM template. After experiencing the baptism of the dark breath of the Lich King last time, his attribute values were greatly enhanced. Although his health value dropped very painfully, his attributes now have few rivals in the dark camp. But he had just activated the Spirit Descent series of amplification skills in the Death Swordsman, and he was barely able to tie. Spirit Descent is a unique skill in the Death Swordsman. At present, this series of skills can be divided into Ghost Descent, Resentful Spirit Descent, Evil Spirit Descent, and the strongest Ghost King Descent from low to high. Although this spirit descent skill is not mainly based on attack, this extreme amplification can allow players to burst out several times the destructive power. With Long Tian's current level 100 strength, this evil spirit ghost dance can only last for 1 minute. After 1 minute, he will enter a weak state due to the use of this taboo power. So, seeing Shui Nai dodging blindly, he became more and more anxious, and the rhythm of his attack became more and more chaotic. But Shui Nai is more slippery than a loach, and his defensive skills are amazingly good. However, Shui Nai himself had a hard time. Under the powerful force of Long Tian, his health value was constantly decreasing. Although Long Tian was affected by the freezing effect, the decrease was not large, and he still chased Shui Nai to chop. As for the freezing and frostbite effects of the frost breath, Shui Nai did not notice him now, and was just stalling for time until Long Tian showed a flaw. Continuously picking, pulling, blocking, and hitting, Shui Nai's martial arts foundation began to play an increasingly important role, and Long Tian on the opposite side became more and more frightened. Although he had practiced close combat martial arts such as karate and taekwondo for several years, he had never practiced swords. In addition to the movements given by the skills, he only knew simple movements such as chopping and stabbing. He didn't know how to use sticks like Shui Nai, and even if he knew, with his current mental state, the effect would probably be halved. After more than 10 seconds of observation, Shui Nai slowly turned from defense to offense after confirming that Long Tian didn't seem to be able to use a sword. He used his magic wand to deflect the bone sword that was stabbing straight at him. Although the force was so strong that it hurt Shui Nai's mouth, it still forced Long Tian to open his middle gate. Shui Nai kicked him directly in the crotch. This is the most direct and deadly attack in military boxing. With one kick, any male will often fall down. Although the power of this attack is somewhat unreasonable in the game, seeing that Long Tian's face has turned purple, Shui Nai knows that this kick is still effective. After using the crotch kick, Shui Nai took the opportunity to retract her magic wand and stab it out again, hitting Long Tian's cheek without armor. With a bang, a ball of blue flashed, and Long Tian, who had tried his best to dodge, was finally hit by Shui Nai's magic wand, and the elemental attack also broke out at this moment. The nose was hit by a heavy blow and an ice attack. Even Long Tian couldn't stand it. The hundreds of points of physical damage and nearly 1,000 points of ice damage on his head also showed the strength of Shui Nai's attack. Boss Long Tian at this time, Wei Zhe, who had just resurrected, saw Long Tian injured and immediately cast a few undead magics. Looking at these bone spears flashing with grey halo, Shui Nai instinctively felt dangerous. The attack magic of the necromancer is often mixed with a large amount of undead toxins or curses. These things have a strong effect on people in the Holy Light Camp or the Dark Camp. Abandoning Long Tian, who was already a little confused, Shui Nai immediately retreated. When he retreated, he also dodged several bone arrows. It turned out that several dark thieves around him helped after hearing Long Tian's screams. Looking at Long Tian, who had been protected by someone, Shui Nai now regretted using the Ice Dragon impact just now. If there is such a big skill now, these guys in front of him will be seriously injured if not dead. Just when Shui Nai was about to use Frost Star, the thief and necromancer on the opposite side immediately reacted, forcing Shui Nai to give up the unfinished magic. However, Long Tian on the opposite side seemed to be in some bad state, and he couldn't even stand steadily. Shui Nai, let me help you. Seeing Shui Nai constantly circling around Long Tian and other players, Dao Yiyu Dao came over immediately. Wait another 10 seconds. Shui Nai looked at the countdown screen of the ice ring. Okay. After 10 seconds, Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly appeared on the side of Long Tian and his men, and then he casually swung out more than a dozen nearly half-meter long ice spikes, shooting directly at Long Tian and his men. Puff puff. A series of ice spikes were inserted. After a few low groans, Dao Yiyu Dao immediately shot a few crossbow arrows, aiming directly at Long Tian among the crowd. Just now, Dao Yiyu Dao found that these people protected Long Tian too well, and dared to use their bodies to block the ice spikes just now. Now he wanted to use Long Tian as bait to lure these people over. Don't let him kill me. Even if I die, I will drag him to the mortal world. Looking at the half-hour of weakness, Long Tian was desperate. The players of the dark camp around the boss naturally refused. One warrior carried Long Tian on his back and planned to escape. However, in a corner that they had forgotten, Shui Nai had already prepared magic. An ice ring was slowly shot out, first staying at the top of these people's heads, and then everyone felt a chill in their heads and a burst of tingling pain came. The attack height of the ice ring can be controlled at will, and if this ice ring is aimed at the player's head or heart and other fatal parts, there is a high probability of triggering an instant death effect. This conclusion has been verified by most ice mages. However, the most powerful part of Shui Nai's ice ring is not here, but the chain effect. Under the attack of Shui Nai's huge ice ring, a series of smaller ice rings also began to wreak havoc. At the moment when the small ice rings burst out, Shui Nai and the others almost only saw a piece of ice blue fluctuating up and down on these people's heads. Humph! A warrior who was hit on the head by nearly 10 small ice rings in a row finally fell down unwillingly. Ah! The rest of the people were also in a bad situation. Players like the mage, who had low defense and life, had to lie down after being hit by 5 or 6 small ice rings. Even Long Tian, a player who was in a weak state and had been promoted, also died in this chain effect. Long Tian, who was in a weak state, had all his physical attributes dropped to an extremely low point. In addition, most of his armor was damaged. He had survived the big ice ring, but he couldn't survive this almost heaven-defying effect. After seeing the chains on his feet removed, Shui Na immediately put the frozen crown into the mithril box in his backpack, and then removed the frost dragon possession. To be honest, under the frost dragon possession and frozen crown, Shui Na's fire magic was useless. After removing these magic restrictions, Shui Na just said be careful and ran away. Damn, it would be nice to help a little. Dao Yudao looked at the frozen enemies and knew that he had to do this kind of mopping up work by himself. Shui Nai rushed to the bottom of the Tree of Life and immediately saw Tai Feng and his team leading some NPCs to fight against a dozen undead creatures wearing the clothes of the Elf Empire Elder Council. It seems that there were a lot of losses in the battle with the Lich King just now. Shui Nai, go to the top of the Tree of Life. The Lich King and Diana have gone up. Tai Feng saw Shui Nai coming and immediately shouted, and then used an axe to cut open an elf sword dancer whose body was as stiff as steel. The corpse controlled by the Lich King was obviously undergoing unknown changes. Although they had all become zombies, these zombies obviously retained their abilities before they died, such as magic and sword skills. Okay, I'll come over now. Shui Nai, who had launched a flaming shock, immediately bypassed Tai Feng and his team and climbed up along the rope ladder on the Tree of Life. These rope ladders attached to the Tree of Life cannot be seen from a distance, but when she saw Lu Yi climb up the Tree of Life, Shui Na knew that these rope ladders should be hidden by illusion magic. Entering the phantom stealth posture, Shui Nai climbed up on tiptoe. When Shui Nai climbed up a few dozen meters, Shui Nai heard the sound of fighting from a tree hole not far away. Climbing to one side of the tree hole, Shui Nai poked his head out slightly. This is a huge tree hole that makes people a little dizzy, but this tree hole is obviously lived in, and some wooden furniture is still preserved here. Diana and the Lich King are facing each other in the center of this tree hole, and on one side, the beautiful fox and other players are fighting with a dark camp player or NPC. Chapter 795 Seal the Lich King. What's going on? After Shui Nai sneaked up on the opponent of the beautiful fox, she asked immediately. To be honest, if a mage can sneak attack, he is definitely the strongest. With long range, high damage, and status, there are very few professions that can resist this. Under the effect of Shui Nai's 2 ice element birds, the thief whose feet were frozen was directly hit by the beautiful fox's throat slitting and tearing, which was a fatal blow. I don't know. I just came here. As soon as I came up, I found that this guy wanted to sneak attack Piao Ling. By the way, look at this, the name of a place. When Shui Nai threw the corpse of the thief out, she said in the team chat while helping Piao Ling to deal with the necromancer NPC. Shui Nai was not idle either. He was now helping other NPCs to rescue the NPCs on Elder Diana's side. They were facing these enemies who were waiting for their turn, relying entirely on their own perseverance. Name. Shui Nai played the elemental bird while checking the player map. God's Residence. Shui Nai only saw the 2 people in God's Residence written on the map, and suddenly felt a chill on her forehead. She couldn't help but squat with her head raised. I saw a green arrow brushing Shui Nai's forehead and flying past, and it hit the tree wall of the tree hole with a pop, and then broke into pieces. Are you Jet? Shui Nai looked at the NPC who had just shot him with an arrow, and said with some doubts. Because Jet looked very strange now, his facial expression seemed to be solidified by glue, but his arrow-pulling action was like flowing water, shooting arrows one after another. However, although these arrows were powerful and lethal, they made Shui Nai feel that they lacked a bit of agility, just like Jet's face now, mechanical and stiff. Therefore, Shui Nai only flashed slightly to make these arrows miss their target. Be careful, Jet has been killed by the Lich King. The NPC on the side saw Shui Nai facing Jet and did not fight back. He still thought Shui Nai was worried about Jet's identity as an elder. So, Shui Nai turned his eyes to other enemies and immediately found that some of the enemies' attacks were smooth, but they were not coordinated with their bodies. However, it seemed that the rebellious elders were all turned into zombies. For a moment, Shui Nai couldn't help but feel that this happened too coincidentally. In this way, Diana's forces would. Never mind, kill them first. After learning that they had become zombies, Shui Nai immediately switched the elemental wand to the fire system, and then shot out ice elemental birds one by one. Since the relationship between the old wizard and the god of light was made clear, Shui Nai no longer had to worry about the impact of this skill on the old wizard. Anyway, the worst case scenario was to declare war on the gods. If the god of light dared to come down. Although Jet, who had become a zombie, still retained the powerful archery skills he had in his lifetime, this archery skill that had lost its vitality did not pose much threat to players like Shui Nai. The only problem was that the defense of these zombies was almost comparable to that of the dark zombies in the dark mining area, and their levels and health points were also much higher. Soon, the ice elemental birds died Jet with a layer of ice blue. Under the powerful ice and fire attack of Shui Nai, Elder Jet still held on for 2 minutes before falling into the flames. In the end, Elder Jet's body began to rot to a high degree, and in the end, not even the bone residue was left. During this period, Elder Jet shot nearly 100 arrows. Although none of them hit Shui Nai, it still took him a while. After Shui Nai dealt with Elder Jet, Diana and the Lich King in the depths of the god's residence had already started a tentative fight. For the Lich King, fighting Diana was the last thing he wanted to see. With his strength and the dark artifact in his hand, it was not difficult to defeat Diana, but now this was the Tree of Life. The ubiquitous life energy made the dark energy in his body in a suppressed state. Diana on the opposite side hoped to delay a little longer, so that she could recover. However, the arrival of Shui Nai broke the delicate balance at the beginning, and now the Lich King was eager to take action. However, what puzzled Diana was that the Lich King was obviously not here to find the wood chapter. She didn't know why he knew about the existence of this god's residence. To be honest, the secret of this god's residence was known only to the great elders of the three races and only to a few outsiders. Logically, the Lich King couldn't possibly know about this god's residence. Diana, hand over the source of divine power, or I will burn this Tree of Life. The Lich King rushed to Diana with the artifact in his shape-shifting form, not giving her any chance to use magic, but he also had no way to use magic. Diana, who was approached, was not panicked. She blocked the dark sword that was slashing down with the magic wand in her hand. The source of divine power? If it was in my hand, do you think you still have a chance of winning? Diana, as one of the few people alive who knows the secret here, is somewhat surprised by the Lich King's idea. Impossible, as far as I know, he eventually died here. With your hypocritical behavior, you guys will never take it away. Yes, we won't take it away, but he has already given this source of life to someone else, so don't waste your efforts. Who? Do you think I will tell you? Before Diana finished speaking, a black shadow appeared behind the Lich King. With a ding sound, a simple black small shield suddenly appeared under the dagger, barely blocking the thunder of Tian's Haihen. Little mouse, go. Lich King. Before the king said the word die, Tian's Haihen had already disappeared into the void. This time, even the eye of the undead of the Lich King could not see his figure. However, just when the Lich King was distracted to deal with Tian's Haihen, he felt a surge of vitality behind him. Oh no! Before the Lich King turned around, he found that his feet were entangled by something. Just when the Lich King activated all the dark energy in his body and planned to corrode the vines on his body, the whole tree the whole Tree of Life suddenly shook. After that, a strong breath of life suddenly appeared in this god's residence, and all normal lives were nourished by this strong vitality. The wounds were healing, the health points were increasing, and even the magic power and other energies were slowly recovering. No. The Lich King, who was swallowed by the strong life energy, could no longer care about dealing with the vines on his body. He could only keep urging the dark shield to block the pervasive life energy. Otherwise, he would just fall to the ground like the zombies or undead players controlled by him outside, constantly assimilated and corrected by the life energy. But this correction was killing them. Looking at the enemies who suddenly fell, Shui Na and the others were a little overwhelmed for a moment. After all, the current situation was a little weird. After the first mage was purified by the life energy due to insufficient health, the other people in the dark camp followed one by one. In the end, only the Lich King was left struggling. The experience I got just flew away. The beautiful fox's dagger was still a step slower, and the enemy in front of him had gone with the wind. Let's go, this time we must kill the Lich King, Shui Na said, and then he took the lead. Don't come over. At this time, Diana shouted. What is this? After hearing Diana's words, Shui Na immediately found that a green magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground, and the center of this magic circle was at the feet of the Lich King. A layer of emerald green crystals was forming in this magic circle, and slowly covered the body of the Lich King, sealing his body and dark energy inside. This is a life seal, designed to deal with those strong people who cannot be killed. At this time, the voice of the old wizard suddenly appeared. It's you again, who are you? After feeling the power of this so-called life seal, the Lich King was anxious, but he wanted to know who this person who repeatedly disrupted his actions was. Didn't your teacher tell you? After all, you are half my nephew. God Wizard, Frank. The last time, the Lich King saw the mysterious wizard with golden blood flowing on his body. This is the color of the blood of the gods in the legend. It's me. The old wizard stroked his beard with some pride. Aren't you dead? Why are you still alive now? The Lich King couldn't believe that this once strongest human being would be in such a state, and his strength was not even as good as that of a junior mage. This is not something you can understand. If you can understand how meaningful life is, you will not ignore your teacher's advice and insist on taking this road of killing and treating all lives as enemies. Although there are always setbacks, life is not all dark. Don't make the same mistake again and again. The old mage's tone was a little heavy. It seemed that he wanted the Lich King to turn over a new leaf. Old man, you said I can't understand life? But do you understand the meaning of my life? I live to make everyone tremble at my feet. I want everyone to taste the pain I have suffered. Everyone. The Lich King was obviously inspired by the old wizard's memories and said excitedly. If you really can't forget, just sleep here. No one will disturb you here. As the life seal progressed, the emerald green crystal spread to the top of the Lich King's head, and this was the last thing he heard when he lost consciousness. Chapter 796 The Secret of the God's Residence. Is this all right? Shui Na looked at the Lich King sealed by the crystal and said with some doubts. Last time they designed the Gourd Valley to seal its soul, and now this life seal seems so fragile. Now it can only be like this. I can't use the last seal anymore. The Lich King with the Holy Book of the Dead is immortal. Unless the power of the Book of Elements is used to suppress it, it can only be sealed. The old wizard pointed to the darkest place in the crystal, where the Holy Book of the Dead mentioned by the old wizard was. However, this is the real Lich King, not another clone. Shui Na carefully counted the artifacts in the crystal, but found that the Dark Shield, the Phantom and the Holy Book of the Dead were all there. Now Shui Na has been scared by this indestructible little cockroach Lich King. Unless the NPC strongman tells him for sure that this Lich King is the last one, he can rest assured. This. I don't know, but now these three artifacts are sealed together with the Lich King, at least the outside no matter how strong the Lich King is, he can't cause any trouble. But the magic shield here has been broken. If it is not repaired in time, then the seal will be dangerous. Mina knew that since there is a way to seal, there must be a way to unlock it. And this life seal seems to be not as powerful as the dark seal in Mina's hand. Broke in? What is possible? The magic shield outside cannot be opened even by forbidden spells. How is it possible? Diana didn't know that the magic shield outside had been broken, but after seeing the silence of the old wizard Frank, she was speechless. Under normal circumstances, this magic shield can indeed withstand the impact of forbidden spells. However, the most vulnerable part of this magic shield is at the entrance and exit. As long as it is opened by normal methods, and then the magic circle is violently destroyed, the shield will be broken. I didn't expect the Lich King to be so cruel. When the old wizard designed this magic shield, he didn't expect that the Lich King would be so bored and spend so much effort to break the magic circle when he knew how to open it. This is not what a normal person would do. After hearing the old wizard's explanation, everyone looked at the Lich King in the crystal, speechless. Is there no way to repair it? Diana asked uneasily. Now I can't repair it. But you don't have to worry. Although the magic circle at the entrance and exit has been destroyed, the shield can still continue to operate. However, you have to spend some manpower to guard the entrance and exit. Manpower. Diana's face was very sad. So far, more than a dozen elders of the Elf Empire have been killed in this operation, and other personnel have suffered heavy casualties. Aren't they manpower? Why not let them guard here? Sometimes, it's a good choice to give the work to these young people. The old wizard pointed at Mina and the others with his eyes. Diana was silent. Okay, let's go. After the old wizard finished speaking, he walked towards the tree hole. Just now, he seemed to have walked out from the deepest part of this god's residence. Teacher, what is this god's residence? To be honest, all players are very interested in this place. God's residence, as the name suggests, is the residence of God. When the previous god of light was exiled to the human world, he tried to recuperate here. However, due to his own reasons, he attracted the attention of the gods of the dark forces, and this place became what it is now. In fact, this life seal was also created by it. It was originally intended to seal the god of light, but the god of light, a coward, did not dare to kill him, and as a result. What about the previous god of light? He died, his divine power was exhausted, and the source of divine power was broken into several pieces. Then he gave the last piece away. Although the divine power in your body is not the source of divine power, it has been preserved due to the special environment of the Lich Land. Isn't it said that gods are immortal? Mina seemed to remember hearing Nabi say this last time in the Lich Land. The source of divine power is also called Godhead. As long as the Godhead is still there, divine power can be continuously generated. But, to be honest, Godhead is the most important resource for any god, so the Godhead of the God of Light at that time was coveted by many gods. So scary? After hearing this, the beautiful fox was a little horrified. Being targeted by a bunch of gods is not a good feeling. In fact, not only gods, but also people in our world are eyeing this power that can make mortals directly become gods, but they were killed before they got this power. No more, let's leave here quickly. The dark mining area outside is in chaos. We have to solve the problem there first. Then there is really no need to send people to guard here. Shui Nai and the others are a little worried that the Lich King here will be rescued. No, Yan Xin and Fal will come here later. With them, no one can save him. What, you said? There is no way now. Let's do it this way for the time being. To be honest, this tree of life is the best place to enter the god level. If I didn't trust the Earth Sword Saint, I would also like to call him over. With him guarding, it is absolutely safe. The old wizard knew what Diana wanted to say, but he trusted Yangzhen and Fal very much. You will cause trouble for me, alas. Although Diana knew that she could only do this now, the clan law of the elves collapsed in front of her, and she still felt a little sorry for her ancestors. When they came to the outside of the Tree of Life, they saw a green light flashing across the sky, and then there were two more figures on the ground. It was Yangzhen in a red sage robe and Fal in a green shirt. As the two of them joined the battle, the remaining people in the dark camp were all wiped out. Yangzhen, you guard here, Fal, prepare the sword domain, we are going out, the old wizard said while commanding, and called Shui Na over. Is there anything? Shui Na saw the old wizard so mysterious. Look, suddenly a little uneasy. Well, I want you to go to the dark world and find the dark book. Mina looked at the old wizard as if he was an idiot. Ahem, don't look at me like that, I went through the dark world several times back then, but I still survived. Don't look at me, I'm not good looking. That's right, then I'll look at other things. You. Well, I'll tell you the reason now, you're not scared. The old wizard saw that Mina really wanted to leave, so he threatened. It seems that someone from above has come down. If you don't find the dark book, you'll be in trouble then. Above? What does their coming down have to do with the dark book? To be honest, the reason why I was able to drive away the God of Light back then was all because the dark book suppressed the power of the God of Light. Otherwise, I would definitely not be able to drive away the true body of the God of Light. Then where did you hide the dark book? Hearing this, Shui Nai was relieved. After all, the previous owner of the dark book was here, so he didn't have to worry about the mission being too dangerous. I threw it away, the old wizard said awkwardly. Threw it away? Well, the book never recognized me as its master. It was because of the suppression of the power of the God of Light that it instinctively resisted the holy light power of the God of Light. Later, I thought it was useless, so I threw it away. Then where did you throw it? Shuai thought that the old wizard would not throw it into the sea. The dark abyss, if I'm not mistaken, it should fall into the dark world. The dark world you are talking about is the dark world in another space, not the dark world on the side of the undead empire. Nonsense, otherwise the Lich King would have synthesized the dark book long ago. This is the original artifact. It can easily destroy us. Is it that powerful? To be honest with you, half of the harsh environment in the Orc Kingdom was caused by the Book of Elements. Back then, it was a beautiful place. It was all because of the hateful god of light. You are really a nuisance. Shuai's opinion of the old wizard has improved again. Before, he had heard Tai Feng talk about how difficult and desolate the Orc Kingdom was, but he didn't expect that it was actually caused by the old guy in front of him. Now you understand the power of the Dark Book, which is at the same level as the Book of Elements. Although it is only half, it is better than nothing. Then why don't you just give me the Book of Elements, isn't that good? Well, I can't talk to the high-level people of the human empire, so you can only rely on yourself. Okay, I won't tell you, and you can figure it out later. After the old wizard finished speaking, he threw Shuai there and walked to Fal's side. At this time, Diana, who had completed the preparations and the check of the troops, had also stood beside Fal. To be honest, after these two battles, there are only a dozen NPCs who still have strength left, and these people are already half disabled. Don't we use the teleportation array to leave? Diana couldn't sit still after knowing that the Dark Guardian of the Dark Mining area was destroyed. It's okay. I left a back door here. Here, I can directly teleport anyone to any place in the Elf Empire. After saying that, the old wizard asked Fal to use the sword domain to bring everyone up. Backdoor, what's this about? Diana and the NPCs around her all changed their expressions, and their eyes became fierce. Don't get me wrong, these backdoors are for you, but there is a prerequisite, that is, you can only know the design I gave you after I die, but I sealed it with my divine power. Only after I die can you know these backdoors. Really no one knows your design? Yes, only we know it. Also, why can you appear directly in the god's residence? The teleportation array there is one way. Diana only then remembered that the old wizard suddenly appeared in the god's residence. This, is also a backdoor, but that kind of backdoor can only be used 3 times. Let's not talk about it. We are here. Chapter 797 Organizational Defense Line. When Mina and others used the back door of the Tree of Life to come to the Iangda mine, the war there had been going on for several hours. This magic is too powerful. Deo Yudeo looked at the Iangda mine right in front of him. He couldn't believe that he came from the Dark Tree Demon Forest in just a moment, and it was the kind of teleportation with an accurate positioning of 10 meters. Because the nearest dark zombie was less than 10 meters away from them, but these 10 meters became a hurdle that they could never cross. Fortunately, it's a pity that the Tree of Life can only be connected to the forest of the Elf Empire, otherwise it would be perfect if it connected the 3 kingdoms. The old wizard was obviously a greedy guy. Far, go back to the Tree of Life first. If any one of ours wants to save the Lich King, don't be polite. Yes. Fal nodded, and then turned into a green wind and left. A combination of one near and one far, this way it will be foolproof, said the old wizard. Although Yan Xian has not recovered from his last injury, there is no problem cooperating with Fal. Moreover, practicing in the Tree of Life will not only allow his injuries to recover quickly, but also allow him to comprehend the mystery of the source of divine power from the Tree of Life. This is a good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Teacher, we are also there. Leave this to us. If you have nothing to do, go and rest first. Shui Na looked at the hundreds of dark zombies that had rushed out of the Exoda mine, and she was already a little itchy. Just now, when they used the Tree of Life to teleport away, they had already received the system settlement, which was considered to have completed the task of collecting the wood chapter, and at the same time completed the big task of protecting the Tree of Life. Although the process was a bit hard, the effect was still great. For example, Shui Na has directly upgraded to level 100, while the Fox Fairy Guild has upgraded more levels, and also obtained the Leaf of Life badge, becoming VIP players of the Elf Empire. As for the NPC rewards, I am afraid we have to wait until these problems are solved. Well, it's okay. As far as I can sense now, only here has an accident. The old wizard closed his eyes for a while, and then said. For him, the magic shield of the dark tree demon forest of the Elf Empire and the various dark guardians in the dark mining area have part of his efforts and divine power infused into them. Therefore, when they are damaged, the old wizard can sense it immediately, and this is exactly why he appeared in the Elf Empire in time. Then you take a rest, we will be back soon. Shui Nai said, and led a large group of people over. Although these dark zombies are coming fiercely, the number and level of players are not low. Except for the beginning, they were caught off guard by the players and NPCs of the dark camp, and then they were flattened by the human wave tactics. Now all the players and dark zombies are blocking the Exoda mine, but the situation is a bit chaotic. When the players responsible for guarding here, such as Duijodega, saw the high-level NPC coming, they all stepped forward with some anxiety. Elder Diana, we are sorry that we failed to complete the task you assigned. Duijodega looked at the messy Exoda mine and said with some shame. This is none of your business. You have done a good job. It depends on you in the future. Diana knew that if Jet had not told the Lich King's people the core secrets of Dark Guardian, even if they turned the Exoda village upside down, they would not be able to destroy this Dark Guardian. This. Duijodega looked at Tai Feng on the side. He didn't know the inside story. It's okay. The inside story is a bit long. Let's get rid of these zombies first. After Tai Feng finished speaking, he patted Duijodega on the shoulder and walked over to help Shui Nai. The scene in front of the Exoda mine was a bit chaotic. Although there were many players here, they often acted independently and sometimes quarreled over a dark zombie. Although there were NPCs watching here, players did not dare to be too presumptuous, but this inefficient random fighting made Shui Nai and the others frown. Damn, are these guys fighting monsters or people? Dao Yudao had just rushed in, and before he had time to stab a few times, he was beaten out by the surrounding players. Humph, they are all fighting monsters, but no one dares to rush up to stop the monsters. These guys are really good at taking advantage. Tai Feng has seen the thoughts of these guys who are fighting and retreating, but if it is against ordinary monsters, there is nothing wrong with this way of fighting, but now it is a dark zombie that can be resurrected. According to the current situation of the Exoda mine, all the dark zombies in the entire dark mining area may come out from here within a few days. At that time, this line of defense that only retreats but does not defend may cause the entire Elf Empire to be affected by the spread of dark zombies, and even other countries. Shui Nai, find a way to seal this mine first, and then we will control the situation. Tai Feng set his sights on Shui Nai. Okay, Shui Nai responded, and flew over the heads of these dark zombies, not far from the Isoda mine. Seeing Shui Nai flying, most of the players, although they didn't know what he was doing, rushed up more actively, and no longer retreated more than 10 meters when the dark zombies came. After all, with Shui Nai, a living person, pulling these dark zombies, they could fight with confidence. With the appearance of Shui Nai's icicles, everyone understood Shui Nai's idea, but no one cared about Shui Nai's safety. They actually threw several powerful magics at the dark zombies not far from Shui Nai, almost destroying the entire icicle wall. Now start to control the situation. All players must fight monsters according to our requirements. Those who don't cooperate, please leave, and we won't be polite to those who disrupt the order. Tai Feng saw Shui Nai controlling the source of monsters inside, but was almost beaten into the dark zombie pile, and he couldn't help but get angry. These players clearly knew that Mina was controlling the number of monsters in front, but they didn't appreciate it. Even causing trouble for him. Why? You latecomers have the final say here. This is a public monster area. You have no rights. Just now, it was this fire mage who almost blew up Shui Nai. However, before the mage could finish his words, he was killed by Tian's Hai Hen with one sword. This is no longer a public monster area. Now we take over here. Those who are willing to cooperate, please stay. We will send those who make trouble back to the city. Tai Feng was stunned when he saw Tian's Hai Hen kill one with one sword. Then he thought of the heavy punishment in troubled times, and his tone became tough. Coupled with Tian's Hai Hen's ruthless killing action, some fence-sitters who obviously didn't want to get into trouble immediately stopped making noise. However, some mage players who were obviously too bold to put it immediately abandoned the dying dark zombie and pointed their spearheads at Tian's Hai Hen, who was pulling the dark zombie to Shui Nai not far away, and other players they looked down on. However, before these guys could release their magic, several thieves rushed out from behind, killing them one by one. There was no need for a second knife. Several mages were lying on the ground, 2 of whom were magicians who had just completed their promotion. To be honest, apart from mages, there were only some fixed teams that were interested in dealing with these dark zombies. After all, these dark zombies made melee professions suffer too much. Damn, they are all idiots from the Diamond Family Guild. No wonder they are so arrogant. Tai Feng sorted out the list of mages just now, but found that they were all from the same guild. Please use ice magic to control them first if you are willing to cooperate. After that, please ask the warriors on the field to cooperate. It is best to team up with familiar or similar people. Please give the dark energy crystals that explode to the nearby NPCs. If the cooperation is pleasant, we will further develop this place. Please do not destroy the order and friendly environment here. Tai Feng knew that in troubled times, in addition to using severe punishments, he had to lure them with benefits, so that he could control them. The deep development of the dark mining area is a treasure trove, and it seems that the key to the door of the treasure trove is still in the hands of this team. However, most of the players who already know the details of Shui Nai and his group naturally know that what Tai Feng said just now is 80% credible, so they are more willing to participate in it. The orderly monster killing action is much more efficient than the chaotic monster snatching situation just now. And because there are strong people to maintain order, those idle players get more benefits, so they work harder to kill zombies and get more benefits. Please send a few ice mages. There are too many zombies inside. It's hard to defend here. With Shui Nai's ability, if he can't defend it, then the others need not say anything. However, in order to arouse the enthusiasm of the mages around him, he can only belittle his ability in this way. When the icicle wall was fully built, Shui Nai and the others asked some mages to go up and asked them to form a team of 10 to control everyone's experience. Although this made the mages dissatisfied, the people below were already in a frenzy. If they wanted to stay, they could only do what they said. This is a good momentum. If it can be maintained, this will be a good place for players to level up. Tai Feng looked at the well-organized defense line and couldn't help but feel more mature. This is the result of their hard work. I'm afraid your wish is a little difficult. The troublemakers are coming. Shui Nai pointed at the Diamond King and his group who were heading over and shook his head helplessly. Chapter 798 Tax Plan. When the Diamond King arrogantly asked Shui Nai to admit his mistakes and hand over the murderer, it was destined that they could only die this time. Actually, Diamond King had a good idea. He wanted Mina to lose face in front of Xiaoyu, preferably to lose face and dignity as a man. Although this would not make Xiaoyu have any opinion of him from now on, it would at least make their relationship have a little crack or problem. But he overestimated his own strength and underestimated the fighting power of Mina and other guys. At that time, Mina and Dao Yiyudao alone sent the 10 elite thugs brought by Diamond King back to the city. At that time, Dao Yiyudao was still wondering why Diamond King, this guy, only brought a mage to the scene. Isn't this like a birthday man hanging himself because he thinks his life is too long? In addition to coming here to scout the area, they also want to control this place. After all, this has become the most promising monster spawning point. Anyone who is not a fool will come to rob it. Here, just use icicles to surround it, then these dark zombies can be surrounded and maintained. Such a good monster spawning point. If those big guilds are dismissive of this, then this guild will not have to think about development. Don't you have a guild too? Just call people to occupy it. How can you waste resources here for these idiots? For Diamond King, who came here with only mages to clear the area, Dao Yiyudao directly regarded him as an idiot. If he really thought that he could rely on just a few mages clear the field, then they were all players like Shui Nai before. However, Shui Nai is now half useless. After passing level 100, the 3 rings that are comparable to artifacts in the eyes of players cannot be used. His strength can be said to have shrunk by nearly half. If it weren't for his true, the effect of the earth breath possessed by the earth dragon is to form an anti-gravity layer, which reduces the gravity he receives by 50%. Otherwise, he would have been crushed to death by his big backpack now. However, this anti-gravity layer cannot overlap with the effect of the phantom ring. Otherwise, Shui Nai in zero gravity would become a real ghost. However, Shui Nai, who lost the phantom stealth, can no longer make a fast charge. There are not many people in our guild, and I am afraid we can't defend it. I plan to hand this place over to Duijadega and let him be fully responsible. We just collect some taxes and so on. Collecting taxes, is this possible? Dao Yiyudao was dumbfounded after hearing Tai Feng's suggestion. Okay, as long as we can get the approval of the Elf Empire's high-level officials and hand over this Azoda mine to us for management, then we have the final say here. The tax is only to prevent players from being too presumptuous and let them know that there are people like us watching here. That's good. How high do you think the tax should be? Dao Yudao obviously hadn't tried such an exciting thing, and immediately hooked Tai Feng's head. Don't set it too high, because there is usually too little profit and the risk factor is high. 1 gold coin for 1 hour is enough. However, we can set up a street stall here and sell medicine at a high price. Seeing them laughing cunningly here and there, Shui Nai felt that this matter was too suitable for people like them, so he ignored them and walked towards Azoda village. Along the way, Shui Nai met Piaoling and Tian's Haihen who were walking. For them, the environment of the Elf Empire is more pleasant, very suitable for enjoying activities such as walking. By the way, do you plan to stay here for a while? Shui Nai asked. He really wanted to know what they were planning now. Well, I have to stay for a while. I have a task to complete here. Although Tian's Haihen had forgotten that Shui Nai was the mage in the arena match half a year ago, they did have a little friendship after working together for a while. After hearing what Tian's Haihen said, Shui Nai didn't say much. Oh, that's good. There really isn't a shortage of manpower here. I'll go see if I can get the NPC's reward, and then we'll divide it up. After asking several NPCs along the way, Shui Nai also took a while to find the old mage and his friends. Now the old mage and his friends are following Diana and several old men with white beards to study the portal in front of them. This portal was removed by the old mage. After all, the way this portal appeared was very strange, but it must be said that the effect of this portal is very good. When Shui Nai went over, the old mage and his friends had obviously figured out the working principle of this portal, but they looked at it with some embarrassment. Because even if they know the working principle of this, they have no way to effectively stop the operation of these portals. Good, now I will remind you, if you see someone from the dark forces coming, you must purify their bodies immediately, or at least mark the place where they died. After that, the old wizard explained the working principle of this portal. Now this portal is temporarily named Dead Soul Teleportation by the old wizard. This is a portal that must be built on death. Every creature carrying the teleportation coordinate will form a hidden coordinate after death. As long as this coordinate is activated, it can form a portal with its own bones at the place where the corpse died, and then the two places can be directly connected. According to current speculation, the conditions for the activation of this dead soul teleportation are these: first, it must be triggered by an undead creature with a soul, and second, the processed undead creature must die. This is too perverted. After hearing the old wizard's explanation, Mina finally understood why the faces of the NPCs around her were so bad. As things stand now, players from the dark camp can basically emerge from all over the place. Although someone must die for this to work, for players, death is just another beginning. Don't worry, this portal is of poor quality. It can only teleport one person at a time, and it can't exist for too long. Otherwise, this portal wouldn't be out of order now. The old wizard knocked on the bone wooden frame, and it broke with just one knock. However, Mina knew that if this magic was completely operated by the players, then this would be a real disaster. As long as the players first send cannon fodder to build this portal in some hidden places, and then use offline lurking methods, they can accumulate a considerable army, and this is an army that goes deep into the enemy's interior. Now I'm worried about how much the Lich King of this dark mine area knows. If all the dark guards in the entire dark mine area are broken, then this will be a real disaster. Back then, this dark mine area made the Elf Empire. It took countless people and countless time to control it, and the current strength of the Elf Empire is no longer the same as before, which is a problem. This is all my fault. If I had controlled them earlier, then... Diana knew that Jet and the others wanted to control the Elf Empire, but due to various considerations and not expecting them to do something that would ruin the Elf Empire, she did not take action earlier, which led to the current situation. Alas, now is not the time to talk about this. Finding a way to solve it is the right way. After the old wizard finished speaking, he looked at the map of the Elf Empire and began to arrange it. Although Mizunao here did not have the right to speak, he still wrote down the arrangements mentioned by the old wizard. After all, many of these arrangements were tasks. However, Shui Nai knew that the people in the dark camp would not try to attack other mines. For now, there were too few mines without NPC strongmen stationed. Take the Exoda mine for example. They sent out hundreds of players and NPCs. Although they finally broke the Dark Guardian there, they were all killed. Shuinai dared not do that. The NPCs in the Undead Empire were infinitely refreshed. There were heavy casualties in places where there were no strong men stationed. When they arrived at places where there were people stationed, they were even more deadly. When the old wizard and his men had arranged everything, it was already dark. However, Shuinai was finally remembered by these guys, so he got the reward from the NPC as he wished. It was just a stop for several hours, which made Shuinai feel a little weak. Looking at the dozen longevity fruits in the backpack, Shuinai was still drooling even though he could no longer take them to get attribute bonuses. If these longevity fruits were copied on the black market, they would probably become an inestimable commodity. However, since Shuinai and his group had already joined the Tree of Life Guard, they did not get any share of the longevity fruit this time, but they each got a chance to enter the Elf Empire treasury. After calling everyone back, Shuinai and his group divided these things. Although their rewards were all consumables, they surprised the beautiful fox and Xiaomei who had never seen them. After all, the properties of this longevity fruit were already abnormal, not to mention the chance of entering the treasury in Shuinai and his group. Eat them all, otherwise if someone explodes, you will have to hit the wall. Shuinai looked at Xiaomei and her group who were actually holding the longevity fruit in a daze, and couldn't help reminding them. If you sell it, how much money will it be? Xiaomei asked faintly. At present, the black market price of this longevity fruit is 20,000 gold coins, but I suggest that you use it yourself. Shuinai had already sold a longevity fruit before, and this was their only extra longevity fruit. Although the Dark Tree Demon Forest is very large, there are not many places that can produce longevity fruit. But it's a bit of a waste for the mage to use this, Xiaomei said with some uneasiness. 1,000 health points have completely different effects for warriors and mages. Tisk, what a waste, you're dead, and you have to waste a resurrection spell and 50% of the experience. The beautiful fox said with some contempt, and then bit the green longevity fruit, and the juice splashed. Chapter 799 Star Meteorite Mining Area. When Shuinai and his team got the management rights of the Exoda mine from the NPC, Tai Feng and his team immediately began to implement the tax plan. Then I'm leaving, you better be careful. Minna finally felt relieved when he saw the new monster spawning point in Exodar, which had been gradually improved. After eliminating some players who refused to cooperate, this place is now completely under their control. Although this place is mainly controlled by the Guild of Drinking and Singing, they also get a lot of gold coins every day and can also gain enough experience. Don't worry, but Minna, you really have to go there alone. Tai Feng looked at Shuinai and Xiao Yu. He knew that Xiao Yu was going to the secret place to level up, while Shuinai was going to fight for brilliant gems. At present, the market for brilliant gems has not been explored at all. First, no one can produce brilliant gems stably. Second, players who are capable of fighting for brilliant gems often do not even have enough equipment in their hands, let alone provide them to the market. Although special equipment is not like ordinary equipment, everyone has one, but with such a large base, this number is still not small. Moreover, since someone tried to use brilliant gems on life skill tools and successfully strengthened them, these brilliant gems have become a must-have for life players. Well, one person is enough. Anyway, the explosion of this brilliant gem is completely a matter of luck, so I will be more comfortable alone. Tai Feng and the others are most familiar with Shuinai's strength. After returning to Moonlight City with Xiaoyu on the teleportation array, Shuinai directly used the teleportation array to go to the main border city of the Elf Empire, Bruno City. Shuinai's destination is in the Orc Kingdom. At present, only the Orc Kingdom has a strange area that produces brilliant gems. Listen to Tai Feng. According to the introduction, it is an underground mining area with the deepest reaching several thousand meters underground, named Xingyu Mine Area. It used to be a mining area that produced red flame blood copper. However, it has now been abandoned by NPCs due to the exhaustion of mineral deposits. However, it has now become a gathering place for a large number of Earth-type monsters. And this large number of monsters almost covers monsters from level 80 to level 150. It is a very complex and challenging monster area. After arriving at the Xingyu Mine area, Shuinai immediately saw the iconic Big Pit. This is a meteorite crater with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers, and it was this huge meteorite crater that crashed a mountain here, revealing the rich mineral resources under the mountain. However, this was thousands of years ago. Now there are no NPCs here, but most of the orc players are fighting wild monsters here. After finding a safe mountain to land, Shui Nai compared the coordinates on the player map and immediately found the main entrance of the Xingyu mine area. The main entrance of the Xingyu mine is on the wall of this huge meteorite crater, where a huge cave was artificially opened. As for the bottom of this cave, that is, the bottom of the meteorite crater, it has become a landfill for waste slag, and almost all garbage and waste are thrown here casually. Over time, it has become a huge garbage dump. There is only a man-made rock plank road leading to this entrance from the ground. Basically, as long as this plank road is guarded, no one can attack this mining area. After spending nearly half an hour and dozens of escape battles, Shui Na finally came to the edge of this meteorite crater. Standing on the edge of this meteorite crater that is hundreds of meters deep, Shui Na is also a little dizzy, and the wind pressure here is very strong. For players like Shui Na who don trademark T have much gravity, this is definitely a very dangerous place. Here, there are often a large number of players coming and going. After all, although this mining area is occupied by several of the most powerful guilds in the Orc Kingdom, they alone have no way to completely control and utilize this mining area. So they thought of jointly developing this resource point, and with their development, other low-level guilds or idle players also have the opportunity to come in, so this place has become a very lively place in the Orc Kingdom. Along this plank road that is less than 3 meters wide, Shui Na walked very slowly, looking cautious, afraid of falling. And seeing Shui Na like this, other players looked at him with some contempt, and some people even laughed at Shui Na unscrupulously. However, when they saw that Shui Na had no reaction to talk back, they left in disappointment. "Brother, alone? Do you need help?" Just when Shui Na was halfway there, a dozen players suddenly came behind him. This. Shui Na looked back while holding onto the pit wall of the plank road. However, when she saw a group of ferocious beasts behind her, Shui Nai's heart still beat a few times unnaturally. "Tauren, thank you for your help." After a werewolf player said this, a Tauren who occupied almost half of the plank road rushed out, picked up Shui Na, and rushed down directly. "Damn, you are also a little light. Are you sick again?" The Tauren circled Shui Na several times, his eyes full of doubts. Because Shui Nai's eyes were very powerful, and his body shape did not look like a sick person. Equipment effect, can reduce my gravity by 50%. Shui Na saw that this guy was not like the player who just laughed at others to improve their level, so he told him some of his secrets. "By the way, my name is Tai Nu, what's your name?" "My reconnaissance skills seem to be ineffective." "My name is Demon King, the name is a bit strange, so don't be surprised." Demon King is the human skin mask that Shui Na asked the old wizard to make, but Shui Na felt helpless about the old wizard's taste in naming. "By the way, are you alone?" "Well, I came here alone and wanted to see if I could get some gems. I heard that all kinds of elemental gems for mages are produced here, so..." Shui Na didn't dare to say her purpose this time, because as far as Shui Na knew, the brilliant gems here were controlled by several large guilds here. At this time, Tai Nu's team had also gone down to the platform of this mine. "This is similar to ours, but we are here to do a mission. Why don't we form a team and go in together, and then we can discuss it when we divide the things, so that we can have one more person to take care of." The werewolf who spoke just now said immediately. The entrance platform of the Xingyu mine is very large, and there is a large landing platform right above Shui Nai's head. This is the gravel transfer station of the mine. However, the equipment here is so old that it can't even be seen. This is good. Shui Na, who knows nothing about this place, is very happy to learn some experience from this old team. "Let's go. To be honest, we rarely see human mages here." Shiniu was obviously very interested in Shui Na, a human mage. Shui Na looked at the level and profession of his temporary team, but the more he looked, the more surprised Shui Na was. Although Shui Na knew that there was no elemental mage profession in the Orc Kingdom, there was not even a shaman or witch doctor in this team, all of them were warriors, which made Shui Na have to consider the monster situation in this meteorite mining area. "By the way, Shiniu, what type of monsters are here?" "Well, for now, the places we have been to are all physical." "Aren't you afraid of magic?" Shui Na asked. "It's okay, by the way, what level of mage are you?" Shiniu also asked at this time. To be honest, although they are now teammates, he only sees Shui Nai's name and doesn't know any other information. Although Shui Nai's behavior made some teammates around him a little dissatisfied, if their captain hadn't spoken, they really didn't want to cooperate with this mage. Level 100, Fire Mage. Shui Nai said so, but found that the players around him stopped instantly. Is there a problem? Seeing these people stop, Shui Nai thought there were enemies around, so he turned his hand and directly shot a lighting fireball to illuminate the dim environment around. At the same time, a flaming bomb had been condensed on the magic wand, ready to be used at any time. This is the first time we team up with such a high-level player, so we are a little overexcited. Tai Niu has the best relationship with Shui Nai, so he was the first to react. To be honest, for their team with an average level of only 80, the sudden arrival of a level 100 player is definitely a big shock. Oh, the human empire is famous for its fast upgrade, so it's nothing, but why don't you find a mage? That way your team can be more balanced. Shui Nai dismissed the explosive bomb on the magic wand and asked. It's really rare to see a team without any ranged professions, let alone treatment. Actually, it's hard to say. Tai Niu suddenly said sadly, with a somewhat angry tone, and the teammates around him also showed a hateful expression. Well, sorry, I made you laugh. I am the captain of this team, Big Bad Wolf. Big Bad Wolf? What about Little Red Riding Hood? Shui Nai said in her heart. After shaking hands with Big Bad Wolf, Shui Nai also learned about their plight on the way. It turned out that the reason why they didn't have a single ranged player was because they were dug out, but the means used by the opponent were very shameless and vulgar. The cause of this matter has to be said when Big Bad Wolf was in college. At that time, Big Bad Wolf met a confidant. Later, because of this confidant, he offended some villains, and was retaliated in this game. So, your shaman and witch doctor just left like this. Shui Nai didn't expect that this team would have such a story. He could only say in his heart that beauty is a disaster. However, Shui Nai felt that their former teammates were too realistic. Chapter 800 Group Auxiliary Magic. So, you asked them to leave the team. Shui Nai and his group walked deeper into the mining area with lighting fireballs. To be honest, Shui Nai's lighting fireball was the only bright spot in the shallow layer of the star meteorite mine. Most of the orcs still use very primitive torches for lighting, some use the shaman's light totem pole for lighting, and some are even worse, using equipment halo to explore the way. However, there is really no team that can walk and light at the same time like Shui Nai and his team. Yes, because they all plan to become professional players, so if they fight those bastards Hedon, they are destined to have no room for growth, so the captain let them leave. Tai Niu said in a low voice. Professional player? This profession seems to be disappearing soon. In this kind of game with limited game time, all players have the same game time, and there is no such thing as professional or non-professional. Actually, it's just a game studio. It's just that they haven't reached the standard yet. But if they follow us, then they really can't reach the standard. After all, those bastards enjoy killing people. Then why did you recruit your companions again? This shouldn't be a good trick. The private chat of the players is more magical than the artifact. If you recruit them back, you won't be afraid of becoming unintentional. The two professions of orc shaman and witch doctor are very rare. Both professions must meet the standard at birth before they can be selected. I remember that the standard seems to be that the spirit value reaches 8 points before the career selection can be opened. A slender female foxman tried to recall. 8 points. Shui Nai is no longer a novice in the game. Naturally, she knows that reaching 8 points of spirit value at the beginning is basically a big hurdle. If 5 out of 100 people can reach 8 points of spirit value, it is already a high probability. Moreover, generally speaking, if you have such a high spirit value, it would be better to choose the profession of elf mage. Be careful, we have arrived at the monster area. The monsters here are all woodchucks that can dig holes. Be careful of traps. At this time, the big bad wolf saw the earth bumps on the ground and immediately reminded Shui Nai, and everyone was ready for battle at this time. Woodchuck. Shui Nai thought of that cute creature at this time. Don't underestimate them. Once they are dragged into the hole, it will be a disaster. Tai Niu said while taking out equipment from his backpack and began to arm himself. Such a big earth bump, how big must it be? Shui Nai looked at the earth bump that could bury 2 of himself and said in surprise. A big rat, a creature that will definitely make you unforgettable. After saying this, the big bad wolf took out an iron-head javelin from his backpack and thrust it into the nearest mound. Squeak! After a sharp and piercing rat sound, Shui Na suddenly saw a crack on the mound, and two scarlet eyes were looking at Shui Na. I'll position these lighting fireballs first. After Shui Na said this, he shot a few lighting fireballs at the refresh area of the marmot, and the lighting fireballs on the heads of other people went out one by one. It's not a good idea to hold a lighting fireball during a battle. After all, if the lighting fireball moves with the player, it will cause more chaotic light and shadow, affecting the player's vision. However, it's a good idea to set the lighting fireball on the enemy's head, especially in this dim environment. As Shui Na's lighting fireball unfolded, hundreds of mountains appeared in front of them, and some mountains had cracked, and big earthy yellow rats as strong as calves sprang out. Level 80 Marmot? This rat is too big. Shui Na was a little stunned when she saw the rats baring their teeth at her. Tai Nu, Yu-Hu, you two stay to protect the Demon King, the others, charge. Yu-Hu was the female fox who answered Shui Na just now, and now Yu-Hu's eyes were actually flashing a faint green light, which was green and scary. Shui Na saw this and immediately scanned the area, but found that all the orc players here had low light vision, but her lighting fireball was a little too bright. After taking a look at the map, Shui Na found that she was only less than 100 meters away from the exit, but there were already level 80 earth-type half-magic beasts here. If she went deeper, it would be terrible. Forget it, I'll just be a support. This fighting style is too barbaric. Looking at the orc teammates who were completely colliding with the marmot, Shui Na didn't dare to cast magic randomly. If he hit his own people, then these orc teammates would be disabled if not dead. After applying ice crystal armor and acceleration to the teammates on the front line, Shui Na began to apply hydrotherapy to some people whose health was in danger. Tai Nu and Yu Yat, who were bodyguards beside him, watched as magic flew out of Shui Na's wand one after another, and the people in front seemed to have taken stimulants, and they became more and more courageous. Damn, Demon King, what kind of acceleration is this? It can actually increase the attack speed. A werewolf player excitedly looked at his attack speed that increased by 10%. He was already very agile, and now he was even faster. A set of double swords almost danced into a halo. Special effect of level 10 acceleration, but don't mess up the rhythm, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Shui Na reminded. What about the hydrotherapy? Is this also elemental magic? I haven't heard of such a strong recovery system in elemental magic. A blood shield lion who rushed to the front became more excited when he saw the rapidly recovering health value. With such a magician, it would be difficult for him to die. The 12th level hydrotherapy has a very significant effect. Shui Na said, but his hand had already reached into his arms. If Shui Na's left hand had not touched the water scroll, the hydrotherapy would not have such a great power. The group quickly opened up the marmot monster area here, and when they opened up this monster area, the other people who were fighting in other places immediately followed their temporary passage and went deeper. The monsters here refresh very quickly. Generally speaking, although everyone fights their own, as long as the road is open, everyone will share it, because this place is too big, and several people may not be able to get in before they run out of ammunition and food. The big bad wolf pulled Shui Na to walk slowly, letting the surrounding players go first. Then why don't we unite? Wouldn't it be faster this way? Mina looked at the people from other teams who had already entered the next monster area and understood that the big bad wolf wanted others to take the lead this time to save his own resources. We can't unite. After all, everyone has their own selfishness. Once the spoils are not divided equally, it is good enough if they don't fight. After Tai Nu finished speaking, he gave Shui Na a small bag, in which all the crystal cores of these marmots were collected. Give it to me, don't you want it? Shui Na asked after taking a look. The low yield of crystal cores destined it to be of high value. No, we just want the fur of these marmots. Anyway, these crystal cores are also materials for mages. If we give them to us, we will just sell them. Why not give them to you? Thank you. Shui Na took a look and was not polite. After all, although he didn't make a move just now, his contribution was worthy of these dozen crystal cores. By the way, everyone come over here, I'll use a group acceleration spell. Let's go in together. Mina said as she began to prepare to use the group acceleration technique. Group auxiliary magic is a unique ability of the magician, which can copy and strengthen a single auxiliary magic with a special magic array. However, the premise of this is that you must learn the special magic arrays of each system. So you are a wind and fire dual system magician, no wonder you dare to break into the Starfall mining area alone. The big bad wolf's knowledge is obviously much better than that of his teammates around him. He actually knows that Mina's group acceleration technique must reach the level of a wind magician to use it. Sorry, actually at the beginning, I also wanted to join a team. Since Shui Na dared to use this group acceleration spell, he was naturally not afraid of others knowing it. And the teammates around him were no longer dissatisfied with Shui Na's hiding. After all, Shui Na was now an expert among experts in their eyes. A magician with dual system expertise was a player who was worth fawning on. This kind of player, who even big guilds would rush to recruit, actually appeared in his unknown team. This was no longer explained by good luck. The biggest advantage of group auxiliary magic is low consumption. If you want to add acceleration spells to 10 people, if you use a single magic to add them one by one, it will probably consume 10 times the magic power, but if you have this group acceleration spell, it will only take 5 times the magic power. When everyone had stood on the blue light circle on the ground, Shui Na immediately activated the magic circle under his feet. The diameter of Shui Na's magic circle was only 1 meter, but the light circle outside was 3 meters, barely taking everyone in. As the magic circle under Mina's feet was activated, the energy of the magic circle immediately began to spread. A blue halo came over, and everyone in the halo was given an acceleration spell, and this acceleration spell was obviously stronger. This ability is too strong. Seeing that the existence time of the acceleration spell was actually increased by 30%, the big bad wolf couldn't help but say with some envy. It's okay. For this wind-type group auxiliary magic circle, Shui Na had just obtained it from an unscrupulous profiteer. He didn't know its function yet.